a second here. It being 11:02, comme il est 11h.
It being 11:02, the House will now move to private members' business according to the order indicated on the order paper today.
Private members' business, affaires émanant des députés.
Private members' business. Second reading of C-238, an act respecting the French language from Madame Bellefeuille. Madame de Bellefeuille, seconded by Mr. Beaulieu, moves that Bill C-238, an act respecting the French language, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Official Languages. Debate. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Loire. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to say today that I'm challenging myself. Last Friday, I was participating in the National Mental Health Week, and I was at the open house of an organization called Anchors and Wings in Ormstown. An English-speaking participant approached me. He greeted me and thanked me for the struggles that I'm fighting in Ottawa. And he thanked me, the Bloc, for its fight it's conducting in Ottawa. He knew about my French language bill, and he even spoke to me about the bill we're debating today, namely C-238. Mr. Speaker, I was truly touched by his testimony. He truly understands the fight for French in Quebec. He understands our assertive approach, which is accompanied by a real respect for the English-speaking community. He understands also that French is under threat, and that when French is protected, it is never at the expense of English. I know that he is not the only Anglophone who is showing solidarity with French speakers in Quebec. I salute this citizen who also told me that he'd like to listen to me for the content, but kindly pointed out that I talk too much with my hands and that I move around so much when I make my speeches, as you can see. And he told me to keep my body language in check. So I'll try to contain myself somewhat today. So I'll also challenge my colleagues in their political parties as well. I know that a language bill provokes a great deal of emotional debate. I know that we are capable in this House, however, of talking to each other, of trying to understand each other well. So I extend my hand to my colleagues, and I hope that this debate will provoke reflection. I hope we will be able to move away from the usual arguments. And I believe that if you sincerely show curiosity and openness to the language situation in Quebec, you'll come to the same conclusion as the Bloc Québécois, the government of Quebec, and of all members of the National Assembly. Namely, Bill 101 must be applied to businesses under federal jurisdiction. You'll also understand that it is necessary to allow Quebec to choose its host language, and this is what C-238 proposes. Madam Speaker, you know, when I asked around, it's a given. In Quebec, the language of work is French. This is nothing revolutionary or argumentative. In Quebec, we work in French. The language of work is one of the cornerstones of Quebec's language policy. French at work is the result of an intense struggle led by the generation that preceded me. However, and this is the first point I'd like to make to my colleagues of all political parties, not all workers in Quebec have the same rights. You know, I have never heard anyone complain in their workplace that their workplace, was too French-speaking. I have never heard that. Yet, Bill 101 and its provisions about language for work apply to all workplaces, in hospitals, in the service industry, in factories, in convenience stores, grocery stores, tech companies, in retail. In Quebec, work life takes place actively in French. The beauty of Bill 101 is that it requires all workplaces to use French. But it does even more than that. perhaps I'm teaching my colleagues something, who I hope are actively listening. Bill 101 does not prohibit the use of another language as long as all information is available in French. A business can therefore operate in any language as long as the equivalent information exists in French. Madam Speaker, this is the beauty of Quebec's language policy. It respects everyone, and we can agree that there is one common convergence, which is French. Bill 101 works in any language as long as the equivalent information exists in French, and the common point is French. Bill 101 has been enforced since 1977. This summer, we will celebrate the 45th anniversary of its adoption. But one thing remains constant. While all workplaces have adapted to the language of work provisions in Bill 101, only one sector is lagging behind. All sectors have done their part. All sectors but one, namely companies under federal jurisdiction. I humbly submit to my colleagues that this fact should immediately surprise them. They should all be wondering, how is this possible? How come a small business or a restaurant is able to respect Bill 101, but that businesses under federal jurisdiction resist? How is it that we tolerate these large companies failing to respect the right to work in French for Quebecers? For 45 years, we have tolerated the fact that a worker who repairs railroad tracks in Les Coteaux doesn't have the same language rights as his colleagues in the municipal road system. Madam Speaker, for 45 years, we have tolerated a financial agent in a bank in Salaberry de Valleyfield not having the same language rights as her colleague at a credit union. And for 45 years, we have tolerated a technician in a telecoms company not having the same language rights as the people to whom he offers high-speed internet service. I repeat, Madam Speaker, and I assure you've also heard this as well, I have never had anyone tell me that working in Quebec happens too much in French. Madam Speaker, I wonder why we have tolerated for so long two classes of workers in Quebec: those who have the right to work in French and the others, employees under federal jurisdiction. Madam Speaker, Quebec is reforming the Charter of the French language through Bill 96. As I said, Quebec already has a law that provides the right to work in French for all workers in Quebec. However, this has never been applied from the outset to businesses under federal jurisdiction. To make this very clear, the Quebec government proposed an amendment to Section 89 of the Charter of the French language to clarify its intention to apply Bill 101 even to businesses under federal jurisdiction. The amendment was adopted, Madam Speaker, unanimously. All parties at the National Assembly in Quebec voted for this amendment. It is thus the will of the Quebec Parliament. It is clear. The federal government should immediately accept Quebecers' invitation to apply Bill 101, even to businesses under federal jurisdiction. Moreover, my colleagues will be pleased to learn that the Office de la Langue Française, the OLF, indicates that it is already prepared to apply the Charter of the French language to federal enterprises. It is prepared to offer professional services to assist businesses in their process to increase French. There are some really interesting initiatives taking place, and they will continue to happen. Let's hope that large companies, such as Air Canada or CN, will appreciate the valuable advice of the OLF, and that they will gradually include respect for and promotion of the French fact in Quebec in their day-to-day practices, and this at all levels of their business. After all, Madam Speaker, The effective use of French is for the benefit of their employees and ultimately for the good of their francophone clients as well. In other words, fellow parliamentarians, Quebec has the political will to correct a historical mistake, namely the slack in applying Bill 101 to companies under federal jurisdiction, and Quebec has professionals available and ready to help. I am aware that the Minister of Official Languages has tabled a proposal to reform to the Official Languages Act. But let me quickly summarize our point of view on this. This bill does have merits for Francophone communities outside of Quebec, and they will judge whether these provisions are sufficient. However, in Quebec, C13 will create two overlapping language regimes. C13 gives businesses a choice. Either they can apply the federal provisions or the Charter of the French language. Our analysis is that the federal regime, even reformed, is not the best tool to ensure that Quebec workers have the right to work in French. Moreover, it's not surprising, Madam Speaker, that Air Canada told the Standing Committee on Official Languages that it wanted to remain in the federal language regime rather than submit to Bill 101. We're also surprised by Ottawa's sudden desire to legislate on the issue of the French language when Quebec specifically states that its intention to apply Bill 101 to businesses under federal jurisdiction is clear. So let's not create legislative confusion between the OLA and the Quebec Charter of the French language. Let's give, Madam Speaker, all Quebec workers the same rights, and that is what C238 intends to do. The second objective of this bill is to echo the Bloc's motion to recognize Quebec as a French-speaking nation. And I will say once again, Madam Speaker, this was adopted by a strong majority in this House. There are several practical consequences to this motion. If we consider that language is central to Quebec's thinking on immigration, I would submit that one consequence is that Quebec has the right to make its own choices with respect to the language of receiving and integrating immigrants. C238 specifies that all permanent residents must know French if they wish to obtain citizenship in Quebec. When I hear colleagues in this House say that requiring knowledge of French is a criterion for immigration to Quebec, and this is discriminatory, I'm surprised. I'm surprised because Canada has chosen to recognize either French or language as the host language. This criteria reflects a perfectly legitimate societal choice. When Quebec chooses its language of welcoming and integrating immigrants, and the Quebec government makes every effort to help people from immigrant backgrounds gain access to that language, suddenly it's an illegitimate choice. It's discriminatory, and it is an outdated concept. All nations in this world make choices about language. This is normal. I can't wait for the Quebec nation to have right to this normal practice. And I'd like to take this opportunity to highlight the work of l'Insulaire, the Magie des Mots, and the Centre de Nouvelle Envol, which offer French courses in my writing, as they do all over Quebec. These French courses are often paid by the Quebec government through their taxes or through employers. One factory in my writing, I went there and I met a young man named Victor, a welder of Mexican origin who works more than full-time. He was proud to come to talk to me in French and tell me about his plans for future life in Quebec. Thanks to his work and his French courses, Victor has friends who speak French. He works in French, and Victor's children have access to quality education in French. Madam Speaker, quite sincerely, this is very touching. When I meet Quebecers from these communities, they really love to practice French. And Victor is now a Quebec welder. He is enriching our community. C238 would not have an impact on the situation of people like Victor, who have discovered the charms of the French language. People like Victor, who spontaneously understood that learning French was the key to actively participating in life in Quebec. C238, with its provisions for language in Quebec, is simply celebrating the French fact in North America. My objective today was essentially to open a breach, to share a bit of my love for the French language with my colleagues, who will, I'm sure, be open to it. I really hope that this first hour of debate will allow everyone to reflect on the linguistic situation in Quebec, to be curious, to be inspired by Quebec's struggle to protect its language. This is an essential struggle that must be propelled forward. And who better than the Quebec government, the only francophone state in North America, to lead this fight with vigor? By adopting C238, we are giving Quebec more tools to keep the French fact alive. Let's not harm Quebec or life in Quebec. Let's love French enough to protect it. Let's therefore pass Bill C238. Thank you. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Salaberry for her speech. I share many of the sentiments that she spoke about in her speech, particularly that our two official languages are not on equal footing, and that there is a decline in French in Quebec. But we have to take care of all of our minority languages across Canada, not just in Quebec. So I'd like her to specify more when she says asking immigrants to take French tests. Will this not have an impact on immigration? Victor, for example, that she talked about, I'm wondering if he would not, would it not be hard to welcome more people because French may be hard for them to pass the test? I know they'll learn French afterwards, but the Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Loire. I'd like to thank my colleague from Sherbrooke for her question. She's also a member from Quebec. Sherbrooke is a francophone city, mostly. I don't see this as a hindrance. I see this as a support that we should be giving immigrants who are coming to our country. Sometimes people mix permanent residents with political refugees. We agree that someone who wants to become a Canadian citizen, it usually takes them 2 or 3 years of working here and integrating life here. So I think during this time period, before they obtain citizenship, if we welcome them to our country and we support them in their work to become integrated, learning French is possible. I see proof of this every day. When I go around to various places, I see many factories where there are immigrants learning French, and there is a whole community that is supporting them in their French language learning. The Honourable Member for Portneuf. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This morning, I'd like to announce my colleague from Salaberry that we won't argue the Conservatives about this. I also am in love with French, Madam Speaker, and there are many elements in this bill that allow me to believe in the future of French in Canada. Now, I have a question for my colleague. Is this the best way to be efficient and to stop the decline of French in Quebec and also across Canada? The Honourable Member for Salaberry. We're members here in this House in Ottawa, so for members here, the best decision to make is to protect French and, most importantly, to respect the Quebec nation, which has full power to decide what it is language it uses to welcome and integrate immigrants. And this is Bill 101 for federal jurisdiction. And soon Quebec will adopt Bill 96, which also wants to apply Bill 101 to companies under a federal jurisdiction. I think what my Conservative colleague is asking me, because he's well aware of the situation in Quebec, that is for the federal government to respect the power of our National Assembly. It has decided, given the statistics about the decline of French in Quebec and the Montreal region, that we need to be somewhat more on top of things, and this means we need recognition from the federal government and not for it to interfere and create two classes of workers in Quebec, those who are protected by the OLA or those who are protected by the application of Bill 101 in companies under a federal jurisdiction. Thank you.
Question, the honourable member of South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Je remercie le député de
I'd like to thank the member for Salaberry for her speech and for this legislation. I would like to know if she has any suggestions to improve access to French classes for new Quebecers who would like to improve or learn French.
Réponse.
A quick answer, the honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Loire. I spoke about this. There are many organizations whose mission is it to enhance French.
Je salue le travail de l'insulaire, du centre de l'envol. Il y a la commission scolaire aussi qui a des classes complètes de francisation et je peux vous dire.
And I can tell you that in my riding, which is 80% Francophone, we receive immigrants from the Philippines, from Mexico, from all over the place, and they learn French thanks to these school boards and community groups. So this bill, if passed, would give people a good opportunity if they want to be a part of Quebec and learn high-quality French, because we have a good system in place.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health, the Minister of Addictions and Mental Health.
Merci.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's my pleasure to speak today to Bill C-238, the member for Salaberry-sur-Oise Private Members Bill respecting the French language. This bill is similar to bills tabled in previous parliaments. In the 43rd Parliament, we had Bill C-223, which would have required immigrants living in Quebec to have an adequate knowledge of French or of Quebec, and Bill C-254, which attempted to apply Quebec's Charter of the French language to federally regulated businesses by amending the Official Languages Act, the Canada Labour Code, and the Canada Business Corporations Act. Bill C-238, this bill today, basically combines those two bills into one. We do understand the Bloc's concern about the future of the French language, and we share that concern. As we recognized in the speech from the throne, the use of French is in decline all across the country, including in Quebec, and we have a duty to protect and promote French all across Canada, again, including in Quebec. Where we differ from the Bloc is in our response to this situation. In the last session of Parliament, the former Minister for Official Languages tabled English and French towards a substantive equality of official languages in Canada. Our government's vision for reforming Canada's official languages regime and Bill C-32, our modernization of the Official Languages Act. Together, these two documents represent the most ambitious reform of the Official Languages Act since it was first passed over 50 years ago. They recognize the challenges facing the French language from coast to coast, including inside Quebec, and acknowledge for the first time that our government has a duty to protect and promote French.
Cependant, lors de consultations avec des
However, in consultations with stakeholders across Canada over the summer, during the election campaign and after the election, we heard that we need to do more. So, on March 1st, in Grand Pré, Nova Scotia, a place of great historical significance to our Acadian community, the current Minister of Official Languages, a proud Acadian herself, tabled Bill C-13, an act to amend the Official Languages Act, to enact the use of French in Federally Regulated Private Businesses Act, and to make related amendments to other acts. This bill is noteworthy because it shares similar objectives to Bill C-238, i.e., the protection and promotion of French, but it goes much farther. Bill C-13 expands on the historic nature of C-32 by introducing even more protections for French. It ensures that Francophones will be able to work and be served in their language, not only in Quebec, but in other parts of Canada where there is a strong Francophone presence. And that's why our government will not be supporting Bill C-238. It does not, and cannot, by its very nature, protect French and Francophones from coast to coast. Compare what C-238 does on immigration with what our bill does. In the preamble to Bill C-13, our government recognizes the important contribution of Francophone immigration to enhancing the vitality of Francophone minorities, and the fact that immigration is one of the factors that contributes to maintaining or increasing the demographic weight of these minority communities. In addition, the bill requires the Minister of Immigration to adopt a Francophone immigration policy to enhance the vitality of Francophone minority communities in Canada. This policy must include objectives, targets, and indicators, and a statement that the federal government recognizes that immigration is one of the factors that contribute to maintaining or increasing the demographic weight of Canada's Francophone minorities. This, in addition to the administrative measures outlined in the reform document, which direct the Minister of Immigration to establish a new Francophone immigration corridor to recognize the importance of recruiting and retaining Francophone and French language teachers, and to increase opportunities for newcomers to learn French. We have a shortage of French language teachers in Canada, particularly outside Quebec, and these measures are necessary both to meet our Francophone immigration goals and to create the next generation of French-speaking Canadians. When it comes to another part of C-238, the other part, the section dealing with federally regulated businesses like banks and airlines, we again are of the view that our bill, C-13, offers a more comprehensive solution. C-13 recognizes that Quebec has adopted the Charter of the French language. In fact, C-13 even creates a new law, the Act respecting the use of French within private businesses under federal jurisdiction. It states that if a private business under federal jurisdiction becomes subject to the Charter of the French language, the Charter applies to it in lieu of this Act in respect of its communications with or services to consumers in Quebec or in respect of its workplaces in Quebec. However, the Charter of the French language does not protect Francophones outside Quebec. As our government recognized in last year's reform document, we have a duty to encourage federally regulated private sector companies to promote the equal status of our two official languages in order to increase the use of French as a language of service and work across the country. That is what we are doing with C-13. We're ensuring that Canadians have the right to work and to be served in French in federally regulated private sector companies in Quebec and other regions where there's a strong Francophone presence. We are requiring employers to communicate with their employees in French and prohibit discrimination against an employee solely because he or she speaks only French or does not have sufficient knowledge of a language other than French. We're also enacting a right for consumers of goods and services to be served in French.
Des outils nécessaires.
These are necessary tools to support Francophones living from coast to coast to coast, and that's what we're doing with C-13, and what C-238 simply cannot match. Once again, I want to thank the member for Salaberry-sur-Roi for raising this very important issue. Like her, our government recognizes that the use of French is in decline across the country and that urgent action is needed not only to halt this decline, but also to reverse it and move towards a future where French is stronger. However, C-238 does not and cannot do this. I hope all members of this House will join us in passing Bill C-13 as quickly as possible so that we can achieve the goal of protecting and promoting French all across the country, including in Quebec, for Francophones living from coast to coast to coast. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak to Bill C-238 today. This bill was tabled by the member for Salaberry-sur-Roi, and I'd like to thank her for her work on this promising bill. Bill C-238 has a number of components. It amends the Canada Labour Code. It amends certain provisions of the Official Languages Act, as well as the Citizenship Act. It also makes changes to the Canada Business Corporations Act. As I said in a speech that I delivered here recently, experts warn us that the French language has been weakened and undermined, even within government, including in the offices of this government. Action is urgently needed, and it must be done with judgment so that the action taken is effective. To guide ourselves in protecting French, we have to look at what current rights are, and the proposed modernization of the Official Languages Act, as well as what minority community language leaders are telling us. We know that recognition of official languages is among the fundamental rights of our country. Section 16 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, sub 1, stipulates that French and English are the official languages of Canada. They have equal status when it comes to their use within the institutions of Parliament and the Government of Canada. The Charter guarantees that members of the public can communicate with the federal government and be served by the federal government in either official language. And it's their choice. The chart does not require any member of the public to become bilingual. We also need to consider the fact that Quebec has decided to modernize its own legislation in order to better protect the French language. And we should commend the members of the National Assembly of Quebec on the work they've done, and they are about to pass Bill 96, the Official and Common Language of Quebec Act, and that is, of course, French. C-238 is coming along at a time, it's unprecedented in Canadian history. Provincial and federal legislation on language is being overhauled. New Brunswick is doing this too. As I said earlier, C-238 would amend the Citizenship Act by adding that permanent residents living in Quebec would be required to have an adequate knowledge of the French language. Those changes to the Citizenship Act are the same as the ones proposed in another bill, C-223, which we Conservatives did support at second reading before the last election. In addition, C-238 proposes to change the Canada Business Corporations Act in such a way as to require private sector companies operating in Quebec to meet the requirements of the Charter of the French language. That has to be analyzed within the context of how the Charter of the French language works in Quebec. And in the context, we have to be sensitive to the fact that of Bill 96 coming along. C-238 proposes to amend the Canada Labour Code by adding a new provision just after Section 4, which stipulates that federal companies operating in Quebec are subject to the requirements of the Charter of the French Language. If that amendment is enacted, would that be consistent with the rest of the federal legislation? That's a question we have to ask. It's clear to me that federally regulated businesses operating in Quebec should not go for the lowest common denominator. We don't want any more Air Canadas, CNs, and so on. And finally, amendments are proposed to the Official Languages Act through C-238 when it comes to a commitment that the federal government would make not to obstruct the application of the Charter of the French Language. Is the term obstruct sufficiently clear and precise? One thing's for sure, we have to ask how the new Official Languages Act, which could be passed in the weeks to come, how will that interact with the Charter of the French Language in Quebec? I also note that the implementation of Section 43 should not run counter to the objectives of the Charter of the French Language. How will the courts rule if that provision is passed? So I share a number of the underlying principles to this bill, in particular the overriding importance of protecting French and putting an end to its decline. I think we all share legitimate concerns. We want the Official Languages Act to be modern and effective and capable of reaching its goals and serving its purpose, which is to ensure respect for French and English as the official languages of Canada. As lawmakers, I think it's important to point out that beyond the purposes, we also need to make sure we find the best possible way to serve those purposes and protect French and ensure respect for official languages. I think it's important to keep in mind what this House has done. C-238 has been tabled in a context where Bill C-13, which would amend a number of provisions of the Official Languages Act, is currently in the legislative process. Before voting on this bill, which was tabled a short while ago, I think we need to carefully analyze all of the underlying details, and I would encourage everyone to do the same. There are a number of angles to consider. Nicolas Poussin, a 17th century French painter, said the following: "Anything worth doing is worth doing well." As lawmakers, it's important for us to consider what is the best way to achieve our goals, particularly that of protecting French with the best possible legislation and best possible amendments which can work together as a whole, as a legislative body that's effective and actually resolves problems. I think that after studying Bill C-238, we have to ask ourselves whether this bill provides all the tools necessary to reach the goals and serve the purposes I set out. I would leave it to you, colleagues, to take the time to analyze this legislation properly. If we want our country to remain united with bilingualism and two official languages, English and French, we need to act now to put an end to the decline of French, to protect it and to allow it to develop and to promote it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Rosemont, la Petite Patrie.
Resuming debate.
Ça fait extrêmement plaisir de me lever en cette chambre pour parler d'un enjeu qui est...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to speak to this issue, which is so important to...
This is important for Francophones all throughout North America, and I want to thank my colleague for Salabert-Surroy for bringing this bill forward and for having this fundamental discussions amongst ourselves here in the House of Commons. From what I'm hearing from my colleagues, we are all concerned by the situation of the French language, the place of French, the respect of it, its defense, its promotion in Quebec, but also elsewhere throughout Canada. Parliament, in previous iterations, had unanimously passed a motion that described the fact that French was in decline in Canada and in Quebec. I remember it full well because I tabled it, and I'm pleased to have participated in that discussion. That way, all of us can work together in order to ensure that French remains the common language, the language of use in Quebec, but also allows us to work together so that Francophone communities in a minority situation are better protected and able to hold activities, cultural activities in French, to work in French. The bill before us today has a very important section, the first section, and I've been in agreement with this from the very beginning. Since the Declaration of Sherbrooke, we want the principles of the Charter of the French language to apply to federal corporations. It's a matter of equal rights for all workers and the defense of the French language. It is also a fundamental aspect because those employees must be able to work in French, must be able to communicate in French within the business they work at. That is why for years now, with Jack Layton as leader, with Thomas Mulcair, and now with our new leader, the member for Burnaby South, we still have this will that for in Quebec, employees under federal jurisdiction, whether it be in air transport, marine transport, communications, have the same rights as their fellow workers. We're in a completely absurd situation where if one works for the Caisse Populaire, there were never problems with the Caisse Populaire, but just to give you an idea, if one works for the Caisse Populaire, one can demand that all communications from the employer be in French. However, if one works for the Royal Bank, that right doesn't exist for you. It's a double standard within the same context, where both of them are banking institutions. They don't have the same rights. They don't have the same recourse. We need to find a solution to this. And that is why, for years now, we've been in full agreement with the proposal of the first part of the bill proposed by the member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. It's very important. And at the NDP, we believe in this and we want it to move forward. We need to avoid situations, what we saw at Air Canada, CN, attacks against French language universities, Campus Saint-Jean in Alberta, Laurentian University in Sudbury. The laws, Bill 96, referred to this earlier, and the bill presented today, or the proposal for modernizing the Official Languages Act, all of those pieces of legislation need to work together to fight the decline of the French language and ensure its vitality throughout the entire country. When it comes to the situation of French, I would like to seize the opportunity to express a certain concern about the use of certain indicators. And I'm going to seize the opportunity to communicate a message to my colleague, the member for La Pointe de l'Île. I don't necessarily have a chance to talk about this at the Official Languages Committee, but now we have the time. So I'm going to use this opportunity to talk about the abusive use of indicators such as first language spoken and language spoken at home. Those are not necessarily the most revealing or appropriate indicators to describe the situation of the French language, and I will explain. I think that the entire idea of Bill 101 is to reduce the importance of the indicator of first language spoken. When it comes to immigrants into Quebec, their first language counts less and less. The more we receive immigrants who are not francophones, the less that indicator is relevant because they have to learn French in school and will become francophones afterwards. The main language used at home. In the nation of Quebec, which is a nation of immigration, at home, children may speak the first language spoken by their parents, and that's fine. It's normal. The important thing is for French to be the language of use in the public sphere, that French be the language used at work. And this is my personal opinion. However, I think that these criteria are much more important within the modern context of Quebec, which is a society of immigration. And I will give you an example. My spouse might not like this, but my spouse is an Anglophone. Her second language is Armenian. Her third language is French. And she works in French. She communicates. She writes in French.
Si on considère le critère de langue maternelle,
if we consider the criteria of first language spoken, she's not a francophone, even if she works in French 99% of the time. Even if, she communicates with neighbors and other people in the neighborhood and uses French. When we talk about the language used mostly at home, when I am not home, she speaks to our children in English to help them learn it. So, at that time, when I'm not home, she's not francophone anymore. But when I'm home, she becomes one. And we all speak French. Is that an exceptional case? No, it isn't. I have 4 employees, and 2 of them are in the same situation as me. 1 from Colombia and 1 from Italy. Their first language spoken is not French. The language they use at home is not French either. However, they work in Quebec in French. So we need to be careful with these types of indicators, and we have to choose them carefully in order to be precise about what we want to do. Now, the other aspect of the bill that we're concerned about today is the obligation in the second section when it comes to the French language test in order to obtain citizenship for all immigrants. Quebec already controls economic immigration, and the points that are granted to the knowledge of French are such that francophones are extremely favorized, and that's excellent to have people come to Quebec to work, to move there, to build the society of Quebec with us. So many of the tools are already there. The Legislative Assembly and the federal government have all given themselves methods to promote francophones and to promote knowledge of French. Where the federal government has jurisdiction over immigration is family reunification and refugees. For us, at the NDP, as progressives, we consider it unfair to require a French language test for people who come here under the program for family reunification or as refugees. Their situation is so different that we would not want to delay their access to citizenship because of a lack of knowledge of French. Delaying access to citizenship also means delaying access to the vote, to the opportunity to participate in the democratic life of our society. And I think that that's a real concern, and I don't think that's the best tool we have. There are many other things we could do rather than impose this on refugees who come here because they're fleeing war, because they're trying to save their lives. The second thing that does not work well with demanding that one knows French to access citizenship is that it doesn't take into account interprovincial immigration. Someone who doesn't know French and would not want to do their test in French to get citizenship in Quebec could go to New Brunswick or Ontario, do their test there, get their citizenship, and then move to Quebec. So this isn't really effective. I think that the debate doesn't really apply here. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Le projet de loi C2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Bill C-238 of the Bloc Québécois takes 2 proposals that are very much agreed on in Quebec. The first part modifies the Citizenship Act to ensure that permanent residents in Quebec show a sufficient knowledge of French in order to obtain citizenship. Under the current law, Canada requires knowledge of English or French, which means that in Quebec one can obtain citizenship without knowledge of French. In Quebec, however, knowing the only official and common language should be necessary to obtain citizenship. What my colleague is mixing up, when people arrive through family reunification, they'll be there for years before making their request for citizenship. So I don't see why we would not favor French. That's what the current government of Quebec wanted to do by requiring the passing of a French language exam to obtain permanent status. A survey showed that 3/4 of Quebecers consider that having immigrants speak French is a vital issue for Quebec's future, and that minimal knowledge of French should be a mandatory condition to stay in Quebec. The first time the Bloc presented a bill like this, it was simply set aside as being non-votable because it was clearly non-constitutional, even though parliamentary legislative experts said the opposite. We were told that insisting on that taking control of the means to integrate immigrants in Quebec in French was unconstitutional. The bill was presented again in 2021, but it was defeated because it didn't get the support of the Liberals and NDP. We were told by the only NDP member in Quebec was that it was a measure that divided and excluded newcomers. But the opposite is true. The best way to include newcomers is to ensure that we have a coherent society and ensure that newcomers know the language spoken in Quebec. The second part of Bill C-238 intends to ensure that the Charter of the French language applies to federal businesses.
Massif au Québec, notamment par...
This is a measure that enjoys massive support in Quebec, specifically by the ex-premier of Quebec, mayors of the 6 largest cities in Quebec, and the main unions. The Bloc has presented many bills on this. The most recent attempt was put forward by my colleague for Beauport-Limoilou in the last Parliament, and that was one time where we got very close to success. The bill passed second reading with the support of all the parties, except for the Liberal Party, and then it died on the order paper because elections were held by the Liberal Prime Minister. Until now, there's been a legal vacuum, and private businesses that were under federal jurisdiction were subject to no regulation at all. With the reform of Bill 101, the government of Quebec is ready to apply the Charter of the French language to all businesses within Quebec, but the Liberal government wants to block it by making Bill 101 optional, so that businesses under federal jurisdiction in Quebec can choose whether they want to be regulated by federal legislation or by the Charter of the French language. The Quebec Minister for Canadian Relations and the Francophonie said, when it comes to federal businesses in Quebec's territory, hands off. When we met with Air Canada at the Official Languages Committee, they did not hesitate to say that they would choose the least binding legislation, which is the Official Languages Act, the OLA. The Liberals have told us in their new bill to modernize the federal law that they based it on the Official Languages Act and for Bill 101 for businesses under federal jurisdiction, but that is not true. Canada's linguistic laws and Bill 101 are based on very different approaches. Canadian linguistic legislation, the Official Languages Act, is based on an approach that does not intend to reinforce French in Quebec, but to reinforce services in English and the Anglophone community in Quebec. It's based on what specialists of language management call the principle of personality, which is a policy of institutional bilingualism based on individual choices and the free choice of one or other official language, which means that in Quebec, it would be English. Throughout the entire world, we observe that this model of language policy allows the strongest language to develop to the detriment of the more vulnerable one. What we're seeing with rates of assimilation of francophones outside of Quebec, that's something that we've observed at every census. The other approach of managing languages is based on collective and territorial rights. It's intended to give, it's an approach of bilingualism or multilingualism that we see in Belgium or in Switzerland, for example, establishing a single official language in its territory. As a lawyer in language rights in Quebec said, Mr. Guillaume Rizzo, according to just about every specialist in language policy throughout the world, only an approach based on territoriality can ensure the survival and the expansion of a minority language. The Charter of the French language is based essentially on this approach, even though it has been weakened by the federal government and decisions made in federal court under the Constitution Act of 1982, which came and imposed the federal approach, whereas no government in Quebec supported this approach. Bill 101 intends to make French the language of work, whereas the Official Languages Act gives the right to work in English or in French. It reinforces bilingualism rather than French. Bill 101 protects workers in Quebec against reprisals or sanctions because they don't speak any other language than French. The new federal legislation takes up similar measures, but with fewer recourse and less effectiveness. And it also protects Anglophones who want to continue to work in English in Quebec in federally, or rather, businesses under federal jurisdiction. Bill 101 imposes the predominance of French when it comes to business communications and signs. It imposes the use of French at every level of business. There's nothing like that in federal legislation. It doesn't give French predominance for the language of work, language of communication with consumers, or for signage. The decline of French in Canada and in Quebec is becoming a greater concern with every passing day. Linguistic transfers of allophones go massively in favor of English, even in Quebec. Statistics Canada or rather, indicators about language used at home and indicators about first language spoken are important indicators, but they are linguistic indicators. And those indicators, especially when we include language used and common language spoken, are also important indicators, and to oppose them is a false debate. Statistics Canada reveals that the situation is becoming more and more serious. By 2036, it's expected that the demographic weight of Francophones whose first language is French in Quebec could be 69% or 70 and 73.6% respectively, depending on the language used at home. Quebec has its back against the wall. It cannot continue to back down. What's going to happen to our bill will say a great deal about the possibility of ensuring the future of French in Quebec within Canada. For 52 years, the most insistent adversary of French as the common language of Quebec, as the official language of Quebec, is the Canadian government. For the very first time, the federal government admitted that there's a decline and that there is a responsibility to promote French throughout all of Canada, including Quebec. Are the Liberals trying to dupe us again by trying to win a few votes from Francophones in Quebec? They're always against the application of Bill 101 to federal businesses. The two measures proposed in the current bill are not going to solve everything, but they certainly go along the lines of what Quebec is asking for. If there's no major change to the Official Languages Act, Quebecers are going to have to ask the question again, the crucial question, the one that's becoming more and more realistic, where we have to choose between assimilation or independence for Quebec.
Resuming debate, I'll I'll have to advise the honourable member that unfortunately I will have to interrupt him at one point. The honourable member for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary Government House Leader, he's got about 2 minutes to do his initial speech.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, I listened quite tentatively to all members of the House talk on what is no doubt a very important issue. When I think of Canada and our great diversities, and no matter where it is that I've been in the world, I often boast about Canada's diversity, and a part of that diversity, our founding nations, and the fact that we are a bilingual nation, a nation that supports, from a federal perspective, English and French. And at the end of the day, when I reflect on the province of Manitoba, and I compare it from, the early 70s when Pierre Trudeau brought in such a heavy emphasis on learning French in our school system, and how Manitoba has benefited by a national government that wants to recognize the importance of the French language and to ensure that Canadians from coast to coast learn more French. And I'll continue on when I get the next 8 minutes. I see you're standing up to stop me.
The time is up, and the honourable member will have 8.5 minutes the next time this matter is before the House. I see I've received notice that there are some points of order. The honourable member, the honourable official opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it doesn't give me any pleasure, but I am rising on a question of privilege concerning another occurrence of misconduct which happened in the House of Commons late Friday afternoon by a member of the Liberal Party. As it would happen, I had just left the chamber about 10 minutes prior to hit the road for an important engagement in Barrie-Innisfil on Friday evening, so I'm rising this at my earliest opportunity. The facts are these, Madam Speaker. The honourable member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake rose on a point of order to inquire whether the Liberal member for Brampton Centre was participating virtually from an inappropriate location. A brief discussion arose, and at its conclusion, the Assistant Deputy Speaker confirmed to the House, and this is documented at page 4931 of the debates, quote, "I have confirmation from the table that a page has confirmed that there was a member who appeared in the washroom," end quote. Subsequently, I've been informed that those who witnessed the events quite clearly saw the Liberal MP enter what appeared to be a toilet stall in one of the men's washrooms located on this very floor of this very building. The visible stonework, wooden door, and the stainless steel door hinges and coat hook on the back of the door, which is part of the long side of the stall, it looked quite familiar to all, I'm told. Now, based on the angle, Madam Speaker, I am informed that it appeared that the camera was mounted on the ledge or ridge on the wall just above the back of the toilet. The Member of Parliament was literally using the washroom while participating in a sitting of the House of Commons, the cathedral of Canadian democracy. I can't believe I actually just said those words, Madam Speaker. Now, you might think that this is an unprecedented situation, but sadly, unbelievably, actually, it isn't. In fact, there is a recent precedent which is practically identical. The former member from Pontiac, Will Amos, had also used the washroom on camera during a sitting of the House just last May, and in his case, he urinated into a coffee cup for all to see. Now, the chair ruled on June 7, 2021, at page 8034 of the debates, that this was a prima facie contempt, and invited my colleague, the honourable member for Elgin Middlesex London, to move a motion to refer the matter to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. That committee did not have the opportunity to take up the matter and to report its reflections on what was then an unprecedented situation during the 2 sitting weeks between the ruling and the dissolution of Parliament. In light of Mr. Amos's subsequent retirement, the matter was not pursued further in the current Parliament. The Chair's words in making last spring's ruling are, I think, equally pertinent today. Quote, "The Chair has on many occasions reminded members that virtual sessions are an extension of the proceedings of the House and that their conduct must respect our rules and practices even if they are participating remotely." And I want to reiterate yet again the importance of everyone adjusting to the temporary measures put in place in response to the pandemic and exercising continued vigilance to prevent such incidents from recurring. As soon as a member connects to a virtual sitting and opens their camera, they are considered to be, for all intents and purposes, in the House. There's no dispute about the facts in question, and they constitute a serious breach of the rules of decorum and an affront against the dignity of the House. House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, states at page 60, any conduct which offends the authority of the dignity of the House is referred to as contempt of the House, end quote. Frankly, Madam Speaker, we've now had 2 years with Zoom meetings, 2 years with hybrid parliament. Surely to God, we've figured out when and where to turn our cameras on and off. And it's the Liberals, the party which keeps shoving hybrid procedures down our throats, which can't seem to get their act together. On Friday, the government's House Leader, Parliamentary Secretary, did not react with shock and contrition one might naturally expect in this situation. Instead, Madam Speaker, he tried to present this as a positive thing. Quote, when people are in their offices working virtually, sometimes it can be very easy to shy away from the camera to do something else, much like we might shift over in a couple of seats. And I believe the most important thing is that members have the camera on and are in the room, end quote. Can't believe that, Madam Speaker. The most important thing is that the member for Brampton Centre's camera was on and he was in the shot. The room in question was a toilet stall, for crying out loud. These Liberals simply don't get it. If you ask me, given the blatant disrespect that the Liberals have shown Parliament over the past couple of years, from playing games with the resources available for committees to posing grave health risks for our dwindling ranks of simultaneous interpreters to quite literally urinating in the House, the answer here is to shut down hybrid Parliament and end this remote participation. It's time we all get back here in our places in this chamber. On top of the disrespect shown to the House, there's also a matter of potential consequential effects here on Parliament Hill. Under the Canada Labour Code, each of us is required to have an occupational health and safety officer. My health and safety officer has impressed upon me some very legitimate concerns that when entering any given washroom in West Block, parliamentary staff now have to wonder whether any of the MPs, Liberal in this case, might encounter carrying an active video camera connected to a live televised broadcast. Government motion number 11 already put enough burdens and strain on the staff of this place who support the functions of the House. The last thing we need is now to add stress that their privacy might be compromised by some MPs desperate not to incur the wrath of the Chief Government Whip by not contributing to quorum, at least until 6:30, when motion 11 lets them go have patio drinks down on Spark Street with their coalition partners in the NDP, while the rest of us are here carrying on the nation's business. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, just like last year, there is again no dispute about the facts in question. They were, as I said, confirmed by the chair, by the Assistant Deputy Speaker on Friday afternoon. A clearly relevant, precisely on point, and well-remembered precedent is in our books. This case, I believe, is open and shut, Madam Speaker. Therefore, if you agree that this incident amounts to a prima facie contempt, I am prepared to move the following motion: that the prima facie contempt concerning the misconduct of the member from Brampton Centre committed in the presence of the House be referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. That motion is in fact identical to the one that the Speaker allowed on June 7th last year, with of course the substitution of the riding name for the offending Liberal Member of Parliament. On the strength of undisputed facts and clear precedent, I invite you to rule now from the chair so that this House may pronounce itself on the disappointing and contemptuous conduct of yet another Liberal MP. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I do appreciate the additional information that was provided on this particular matter. I, as Assistant Deputy Speaker, was not in the chair on Friday, and therefore am not prepared to rule immediately. What I will do, though, is take the additional information that the honourable member has provided and take that into consideration on the point that was raised on Friday. In addition, I would like to remind all members that when they join virtually. They are, in fact, always considered to be in the room, even more so when I am particularly sitting in this chair. There is always someone who is probably unaware that their screen is right in front of me. And so I do want to remind members to be extremely respectful of Parliament, and as well as to ensure that should they need to leave their screen for whatever reason or have an interruption that they need to tend to, that they certainly need to make sure that they either log off or turn their and make sure that their screens are completely off. I am concerned by the matter that has been brought before, deeply concerned, and given the fact that there has been other incidents in the past, and it is certainly something that we as speakers and that the speaker himself will actually take into consideration and come back to this House with a ruling. I have another point of order, or point of privilege.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Madam Speaker, I would like to respond to the question of privilege raised by the member for Simcoe Grey on May 5th, which we believe is of great concern. The email discussions to which the member refers to do indeed amount to a tactic of executive interference in parliamentary business that is the sole responsibility of the Citizenship and Immigration Committee. In fact, it was a chain of emails regarding the preparation of instructions for a committee study report on different outcomes in the decisions of IRCC. And the fact that the chair is approaching executive branch staff for instructions to guide the writing of the committee's report by nonpartisan analysts is, in my opinion, of great concern. Analysts are expected to be impartial and independent in their professional duties. However, contrary to the allegations made by the parliamentary secretary to the leader of the government on Friday on this matter, there may be an attempt by the Department of Citizenship and Immigration and by the Privy Council Office to interfere in the affairs of the committee. According to the parliamentary secretary to the government House leader, it is clear from the emails that the advice given by the minister's office was only to suggest a way of writing the report that would help the Liberal members of the committee understand the government's position. And this is precisely the concern, Madam Speaker, that ministers are trying to direct the writing of committee reports. And we have to remember that the committee must act completely independently of the government in carrying out its mandate, and that it is the committee's job to monitor the actions of the department and the government. It is somewhat ironic, Madam Speaker, that the department and the Privy Council Office may offer their opinions on certain findings and recommendations that could be embarrassing to the government. And it is recognized by the House that the government should not see a draft committee report until it has been approved by committee members. And that being said, the committee and its staff who are devoted cannot be subject to direction from the Federal Public Service, Cabinet, or the government. We understand that this may be a brief of a specific privilege. However, according to Boscan-Gagnon in House Procedure and Practice at page 81, any act which impairs or obstructs the House in the performance of its functions or transgresses the authority or dignity of the House may be subject to contempt of Parliament. It is thus up to the House itself to consider any misconduct as a contempt and to deal with the situation as it sees fit. In the present case, the email exchanges informing the Office of the Minister of Immigration of the committee's work and the subsequent direction given by the staff of the committee raised the question of the independence of the House in the management of its work. Remember that initially, as the member for Simcoe Grey mentioned in referring to Boston Gagnon at page 62, parliamentary privileges were envisaged and put in place to protect the House and its members from the power and interference of the King and the House of Lords. It would be therefore important to remember, Madam Speaker, that the House must oppose any attempt or action that indicates government interference in the work of committees, which must remain independent within their mandate. At the Bloc, we believe that the facts raised merit referral to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee by the House to conduct a broader study of potential or actual issues of government interference in the reports of parliamentary committees. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
J'apprécie.
I appreciate the fact that the honourable member has elaborated on this question of privilege. It was already raised previously, and we will take this information that you presented today under advisement, and we will come back to the House with a decision. Thank you.
Ordre du jour. The Honourable Government House Leader has a point of order.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I moved, seconded by the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions, that in relation to Bill C-19, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 7th, 2022, and other measures, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to consideration at second reading stage of the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required for the purposes of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment.
Mr. Holland, seconded by Ms. Bennett, moves that in relation to Bill C-19, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 7, 2022, and other measures, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required for the purpose of this order, and, in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Pursuant to Standing Order 67.1, there will now be a 30-minute question period. J'invite les honorables.
I would ask honourable members who would like to ask questions to rise or activate the raised hand function so that the chair can note the name of the member who would like to participate in this question period.
Debate. The Honourable Official questions and comments? Yes. The Honourable Official Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm not quite surprised by this. The only thing that's surprising me is that this motion wasn't seconded by the NDP House Leader. This is just amazing to me. This is a government that argued with their coalition partners in the NDP about Motion 11, and what Motion 11 was going to do was going to expand more time, give opportunities for members to speak by expanding the hours, and yet with just 2.5 days of debate, they moved time allocation on an important piece of legislation, doing the exact opposite what they argued Motion 11 was going to do. Now, before they spare us with the false indignation of obstruction, in fact, what the government is doing is utilizing this motion to obstruct members of Parliament from doing their job, to providing oversight and scrutiny on important pieces of legislation. And so it's not surprising to me that we're at this point, and I know that the opposition House Leader is going to go on about Friday and about a movement of a motion to committee, splitting up a bill. We called the vote, Madam Speaker. There was no reason for Bill C-19 not to be debated except the filibuster by the government. So, Madam Speaker, my question is a simple one. Isn't it true that the government House Leader and the Prime Minister, in fact, because of this tag team partnership with the NDP, actually has exactly what it wants and needs in this Parliament, and that's an audience, not an opposition?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I don't know what forces drove the member opposite to come to office and to be in this chamber. I know him well enough to know that he's a good and honourable individual who has good intentions for this place. However, I can't imagine that his desire when he came here would be to basically day after day after day obstruct the business of the House. And, you know, if the member opposite and his party really wanted more debate, I would think they wouldn't move concurrence motions every day. And, you know, the fact of the matter is we tried with C8 to engage the party opposite over more than 4 months. Every day, over 4 months, asking how many more speakers they want. And what you ended up seeing, of course, was that they had no interest in debate. What they had interest in is an obstruction. And in fact, if we take a look at what we're dealing with in front of us here today, in only 2 days of debate, the Conservatives have proposed an amendment that would not even allow the Budget Implementation Act to be scrutinized, which is an integral role of the parliamentary process. They use motions of concurrence for 2 House reports to delay and obstruct debate in the House. They put forward sub-amendments to create further delays. And really what they've done all through this process is show that they have no interest. They want to basically hijack as one party the entire Parliament and not allow it to function. And then he's surprised that we would object to this, Madam Speaker.
I want to remind the official opposition House Leader he had an opportunity to ask a question. If he has more, there will be opportunity to ask more. And so it's not polite to interrupt the House Leader while he's responding. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Salaberry.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Look, I knew this would happen one day, this time allocation motion, but not now. People watching, they need to understand that we haven't even had 5 hours of debate on C-19, which is a massive bill with tons of things in it, tons of industries that are concerned by this. They're calling us. We need to debate this. It's a major bill. 5 hours is not enough. And I'm surprised because I think this isn't serious. It's almost disrespectful. It's contemptuous. We want this passed, of course, but it's part of our job to debate legislation, Madam Speaker. We need to debate this. I'm very surprised. In fact, I'm shocked that this motion is coming today. I was expecting it a bit later. It's too much. I think it's over the top to be invoking this already. And this government, with the NDP, is trying to prevent in-depth, serious debate, especially for C-19. This is no small bill. It's over 400 pages long. So, and it's a bit discouraging to see the government House Leader continuing to impede the work we do here in the House. The Honourable Government House Leader. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Yes, it's very important. It's so important to have debate here in the House at every stage. You need to have time to ask questions and get information. But when you look at this, there's time in the House. There will be time at committee as well for this bill. And after that, the bill will come back here to the House once again. So there will be a number of opportunities to speak to this bill and to ask questions. So I would encourage members to participate at every step. At each stage, there will be a number of opportunities.
Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And my question is to the government House Leader. I mean, we've seen over the last couple of months total blocking of important legislation by the Conservatives. Literally, teachers, farmers were basically being stopped from getting the important measures that were in C8 that continued on for months. Now we have the Budget Implementation Act, which does a number of things that the NDP has pushed the government to put into place, including national dental care, the first stage. Thousands of people in the official opposition House Leaders riding of Barris-Innisfil are going to benefit from that. And yet the Conservatives don't want to let it through. And the affordable housing provisions, we haven't seen for decades any real substantive action by the federal government. Now, finally, in the Budget Implementation Act and the budget this year, because of the confidence and supply agreement with the NDP, we're finally seeing tens of thousands of affordable housing units that could be built, including in Barrie-Innisfil. So right across the country, people would benefit. And I wanted to ask my colleague, the government House Leader, why he feels the Conservatives have been blocking everything, why they have disrupted every single routine proceedings now for almost 2 weeks. Why are they being so stubborn about refusing to allow important legislation that will help people get through the House?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague opposite for his question. I think he enumerates a number of things that are exceptionally important within this bill that we need to make progress on, and the Canadians expect us to make progress on. When I look, frankly, Madam Speaker, I'm confused. Because I have tried with the official opposition on numerous occasions to try to find opportunity, to find out how many speakers they want, to work with them, and it's just come back with no level of cooperation whatsoever. And I look at this bill as case in point, where they say they want to have more debate, and yet they move concurrence motions, which kill debate and means that less debate occurs. So I find at some point I would say obstruction can be a temporary tool and in that basis could be called strategy. But if you have one gear, if the only gear you have is obstruction, then that's not really a strategy. It's just obstinance. And I really am confused as to its aim.
Then comments, the Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to start by noting I have supported time allocations in the past when we've had a sufficient number of speakers. In this case, though, and I'll also mention to the point from the Government House Leader, I've been similarly concerned by some of the motions for concurrence we've seen here over the past week. That being said, my understanding is we've had 11 speakers so far on C-19 at second reading of 338 in this place. This is a substantial piece of legislation, as we've heard from the block, 452 pages. And so my question to the Government House Leader is, how can we ensure that sufficient debate is provided? If he is concerned with some tactics from opposition parties, why is the response to those tactics to further erode the quality of debate that we can have in this place? Thank you.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. The reality is there's lots of opportunity. We're talking about 5 days. Unfortunately, all the obstruction and concurrence motions from the Conservatives have vastly reduced the amount of debate that is available, and I recognize that. But you know, the problem, and I'm sure the member would be sympathetic to this, because as we're trying to take action on climate change and increasing our economic outcomes and taking action on housing, there's a lot of bills, and all of this obstruction means that there's an enormous backlog, and Canadians rightfully would expect that this Parliament, in its majority representation from many different parts of the country and certainly different parties, would take action on those items and wouldn't just sit idly by and allow one party to hijack the House and just stick it in mud. for period over period. So I'm hopeful that the Conservatives will rethink this strategy. I don't think it would resonate with Canadians. I can't imagine them going to the door and saying, great news, day after day, we stuck everything in the mud and didn't let Parliament do anything. I don't think that's a very effective message for them to take to the doors. Instead, I would say, work creatively with us. So the committee stage is coming up after this. It has to return again to the House. There's multiple different phases where they can participate, and hopefully they will do so constructively. And that has not been the case so far.
In comments, the Honourable Official Opposition House Leader.
So here are the facts, Madam Speaker. There have been two concurrence motions that have been moved, one on fisheries, one on ethics, an important issue with respect to fisheries coming out of committee, and of course important issues as it relates to the scandalous behavior of this government on ethics. Two, on C8, the House said it was introduced December 16th, and it was introduced on December 16th. We had 10 weeks where this House wasn't sitting. What do they expect on the fall economic statement? That we're not going to have debate on this. The other thing that we're seeing too, Madam Speaker, is that before the coalition agreement with the NDP sided with the government 89% of the time on votes, and since that coalition agreement, they've sided with them 95%. So it's not surprising to me that I'm hearing the opposition, or the NDP House Leader, parroting the talking points of the government. The fact is that we're seeing a decline in democracy, Madam Speaker, that this is the government's attempt to seize complete control over this place on an important legislation like C-19, where members have the right to speak, members have the right to move motions. We have those rights because these are important issues to Canadians, Madam Speaker. And will the government House Leader just admit that he's contributing to a further decline in democracy in this country, and that Canadians didn't vote for a coalition agreement between the NDP and the Liberals? They actually voted for an effective opposition, including the Conservative Party, who, by the way, Madam Speaker, is the official opposition, Her Majesty's loyal opposition. We'll continue to do our jobs, despite the fact that the government doesn't want us to do it.
The Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I can only reflect that, unfortunately, in all the conversations that I've had with the opposition House Leader, there just hasn't been any interest to engage in talking about the calendar or moving things forward. That every time we talk, it's more obfuscation, and that's disappointing to me because I have to say that that I was hoping for more, and I continue to hope for more. But I will say, Madam Speaker, that it's important to reflect on two things. One, I was here in opposition, and so it's a little bit difficult for me to listen to the Conservative Party who use time allocation as not a tool, but as a hammer to hammer the opposition every day that they were there, and literally created a playbook 200 pages long talking about how to control committees, shut them down, and telling their members exactly how to puppeteer all of these committees. To now object after 4 months of blocking any government legislation moving forward, to object now when we have all of these important issues for Canadians that they're expecting to be dealt with, to object that now we are utilizing these tools so that this place can get its business done. Because the Conservatives, they only represent a small fraction of all of the members that are in this House. And they do not have the right to hijack all of Parliament. If they were to win a majority government, they can go back to using a cudgel to hammer the opposition and ram things through and not allow debate as they did before. They could do that. They don't have a majority. We don't have a majority. We're attempting to work with other parties. And I would say to the party opposite that if they want to be constructive, if they want to get things done, if they don't want to spend the next 3 years simply blocking everything that moves, talk to us, because we want to work with them to move things forward.
Comments, Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if the Government House Leader could provide his thoughts on the fact that, you have a legislative agenda which incorporates the changing of laws. You have budgetary measures. It's a government agenda that does need to ultimately get through. There's nothing wrong with opposition parties critiquing of it, offering amendments, changes, and so forth, and not in opposition to that. But it's the official opposition's attempt to frustrate all things in all ways. So, for example, on C8, and if he could provide his thoughts on C8, which was the fall economic statement, which ultimately passed the House after the budget was just released just a couple of weeks back, Madam Speaker. And they did that through frustrating filibustering, through concurrence reports. They even attempted to adjourn the House. Just different ways to prevent the bill from even being debated. And I'm referring to C8. If he can just provide his thoughts in regards to C8.
Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And it became apparent after more than 4 months on dealing with C8 that it would be, it was dealing with the previous fall. I think we'd be lucky to get to the coming fall if we had not used measures to move it forward. And there were critical supports there for teachers and for workers. And similarly here with the Budget Implementation Act, it's not just that there's such important measures to be taken on everything from housing to banning foreign investment to labor mobility to reducing by half the corporate and small business tax rates. There's so many things that are essential here. It's everything that also flows behind it, and we have a responsibility to that. And, you know, I would say at the onset of my time in House Leader going back to December, the Conservatives came forward with good proposals on C3, and we were able to work together. We had an opportunity where they came forward on C4 to move it forward because we recognized it. We're in a minority government, and how we comport ourselves, this is a choice for each of us. I would just simply say that as the government House Leader, I recognize the minority status that we're in, and that we're going to be in this House for a period of time. I would imagine the Conservative MPs want to do some things here, want to get some things done. And I could imagine that standing up every day on dilatory motions and obfuscating is got to get pretty old for you guys at some point. And you want to take some things back to your constituency. I'm willing to work with you on that. Come forward with stuff.
The Honourable Government House Leader needs to address all questions and comments through the chair, not directly to the members or their party. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I wanted to ask about the Government House Leader about the complete lack of self-awareness of Conservative MPs. And they blocked for months important legislative changes that would help teachers, that would help farmers. I certainly heard from teachers in my riding, Madam Speaker, people saying, let's get this done. And Conservatives said, no, we're not going to let anything through. And now we have the Budget Implementation Act that, for the first time, puts in place national dental care. Thanks to the NDP, thanks to the member for Burnaby South, we actually will see the thousands of people in every Conservative constituency, but also in the constituencies of every one of us in the House of Commons, having access to dental care. And this is a significant shift. Affordable housing as well, Madam Speaker, for the first time actually having in place an affordable housing program that will create tens of thousands of affordable housing units right across the country to address the housing crisis. So these are all things that benefit everybody, every constituent in the House, not just Conservative MPs, but all MPs. This is what we should be working on. And yet, Madam Speaker, as you know, for 5 days in a row, the Budget Implementation Act was supposed to be brought forward. 5 days in a row, the Conservatives blocked any sort of discussion. They just refused to let this move forward in any way, and they wouldn't debate it either. They kept bringing the official opposition House Leader neglects the fact that for 2 weeks, every single day, routine proceedings has been disrupted by the Conservatives. My question to the Government House Leader is simply, why is there no self-awareness amongst Conservative MPs that what they're doing is harming Canadians?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And you know, I agree. I think that sometimes in the thrust and party of this place, we can lose the purpose of what we come here. And again, I would go back to what we did with the Conservatives on C3. That was a great opportunity to work together. We absolutely have a supply and confidence agreement with the NDP. I think we're working on a lot of important issues from affordable housing to the environment to the dental care plan that the member referenced. But I would suggest to the members opposite, just as we did in C3, that there remains opportunities for every member of this House. This is my 5th minority government that I've had the privilege to serve in. I've seen it done all ways. And I can say that, you know, when I was in opposition, I spent my fair time both criticizing the government and trying to obstruct at different moments. But, you know, when I lost, and I lost in 2011, the reflections that I had were the opportunities I had to get things done. And we're going to be here for a while, is my guess. And instead of moving things to obstruct every day, I would invite Conservative members to come and have a conversation with us about the things they're hearing from their constituents that they want movement on. And it's totally fair they're going to vote against some bills, totally fair that every once in a while, to make a point, they might want to obstruct. But I hope they also will reflect that when we were trying to deal with a bill like C8, that after it being dragged out for more than 4 months, this is where we wind up. It's not healthy. There's a better way to work together, and I extend that bridge. I thought that we had a really good start. I'd like to get back to it.
Comments? The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's interesting to hear the official House Leader ask for Conservative MPs to come and actually tell them what they're hearing from the constituents when all they've done is shut down debate once again. They don't really want to hear how rural and remote Canadians feel about their policies. Also interesting, Madam Speaker, is that the lapdog from New Westminster, Burnaby, comes to the defense of the government. Madam Speaker, it is challenging when you are one of the 338 members of Parliament elected to be here to bring the voice of Canadians here, and then once again the government shutting down debate. Madam Speaker.
Order the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We're all honourable members here. I know that debates get heated from time to time, but it is entirely inappropriate for that member to refer to my colleague, the member from New Westminster, as Burnaby New Westminster, as a lapdog. It is entirely inappropriate to use that kind of language in this House, to refer to any honourable member in this House in that manner. Madam Speaker, I seek your advice on how to proceed with this outrageous point of view offered by that member.
Appreciate the honourable member's interruption. It was something that I was going to raise as soon as the honourable member had finished. I would ask members not to attack individual members in the House that way, and I trust that he will offer an apology before he continues his remarks, which I'm just going to ask him to wrap up soon.
Well, Madam Speaker, I apologize if perhaps my comments hit a nerve or strike a nerve with our colleagues. Madam Speaker, with all due respect, I know our colleagues to be honourable, Madam Speaker, I do. But it is frustrating. It is frustrating.
I just want to ask the member whether or not he's going to apologize to the member.
I think I was just getting to it if my time...
So I would ask the member to respond to that, finish his question so I can get to the honourable member, because we're running out of time, and I'm going to have to start cutting questions on this side of the House.
With all due respect, I do apologize for saying the comments, but I do not apologize in terms of the feelings that this side of the House feels when this government has essentially given themselves a majority with their colleagues from the NDP. Madam Speaker, I want to ask through you to our colleague, what happened to the sunny ways of 2015 where the government was not going to start with some dilatory motions? They were going to be the most open and responsive government, and they were not going to force closure on debates, which they've done time and time again, not only in this session, but any time that the heat is turned up on them. What happened to that government?
Again, I just want to remind members that name-calling is really not a very professional thing to do, especially even in this House. The honourable member, the honourable government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I spent a lot of time in opposition, and one of the things that I think is really not becoming of this place. Is to use that kind of language towards any other member. The reality is the member opposite, the NDP House Leader, he and I have our differences, but I think that we both recognize that we are elected in a minority government to find ways to get things done for Canadians. And I would reflect back to the member that we had a really great start. I mentioned C3, I mentioned C4, but there was a lot of things that were put forward by the Conservatives that were reasonable and that we were able to work with. What I'm experiencing now, I'm telling you, is nothing but obstruction. I don't have anything to work with. And yes, after 4 months of this place being bottlenecked with obstruction, then we had to recognize there was no interest in actually having more debate. There was just an interest in really unilaterally shutting this place down and sticking it in the mud. And no party should try to do that, I would say, from the position of having a minority of elected seats. So they talk about the elected will of Canadians. The elected will of Canadians is for this chamber to work and work together.
For Vancouver East.
Madam Speaker. In the last election, the electorate sent a clear message to all of us. That is that we need to come back to this House and to do work for the people. New Democrats took that seriously. And one of the things that we're working on is to advance the needs of the community and to fight for them. And what we have done is to use the power of 25 New Democrats and negotiated a supply confidence agreement with the government. And in that process, and what we have in this bill, is to bring forward for people in our communities a dental care program. A national dental care program that's needed, certainly for my constituents, seniors who's not been able to get their teeth fixed because they cannot afford to see a dentist, seniors who's blending up their food to eat. So the obstruction that is being put forward by the Conservatives consecutively not only obstructs this House, but also the work of committee as well. So,
sorry, I have a point of order. The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I guess it's just a question more to you, Madam Speaker. Is this a statement by a government member or a question from the opposition?
That is debate, and I've been hearing a lot of heckling on this side of the House, and I would ask members to respect the fact that other members have the floor. If the honourable member can ask her question, because I do have other people that, other parliamentarians that want to ask questions as well. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. To that end, my question to all members of the House is this. Do they not want to see a national dental program in place for their constituents? Do they not want to see it and ensure that teachers who are being impeded with their inability to get their tax credits that's being promised in this bill move forward? Why are we trying to obstruct?
Okay. So again, I got a point of order. The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Yes, and it is a point of order, Madam Speaker. We just heard the member ask a question of another opposition party. I don't know if she doesn't know the role of the NDP in this place. It's opposition.
Point of debate. The honourable government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think what we're seeing at the crux of this is a different view of what Canadians sent us here to do and what the role of official opposition is, or opposition generally. It is my view that Canadians sent us here in a minority government with an expectation that we're going to work together. That yes, we're going to disagree. We'll do so respectfully. We're going to be voting either for or against different things, but that we'll be putting ideas on the table and moving them respectfully through this place. That's what Canadians' expectation is. I think if you knock on doors and ask people, what are you doing this week? That if you said, well, you know what? Dental care is extremely important to me. The environment is really important to me. Housing, making sure that we get to those issues, that we get to the legislation and to the debate that's going to get to the policies that are going to drive forward an agenda that's going to serve Canadians and help them. That's what they want to hear. I would reflect back to the members, particularly as they draw the weeks on and on and on here of doing the same thing again and again, that it's not a great message to go back to those same constituents and say, well, I tried to block the House from doing its work. I stood up every day and moved concurrence motions. I limited debate. I tried to make sure that other elected members didn't have an opportunity to engage in debate and tried to stop legislation from coming forward. I can't imagine that's a very compelling narrative to give to constituents.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kitchener Centre. A brief question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I share concerns with how long it took to get C8 through this place. I also recognize and appreciate that the government House Leader is a reasonable person. However, let's be honest, what's in C19? Climate is mentioned only with respect to the climate action incentive being delivered once a quarter as opposed to once a year. I don't see a section in here that implements dental care. And so my question to the government House Leader, if this does move through time allocation, does this mean that we'll see more substantial climate legislation? Does it mean we'll see legislation for the Canada Disability Benefit, which over 100 MPs from all parties in this place have made clear they want to see this government move forward on fast?
Honourable Government House Leader has about 40 seconds to respond.
Well, the quick answer is absolutely, that by moving forward after this, that we have a raft of things that are going to be helping Canadians, improving their lives, taking action on climate, on housing, on making sure that we are helping workers, that we're helping businesses as we start returning to normal, and that we build on the remarkable economic success. You know, Canada's recovered 115% of the jobs lost in the pandemic. That's compared to 93% in the United States. We have a leading plan, I would say one of the best, if not the best plan, to tackle climate change and to take appropriate climate action, and that there's so many things that follow in behind this. It's why we can't accept the Conservatives to scuttle the agenda of the government or the House, because we have to get to these things.
Hear, hear. It is my duty to interrupt the proceedings at this time and put forthwith the question on the motion now before the House. La question est la suivante, Monsieur Holland.
The question is as follows. Mr. Holland, seconded by Ms. Bennett, moved that in relation to Bill C-19, dispense?
No. Que relativement au projet de loi C.
An act to amend that in relation to Bill C-19, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 7, 2022, and other measures, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the bill. And
at 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required for the purpose of this order, and, in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Si un député d'un parti reconnu présent.
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the Chair, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, we just ask if the motion could pass on division.
The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
We would request a recorded division. Thank you very much.
Call in the members.
now. The question is the following one. Mr. Holland, seconded by Ms. Bennett, moves that in relation to Bill C-19, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 7, 2022, and other measures, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration of the second reading stage of the bill. And Kerr, 15 minutes of
that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill. Any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required for the purpose of this order, and in return, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively, without further debate or amendment.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically is started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Anand.
Ms. Anand.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Jacek.
Ms. Jacek.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Essasi.
Mr. Essasi.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Ms. Damoff.
Ms. Damoff.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Monsieur Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Chahal.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Meow.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Edlout.
Ms. Edlout.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Holbach.
Mr. Holbach.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Ms. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Ms. Lanceman.
Ms. Lanceman.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Godreau.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Saint-Clair Desgagnés.
Madame Saint-Clair Desgagnés.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If the members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Speaker, I vote nay.
Mr. Dreesen, nay. Contre.
Nobody else? Anybody else with technical difficulties? No. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 178, 178. Nays contre 149, 149.
I declare the motion carried. So who's our first? All right. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, commons.
Of the second reading of C-19 Budget Implementation Act 2022, number 1, and resuming debate on the sub-amendment of Mr. Viss.
I wish to inform the House that because of the proceedings on the time allocation motion, government orders will be extended by 30 minutes. Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Terrebonne.
The honourable member for Terrebonne.
Excuse-moi.
C'est bizarre, mon micro.
Ben oui, c'est parce que je suis là.
Ah, ok, excuse.
Bon. Merde. Je désire tout d'abord informer.
First of all, I'd like to inform the House, once these gentlemen have moved on, that I'll be sharing my time with my colleague from Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. We are here to talk about Bill C-19, a huge 500-page act that covers everything under the sun. It's a bit of a kitchen sink kind of a bill, but it doesn't really talk about budget measures. Another bill is expected in the weeks to come. Now, the Bloc is in favor in principle, even though some things could and should be dealt with in greater detail. Let me explain. Even if we are in favor in principle, we do expect to be able to examine all the measures in this bill in detail at committee. Because you can't go through a document this thick with only a few hours of debate. That's all we've had so far, is a few hours debate, and that debate is being cut off far too soon. Order, order. There are many people holding conversations in the House, and there's someone trying to deliver a speech right now. So I'd ask people to take their discussions and conversations elsewhere or pay attention to the speech. The honourable member for Terrebonne. Okay. So as I was saying, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. What I was saying was, even though the Bloc is in favor of this bill in principle, a number of the measures set out in the bill deserve closer examination, and that's what we intend to do in committee. My colleague from Joliette will make sure that every measure in this bill is scrutinized so that it can be passed properly. So even though we agree in principle, we do intend to go into the nitty-gritty at committee. There are a number of measures in this bill that we feel are reasonable and in good faith. These are like emergency measures. For example, the extension of benefits, pandemic-related benefits, and we're in favor of that. There are still a lot of companies that need help because of the pandemic. They need economic assistance, financial assistance. What you have to understand is that the Bloc has always supported targeted assistance. We want companies to be supported because we know that the pandemic has disrupted various industries in different ways. Some sectors have done very well, but others like tourism and hospitality are still having problems. People have changed their habits, and they haven't necessarily returned to theaters and restaurants and so on. So people have changed their habits. So it's good to help sectors that have been particularly hard hit by the pandemic. The second urgent measure is a 5-week extension of EI for seasonal workers, and we support that. And the third is a $2 billion increase to the health transfers, plus $500 million for public transit. Coming back to the extension of financial assistance related to the pandemic, once again, we are in favor, but in a targeted way. So we agree with that in principle, but I did want to point out that for months now, businesses have been contacting us, and we have written letters to the government and to the minister in question, and nothing has been provided in the short term to help businesses that have a lack of semiconductors. It's serious. There are companies that have had to lay people off, and they've fallen on hard times because they're missing an essential part, which is semiconductors. And there's still nothing. I've asked the question a number of times here in the House. There's nothing to help those businesses in the short and medium run. The budget may have a line or two that talks about plans to potentially someday having that technology here in Quebec or somewhere else in Canada. But for now, there's nothing concrete. There's nothing at all, in fact, no assistance. For companies that have to lay people off, they've lost jobs, and they may have lost expertise, and they may go belly up. It's unacceptable. And the extension of benefits for seasonal workers, EI benefits, is good, but I think quite a few of us would agree that EI requires a full overhaul. There wouldn't be a need for pandemic-related benefits if EI worked, and that's still a problem. It's a real problem. I have a colleague working very hard on that. Many proposals have been made. So EI is a completely defective system. People pay in, and ultimately the system is done so that they get the minimum back. That doesn't make sense. The system shouldn't be run by the federal government when it's our money, after all, and it's so dysfunctional for 2 years and a half almost, 2.5 years, that pandemic benefits have been required, additional assistance, because EI wasn't up to the task. So an overhaul of EI is necessary, and it needs to be done quickly. And the third thing that we should discuss today is the immediate increase of $2 billion to health transfers. This has been called for a long time. We were expecting this because our healthcare system is struggling. It's overwhelmed. And those increases to transfers are needed right away. So this bill, C-19, provides for a $2 billion increase to healthcare. And that's great. But it's our money. Why do we have to beg for our own money to get it back? Not only that, but there's a $750 million amount for public transit. That's great. Public transit has suffered throughout the pandemic. People aren't riding anymore. They've changed their habits, as I said before. They're not riding. They're not taking public transit because they're still afraid of the virus and its spread. So yes, the infrastructure needs to be renovated. More money is needed for public transit. But that money, which once again is our money, should not have strings attached. It's our money. It shouldn't be. If we're just getting our money back, there shouldn't be strings attached. And if you look at the provinces and Quebec, we shouldn't have to put up with those conditions in order to get that money. We also discovered in recent months, when studying the books, that various departments in their spending, we need to be able to look at who, when, and where. Departments are responsible for answering those questions. What amount of money, when it's over $100,000, we should be able to see where that money went and to whom. And there's a serious problem. Crown corporations like Export Development Canada, the Development Bank, they are not subject to the same rules, the same transparency rules. And what that means, that if an ordinary person wants to find out where their tax money is going, so in other words, spending that goes through Crown corporations. So if an individual wanted to know where their money was going, if it's over $100,000, they won't be able to find out because Crown corporations are not subject to the same requirements. They're subject to international standards, but they apply to the private sector. They shouldn't apply to the public sector. And Crown corporations are public sector. An ordinary person should be able to find out where that $100,000 check, who it was sent to, and for what.
Tant qu'on ne saura pas combien on...
As long as we don't know where this has gone, how Crown corporations work, and Crown corporations represent 20 to 30% of government expenditures. And we don't know how much we give. We know how much we give because of the way money is given to the government, but we don't know how much we're getting out of it through government expenditures because we can't find out via Crown corporations how much each province is getting. So as long as we don't know how much we're getting, we want transfers, we want our money to be given to us without strings attached. Thank you very much.
Avant de procéder avec les questions et commentaires.
Before proceeding with questions and comments.
Has his hand up for a point of order. The honourable member for Brampton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the question of privilege that was raised by the member for Barrie Innsville earlier today. I want to take this opportunity to apologize sincerely and unreservedly to all members of the Parliament for the unfortunate event that transpired last Friday. And I ask that House and its members to forgive me for my lapse in judgment. I take this matter extremely seriously, and I promise never to repeat this error again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for his intervention. Merci beaucoup. Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the things that's really important to recognize is that when we talk about the budget implementation bill, that it's a part of the bigger picture of the national budget, a budget that delivers in many ways from Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Issues dealing, for example, with childcare, and taking the example of what's taken place in the province of Quebec. Quebec has clearly demonstrated how successful a national childcare plan can be because of the success of the child care plan in the province of Quebec. And I'm wondering if my colleague could provide her thoughts in terms of the benefits of having a $10 a day child care program for all provinces, in particular for parents from a perspective of affordability to the economy in terms of an engagement or the possible engagement of literally thousands and thousands of future workers.
Je
remercie l'honorable collègue.
I want to thank the honourable colleague for his excellent question. This will give me the chance to mention to him that, unfortunately, there's not enough spots. And that system was set up, first of all, by the Parti québécois, a sovereigntist party, because we know that good actions in Quebec are determined by sovereigntist parties. Now, when it comes to his question, not only are there not enough spots in daycare, it's a provincial system. The federal government should not interfere with it. And we've had enough with the federal government getting involved in what belongs to the provinces.
And comments. L'honorable député de Simcoe North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Merci pour mon amie for her speech. Very good. I would like her to speak a little bit more about the paternalism or the theme of paternalism that we saw in this budget. The Prime Minister seems to be adding strings attached with funding that's supposed to be going to provinces for which is within the provincial jurisdiction. I have said in this House before that you could sometimes mistake the Prime Minister for wanting to become a Premier instead of a Prime Minister, given with all the meddling in provincial jurisdiction that he's been doing over the last number of years. But I'd like the Honourable Member to mention that. Thank you very much.
Honourable député de Terrebonne.
Je remercie mon honorable.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague, with whom I really enjoyed discussing. As for his question, this is an excellent way to continue the answer that I was giving earlier. Even with the system that we have in Quebec, the federal government keeps trying to impose conditions. It's extremely paternalistic. When we're asking for our own money back to do what we think we need, we're being asked to obey conditions in exchange. It is not all right for the federal government to constantly interfere in what the provinces decide. The provinces have every right to decide for themselves about certain programs, especially where their money can go. Provinces are different. They have different priorities. Why don't we leave more decision-making power with the provinces, especially with Quebec, which is a whole other country? We're still dealing with two solitudes. Thank you. Questions and comments?
L'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
Si, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to extend many thanks to my colleague for her excellent speech. I have a question for the economist that she is. In the budget, there's the whole issue of housing. At the Finance Committee last year, the chair was saying that to solve the crisis, we needed to increase the supply. In the budget, we see help people access property. Many economists are saying, however, that this measure is counterproductive, and I'd like to hear my colleague on that. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Thank you very much to my dear colleague for his question. Indeed, the overheated housing market is different in many cities. We don't have the same problem in Vancouver, Toronto, Montreal, or regions in Quebec. Using a single measure to try and meet the challenges throughout the entire country is already a bad idea. But even worse, there is a problem of supply. There's a very high occupancy rate. Providing measures for a segment of the population that's already able to save, this measure is for people who already can put money aside to buy a house and is going to stimulate demand even more, which is counterproductive. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. L'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert, et je pense que tu as à peu près 5 minutes.
Merci, Monsieur.
I think you have about 7 minutes.
Très content de prendre la parole sur cette.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise to speak to Bill C-19. There's a lot of things. We've talked about it, but it is a shame that we are limited in our time of debate. We will never criticize them enough. Liberals are against debates. We saw during the election campaign we had important bills that needed to be voted on. They decided to call an election. Everything went back to square one. There were bills that basically had to go back to square one. 2 years ago, they prorogued the House. And now we have this mammoth bill that doesn't even include all of the budgetary measures, just part of them. So I'm going to focus on the part that I'm interested in the most. I think everybody knows in this House that I've gotten up about 1 billion times to talk about the housing crisis. In fact, Mr. Speaker, there's 4 significant crises going on in Canada. There's the language crisis. My colleague for Salaberry-sur-Loire tabled a bill. My colleague for Pointe-de-l'Île is very committed to defending the French language in Quebec, just as I am, and everybody at the Bloc Québécois. It's important. There is a significant linguistic crisis happening in the country, and the federal government refuses to recognize that there's no equality between the status of the French language and that of the English language. It's a big problem. And there is the public health crisis. We're slowly getting out of it. We're glad to see it. We hope that the consequences, which are going to be significant, will be manageable, even if the federal government said it sent money during the crisis, one-time payments to help with the healthcare system throughout the country. It refuses the constant request put forward by every single province to increase health transfers from 22 to 35%, which could actually help to pay for the next crisis. We're talking about we're talking with organizations on the ground, and there's another crisis coming, the mental health crisis that's going to cost us. One day, the federal government is going to have to understand that health is under provincial jurisdiction, and it's not up to them to set standards. The provinces who manage hospitals pay the doctors. They're the ones who manage the system. They're the ones who know their needs. They're the ones who need the money. And the money is here in Ottawa. The other crisis we're going through right now is the climate crisis. And there's a connection with the main subject that I want to raise today, which is the housing crisis, which is what I talk about the most in this place, the climate crisis. The government, when it comes to the housing crisis, acts in a similar way with the climate crisis. In a month, the federal government increased targets, which were about 30% in the budget before last. But in the last budget, they said, we're never going to reach these targets. We'll increase it to 36%. And then they went up to 36%. Oh, but there's still no measure to get there. We don't know how they're going to get there, but 36%. And then on Earth Day, they increased it somewhere to 40 to 45%. Still no measure to get there. No measure that says how we're going to get there. And they just throw numbers out at us. And now, in the meantime, 1 billion barrels of oil over 30 years. The Project Baie du Nord. Canada has never, ever, never, in all of its history, never hit a single greenhouse gas reduction target. It's never happened in its entire history. And now we've got 40 to 45%. Well, it's ridiculous. And let's go back to housing. When it comes to housing, the government is basically making the same kind of bets, is throwing out all kinds of numbers and is crossing their fingers and closing their eyes and clenching and hoping they'll achieve their target. In the budget, we're talking about, in Canada, that we need 3.5 million housing units to face the crisis we're currently experiencing. 3.5 million. Where did they get that number, first of all? I think they got it out of a study we saw a study a few months ago that we needed 1.7, and the Liberals must have said, now that we've got a budget, they must have said, well, up to 2031, immigration targets are high, 1.7 million. Well, we've got about 300,000 people coming in per year. That means we're going to need 3.5 million units. But in the budget, there's a failure. Oh, I've got some questions to answer for 5 minutes. Okay. In the budget, there's an admission of failure because there was 3.5 million, but they don't say, just like with climate change, how we're going to get there. There's a few programs, there's a few numbers, there's a few amounts to face this crisis. But let's look at the housing accelerator with municipalities, which is a big problem in and of itself. It's already a scandal. Municipalities are the creation of the provinces. And the federal government is saying, we're going to take this money and we're going to send it to Matane, to Rimouski, to Quebec, to Longueuil, to Valleyfield, bypassing Quebec. We're going to have to talk about Quebec in there somewhere. The last time we tried to negotiate with Quebec, it took 3 years. 3 years. And during that time, they were spending money in Toronto and Vancouver and Winnipeg, but nothing in Quebec. Nothing.
Je m'excuse au député.
I apologize to the member. I warned you that you had 5 minutes before question period. Unfortunately, it's already done. You will have 3 minutes and 27 seconds when we resume after question period.
Déclaration de députés.
Statements by
members. The honourable member for Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Speaker, for the last few years, the University of Calgary has been collaborating with the Sikh Sangat in the city to raise money for a Sikh Studies program. Many of the residents from my riding of Calgary Skyview have contributed to this initiative. The Sikh Studies program consists of an instructorship in Sikh Studies, additional courses, a postdoctoral research fellowship, a Sikh Studies community advisory group, and a library fund for Sikh literature. The university and stakeholders are still collecting donations for the program's endowment. Thank you to the Sangat who has and will donate. I want to thank the Gurdwaras, including the Dashmish Cultural Center, the Sikh Society of Calgary, Guru Ramdas Darbar Sri Guru Granth Sahib for their leadership. Thank you to the University of Calgary for providing a home to Canada's first Sikh Studies program. Finally, a special thank you to the MP from Surrey Newton for joining me to raise money for the program. Thank you.
The honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Speaker, earlier this month, residents of Kawartha Lakes felt the loss of two prominent historians and authors. Bev Ewan grew up working at his family's convenience store in Kirkfield, delivering milk to try to get himself through university to complete his teaching degree. After retiring from the Durham District School Board, Bev volunteered with the Kirkfield Historical Society, acting as the editor and publisher of their regular newsletter, as well as managing the Society's website and other newsletters. Bev was a regular speaker at local events and will be remembered by generations of children as Santa Claus at the Kirkfield Museum's Christmas concert each year. In an interesting parallel, Dr. Ray Fleming also grew up in a general store in Argyll. In fact, after completing his PhD in Canadian history, Dr. Fleming went on to write many books, including one entitled General Stores of Canada. Throughout his career, Dr. Fleming was a lecturer at various universities and was a research associate at Trent University's Frost Centre for Canadian and Indigenous Studies. Both men were pillars in the community and will be greatly missed by many.
The honourable member for Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate a now iconic Canadian from my riding of Halifax West, Metea Roach. Metea first appeared on Jeopardy back on April 5th, and for more than a month, she dazzled viewers with her knowledge about everything from Belgian kings to Nova Scotian duck-calling retrievers. Through her 23 winning performances, she became the first Canadian Jeopardy super champion. But what shone through most about Metea was her warmth and kindness. She's a role model for women, youth, members of the LGBTQ community, and indeed, everyone who knows the value of knowledge, no matter how obscure it may be. I know my community and all Canadians will be cheering her on in the Tournament of Champions in November, and none as loudly as her proud parents, Patty and Phil. Join me in congratulating Metea and wishing her success in her Jeopardy journey and in law school. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to underscore the 35 years of commitment today in the pharmaceutical agriculture sector of Michel Daisy. He have worked with the Union of Agricultural Producers for many years, and as the Vice President of the Union, he has worked for many years and been part of the developmental plan for the development of farmlands, and also worked as a knight of the Chevalier de Berthier-Maskinongé. I would like to tip my hat to him for all the work he has done and wish him the best in his retirement. Mr. Daisy, thank you for your contribution and for your passion. The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, On the occasion of Mother's Day, I would like to extend my best wishes to all women and to highlight in particular the resilience of the seniors who are paying a heavy price for the COVID-19 pandemic in Bourassa. Our seniors are affected the most by isolation from their loved ones. And it is with great enthusiasm that my team and myself have begun for the first time in a week in person Mother's Day celebrations. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank the leaders and members of the senior clubs and seniors' residences, as well as the organizations working in this county, to bring seniors out of isolation and contribute to their well-being. Thank you, and happy Mother's Day to the various communities that make up our great country. Thank you.
Well, the honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
Mr. Speaker, Mother's Day is a day to be celebrated. I spent this last weekend in gratitude and celebration of the women in my life. I am blessed to have an incredible grandmother, Audrey, with us. She has been always a pillar of strength for my family. My wonderful mother, Heather, and my wife, Allison, who make sure our children know they're always loved and supported unconditionally. Mother's Day is a celebration, but for some it often comes with mixed emotions, including grief. Grief from a mother passing or a relationship being estranged, infertility and longing for the opportunity to be a mom, or the heaviness that comes from losing a child of your own. I think the hardest job in the world is mothering a child you can no longer hold. I want to thank all the moms for everything you do, and I want you to know if grief or mixed feelings accompanied you this Mother's Day, you aren't alone, and we see you. Let's celebrate these amazing women this whole week, this whole year, truly know that they deserve more than just one day.
Yeah. Here, here. The honourable member for Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, Asian Heritage Month is an opportunity to recognize the contributions Canadians of Asian heritage have made and continue to make to the socio-economic, political and cultural heritage of Canada. I organized Asian Heritage Month celebration on the Parliament Hill yesterday with about 500 people attending and performances from 10 diaspora groups. I would like to thank the volunteer team led by my friend Karunakar Reddy Papala, fondly known as KK. Team included Bangladeshi Canadian Shah Bahauddin, Cambodian Canadian Uthi Le, Chinese Canadian Alex Ho, Iranian Canadian Alma Rahmani, Pakistani Canadian Dr. Said Aziz, Sri Lankan Canadian Anura Ferdinand, Taiwanese Canadian Tony Fan, Tamilian Canadian Shivaruban Shivalingam, Vietnamese Canadian Can Le. Also, Jassi Shea, Monica Gupta, Puneet Agarwal, Riyaz Zaman, and Suvir Par Chaudhary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
At the age of 5, my daughter signed up to play hockey, and she was able to do that because of the leadership of a great Canadian athlete, Abby Hoffman. In 1956, when she was 9 years old, she wanted to play hockey. She cut her hair short, registered as Ab Hoffman, and excelled. But when they discovered she was a girl, her hockey career ended. Later, Abby discovered her love for running. She represented Canada at the Olympics and Pan Am Games and won medals for Canada as a runner. But to do that, she also once again had to break through barriers. She actually opened up Heart House, which was only open to men until that time, to women as well, so that they could run and play sports as well. She continues to fight to this day for women in sports. Next week, she's going to be inducted into Ontario's Hall of Fame. Thank you, Abby, for your leadership. Congratulations from all Canadian girls, and happy Canadian Jewish Heritage Month. You're a big part of our wonderful heritage.
Bravo.
The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On June 4th, we will celebrate National Range Day. There are over 2.3 million licensed firearms owners in Canada. We enjoy our property, our culture, our passion safely without issue. That deserves to be celebrated. National Range Day is an opportunity for all Canadians to learn and participate in any of the hundreds of events happening in almost every community across the country. Sport shooters, collectors, recreational shooters, and hunters alike will host the country by opening their doors and their communities to all Canadians. Find an event near you at nationalrangeday.ca. As co-chair of the Parliamentary Outdoor Caucus, I am proud to support the millions of Canadians who responsibly, legally, safely own and use firearms. I hope more to get to know the positives of Canada's firearms culture, and I'm excited for more Canadians to get to know the sport. Remember, this June 4th is National Range Day. I hope to see you there.
The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Mr. Speaker, I am proud to rise in the House and declare we are bringing back the third shift at Windsor Assembly. Last week, I had the privilege of hosting the Prime Minister in my community to announce a historic $3.7 billion investment with Stellantis to restore all three shifts in Windsor and Brampton. This is a great day for auto workers, Mr. Speaker. Auto workers who are the heartbeat of our community. And when auto thrives, our community thrives. From working families to restaurants and small businesses, young people, Mr. Speaker, now have thousands of good-paying jobs and a bright future here at home. Mr. Speaker, this investment plus last month's record battery plant announcement means thousands of new jobs in Windsor-Tecumseh. Our government has invested more in Windsor auto workers than any government in Canada's history. And together, we are building not just batteries and electric vehicles, Mr. Speaker. We are building a strong, prosperous, and zero-emission Canada. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton Mill Woods.
Mr. Speaker, Pastor Orville John Zubin, or lovingly known as Pastor OJ, was one of the great community pillars of our Edmonton Mill Woods community. Sadly, he lost his battle with cancer on Good Friday at the age of 66. He is survived by his loving wife, Barb, 6 children, 8 grandchildren, and many relatives and friends, and a large congregation that he helped to build. Pastor OJ joined the Calvary Community Church in 1977, where he faithfully served for over 44 years. During that time, he also spent 12 years with the Edmonton Police Service, followed by many years as a business owner and 21 years as lead pastor. Under his leadership, Calvary Community Church has become an integral part of Edmonton, providing care and supporting families through the Millwoods Christian School, the Child Care Program, Millwoods Care Closet, and other community initiatives. Pastor OJ's loving and welcoming spirit drew people together, making his congregation a very diverse and loving one. Mr. Speaker, I will miss our conversations about faith, family, and community. He will be missed. Thank you.
The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, when I was a communications student, I had the privilege of interviewing the king of radio, André Arthur, as part of a school assignment. He was generous enough to answer my questions. He was impressively popular. He left no one indifferent. He claimed to be the defender of the poor. And this man, who was so cultured, used the French language with a master's hand and excelled in juggling with words. After criticizing politicians, he decided to dive into political life and was elected member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier for nearly 6 years. He represented the members of this riding that I now represent. He left his mark on the world of communications with his outspokenness. An expression he liked to use, one that I like as well, is, if you can't stand the heat, get out of the kitchen. And I would like to offer my condolences to his children, Renee and Pascal, his 3 grandchildren, his companion, Lucy, and his brother, Louis, and all his relatives. André Arthur, thank you for your service. Rest in peace. The honourable member for Alfred Pellon. Mr. Speaker, let's be grey in May. Bray is Brain Tumor Awareness Month. Every day, 27 Canadians will hear the words, "You have a brain tumor." These tumors are unpredictable and complex and can affect anyone at any time. Whether they're malignant or benign, they leave their physical, psychological, and financial mark on the lives of patients and their loved ones. And when a loved one hears the words, "You have a brain tumor," their life and that of their families is shaken. This year, the Brain Tumor March is celebrating 40 years of hope. So sign up for Walk Weekend from June 17th to 19th to say goodbye to brain tumors. Register to support patients and their families. Register to recognize the resilience of survivors and to give hope. I will walk for you, Mom. Who will you walk for?
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
I rise today to recognize National Nursing Week. This is our opportunity to thank Canada's nurses for their outstanding leadership delivering healthcare to all Canadians. During this pandemic, nurses made tremendous sacrifices to answer the call when we needed them most. They provided care with skill, compassion, and courage in the face of unrelenting waves of COVID-19. But we know that Canada's nurses provide critical services to patients at all times in all healthcare environments. Nurses take care of us at our most vulnerable, and we must take care of them in return. This National Nursing Week, let us turn our words of gratitude into action by addressing important issues like staffing shortages, workplace violence, and unacceptable working conditions. Canadian nurses are the backbone of our healthcare system. This week, take a moment to thank them for their professionalism, skill, and dedication. I'll be doing exactly that to my sister Cheryl Davies and her partner Bob Jasperson, superb nurses for over 30 years.
Yeah.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Mr. Speaker, many Bloc supporters participated in our party's fundraising campaign for Ukraine. On behalf of all of our members, I would like to warmly thank each person who contributed to the $35,000 fund that we gave to the Red Cross. That $35,000 will become $70,000 as the federal government is matching donations. Obviously, it will take more to overcome the horror that we are helplessly witnessing in Ukraine, but in the face of discouragement, I salute the people who have chosen to do their part. I also invite the other federal parties to do their share. The Bloc is only active in Quebec. The other parties have networks throughout the Maritimes, Ontario, the Prairies, and the West. They could easily dwarf the amount of money the Bloc has raised, and I hope they do so. After 75 days of war, every effort is needed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I just remind folks, just before we get there, we still got a couple of statements to do. The Honourable Member for Brantford-Brant.
Mr. Speaker, recently the Justice Committee heard the testimony from Robert Davis, the Chief of the Brantford Police Service. During his testimony, Chief Davis said, and I quote, "With Bill C-5 and the proposed changes now, we are going to see sentencing become a joke. With turning sentences into conditional sentences, the justice system will be brought into disrepute. People will operate with impunity. Victims' rights are going to be given away for the rights of the criminal. Victims of communities will live in fear of gun violence, fearful of retaliation by armed criminals, and people will continue to overdose. Chief Davis is a proud Mohawk from the Six Nations of the Grand River Territory in my riding of Brantford-Brant. He's been policing since 1990 and is the only Indigenous leader of the municipal police service in Ontario. His first-hand experience debunks the ideological-driven narrative that the Liberal members are selling. Despite this, sadly and dangerously, this NDP Liberal government does not want to listen to the warnings of Chief Davis. My message is simple. The Minister of Justice must withdraw this soft on crime now.
The Honourable Member for Sudbury.
Marks the beginning of National Mining Week. The focus of Mining Week is to highlight the innovations and accomplishments made by the mining industry and showcase the ideas used to advance the industry to become more sustainable and environmentally sound. Canada's mining industry is essential to the products that we rely on. As an economic driver and major employer in communities all across the country. In Northern Ontario alone, over 23,000 are employed, generating $5.5 billion in annual revenue. Mr. Speaker, I want to recognize and thank the mining industry in Canada who continue to make large strides to ensure safety is at the forefront of their operations while also working hard to enable a low-carbon future. Specifically, I would like to recognize the incredible efforts made by the Mining Association of Canada and their commitment to advocating for the mining and mining supply sector across the country. Thank you.
Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, flooding has been affecting communities across Manitoba, particularly in my riding of Portage-Lisgar. And although there was warm weather and wind this past weekend, which helped, we are hearing that there's more heavy rain in the forecast today. Resources are quickly being used up and people are exhausted. Communities are tired of being isolated and cut off from the rest of the province. Can the Minister of Emergency Preparedness tell us what, if anything, the federal government is doing to help those affected by flooding in Manitoba?
The Honourable Minister of Emergency Preparedness.
I want to begin by thanking the Leader of the Official Opposition for an important question, and we are very much engaged with the province of Manitoba and with the impacted communities. Flooding continues to affect multiple communities across the province due to high water levels on the Red River and its tributaries. We have been working very closely through our Government Operations Centre and Indigenous Services Canada with the Manitoba Emergency Coordination Centre. I've reached out a number of times to my counterpart, Minister Puniak. We are in regular contact, and we've offered every assistance that Manitoba may require. So at this point in time, Manitoba advises that the flood response remains within provincial capabilities, but we have also engaged with the Red Cross to assist with evacuations, and we're working with the municipalities, 26 of whom have declared states of local emergency. We'll continue to be there for the people of Manitoba.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for the answer. Speaker, the Liberals invoked the Emergencies Act without just cause, and they are now trying to cover it up. The government used extraordinary power on innocent Canadians, restricting their movement and freezing their bank accounts, and now they're trying to cover up the fact they did not need to use the Act. As Perrin Beatty, the author of the Emergencies Act, said, whenever you have extraordinary power, there must be extraordinary accountability. Where is the extraordinary accountability that Canadians deserve? What are the Liberals trying to hide when it comes to the Emergencies Act?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for the question. The accountability comes in the professionalism and the way that the police undertook their work to restore public safety. The way in which there's accountability, Mr. Speaker, is the ongoing way in which we're being fully transparent with the events that led to the invocation of the Emergencies Act, including testimony before the committee and our planned cooperation with Judge Rouleau. Mr. Speaker, we invoked the Act because it was necessary, it worked, and we will continue to be transparent about this. Thank you.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Speaker, the Liberals just trust us is not enough. This is the same Prime Minister that covered up his involvement in the SNC-Lavalin scandal. He covered up his involvement in the WE scandal. He's hiding documents right now around the Winnipeg Microbiology Lab. He covers up every single scandal that he is a part of. And now he's trying to cover up the fact that he was abusing his power when he invoked the Emergency Measures Act. Why do these Liberals think Canadians should just trust them on the Emergencies Act when they continually hide, cover up, and deflect?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, it continues to be astounding how the Honourable Leader for the Opposition continues to deflect her responsibility for her conduct during the Emergencies Act, for the posture of the Conservative Party, who continue to encourage illegal blockaders to stay. And if they don't want to take it from the government, Mr. Speaker, listen to what the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police said. The Emergencies Act is critical to assisting law enforcement in addressing the mass national and international organization of the so-called Freedom Convoy. The words of law enforcement, nonpartisan, professional law enforcement, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, $2.04 a litre in Montreal, same thing in Newfoundland, $2.06 a litre in BC, and I'm only talking about regular gasoline. For 50 litres, it's over $100. A $20 top-up doesn't even move the needle on the dashboard anymore. The Liberals aren't even trying to hide it. They're happy to see prices this high. What is the Liberal NDP government waiting for? Why not give people a break?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as members of this House should be uniting to fight the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the Conservatives are just playing petty politics. They're ignoring the facts to try to score partisan points when it comes to gas prices. So while they do that, we are going to concentrate on things that will help Canadians. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, how much extra revenue is this government getting from taxes, including the carbon tax and tax on gas? They should tell us that instead of making up excuses. The rising cost of living is making everything more expensive for workers to buy fruits and vegetables, to transport goods. And as the Prime Minister himself said in 2018, he likes taxing people so he can pay for his spending. That's exactly what the Prime Minister said in 2018 about rising gas costs. How can the Prime Minister be happy when families are struggling so hard to make ends meet? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, this is a serious question, and Canadians deserve a discussion based on the facts, not on partisan discussion speaking points. This is a world situation made worse by the Russian invasion of Ukraine. We're continuing to focus on ways of making life more affordable for Canadians. The Conservatives keep voting against those measures. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, in a democracy, one of the most fundamental principles is no taxation without representation. No elected officials, no taxes. That's at the heart of modern democracy. The budget and the budget implementation bill are therefore essential moments in the life of a democracy. In silencing the opposition on the Budget Implementation Act, does anyone in this government realize the damage they're doing to democracy? The Honourable Government House Leader. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's essential to have debate, but the obstruction coming from the Conservative Party day after day for 4 months is delaying the passage of bills like C8. It's unacceptable, and unfortunately, we have to do our job as quickly as possible. And there will be opportunities at committee and at third reading to debate. There'll be many opportunities for further debate. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the bill that's just been muzzled is nearly 500 pages long, with some 60 measures and amendments to 37 other acts. Just reading it takes longer than the time we've had to debate it. It addresses things like COVID support measures, EI, anti-Semitism, the Social Security Tribunal, and aerospace, to name but a few. Each of these issues deserves a full debate in its own right. But no, it's all being shoved down our throats. Why this denial of democracy? The Honourable Government House Leader.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For 5 days, we tried to get the bill through, but the problem with the Conservatives is that they're obstructing our work each and every step of the way, and that was the case for 4 months with C8, and that's the case here now, too. There are essential things in this bill, essential to Canadians, and we are 100% sure that this bill should pass, and there will be lots of opportunities at committee and back here at the House to discuss this legislation. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, while most people are paying more to meet their basic needs, there's a nasty bunch of people who are lining their pockets. In the 7 years since this government took power, owning a first home has become virtually unattainable, and it's increasingly hard to find decent rental housing at an affordable price. The real estate market is overheating, and renovations are on the rise. Just yesterday, the federal housing advocate, Marie-Josée Houle, told us that Ottawa could curb this crisis by tackling the financialization of properties. Will the government listen to her? The Honourable Minister of Housing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Opportunity to agree with the honourable member that we need to support renters throughout Canada. We are the government that introduced the Canada Housing Benefit, and in Budget 2022, we are adding more investments in that program with a top-up of $500 on average to vulnerable renters. This adds to the over $2,500 on average that we provide to the most vulnerable members of our community who need help with rents. Merci beaucoup.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Canada's housing crisis has been escalated by those using the housing market to make huge profits. The largest 25 financial landlords hold nearly 20% of the country's private rentals. For every one affordable housing unit built, 15 are taken up by investors making money on the backs of Canadians. It is time to stop treating housing as a stock market. Will the government stop corporate landlords from buying up affordable housing and help nonprofits purchase them for Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Housing.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with the honourable member that we need to build more rental housing in Canada. That's why, as part of the National Housing Strategy, we have the Rental Construction Financing Initiative, a program that has increased so many times over the last number of budgets, because we recognize that as a government we have a responsibility to build the next generation of affordable rental units across the country. In addition to that, while we're building more rents, we introduced the Canada Housing Benefit, which we're topping up in Budget 2022. So we agree that we need to tackle speculation. We agree that we need to build more rental housing, and that's exactly what we're doing, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, millennials were told that if they got a bunch of degrees, a skilled trade, a good job, they'd have no problem owning a home. Yet they still live in their parents' basement. The government's signature housing promise to solve this is a new savings account, but you need $8,000 a year in savings to use it. To add insult to injury, the government says that they'll give you $500 towards a house you can't afford. Wow. And that's not a typo. The more they do, the worse it gets. When will the minister actually help anybody in this country buy a home?
The Honourable Minister of Housing.
It's really difficult to take that member seriously on this issue, because she claimed in this House that we will not build a single affordable home in her region this year, when we know that the National Housing Strategy's Rapid Housing Initiative alone has built 10,250 permanent affordable homes, Mr. Speaker, including in her region. So it's really difficult to deal with misinformation and disinformation and talking down our housing market every single day from that side of the House.
Order. Order. I know everybody's really anxious to get, they've been away for the weekend, excited to come back. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Well, it used to be thought here in Canada that if you worked hard, made good choices, and saved, you could be a homeowner. But under this Liberal government, housing prices have increased 100%. Millennials and working Canadians have watched the dream of home ownership slip through their fingers. Never has a government spent so much and congratulated themselves more while doing so much damage to the dreams of Canadians. When will the Liberals climb down from their ivory tower, admit their policies have failed, and fix the broken housing system they've created?
The Honourable Minister of Housing.
I wish the honourable member would save that energy and enthusiasm and advocacy in his own caucus, because one day they ask us to move away from investments in housing and walk away and leave that money to provinces. Another time they say that we shouldn't help first-time homebuyers. In another instance, they are against the foreign ban on ownership of Canadian residential real estate. They talk down investments in affordable housing. They don't give any credit to the Canada Housing Benefit, a program that is helping tens of thousands of Canadians to pay the rent, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Simcoe North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2015, this government was elected on a promise to make housing affordable. But since then, the average Canadian house price has increased by 100%, and in Orillia, it's up 300%. This government's solution is to throw a few more $1 billion at the wall and see what sticks. But the shiny new tax-free home savings account won't be available for at least 1 year. Then you have to spend 5 years to deposit enough money to max out the program. Help is 6 years away, not today. This government is abandoning young people on housing. Why?
The Honourable Minister of Housing.
Mr. Speaker, that is absolutely not true. Just in one instance, through the Housing Accelerator Fund, we are putting on the table $4 billion to work with municipalities to increase housing supply. We know that supply is a big part of the challenge facing Canada. Canada has one of the fastest growing populations in the G7 countries, but our housing supply hasn't kept up with that. We are also helping first-time home buyers, and we're making sure that we crack down on speculation and unfair practices in the real estate sector. On top of that, we're doubling down and investing more in affordable housing.
The Honourable Member for Kenora.
Mr. Speaker, the dream of home ownership is being stolen from my generation, as now 80% of young Canadians don't believe that they'll ever be able to afford a home. Mr. Speaker, they don't need a few $100 from the government. They don't need a new savings account. They need a plan to address the real issues like the lack of housing supply. Mr. Speaker, over the last 7 years, this government has failed to incentivize enough development, creating this housing crisis. So why should Canadians believe that this minister is going to get the job done this time?
Great question. The Honourable Minister of Housing.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member talks about housing supply, yet that party, including himself, voted against the first stage of investments in the Housing Accelerator Fund, a program that single-handedly will deliver 100,000 new housing supply across the country. They vote against investments in co-ops, in rapid housing initiative, in making sure that we reinvest even more money in the Canada Housing Benefit, bringing forward money in the National Housing Co-Investment Fund to build 22,000 permanently affordable homes, and the Housing Accelerator Fund and also the Innovation Fund. Merci beaucoup.
So much good news.
The Honourable Member for Mission Mascouy Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, despite all of the government's rhetoric, the reality is that a price of a home continues to be unattainable for many young families. Yeah. You just got to admit you failed. Now they said they're going to address housing supply, yet they excluded any measure in the Budget Implementation Act to address housing supply. Exactly. When will this government realize that promises and empty rhetoric don't build houses?
Just need to remind members to address the chair and not directly to the member. The Honourable Minister of Housing.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member from Mission Mascouy Fraser Canyon is on record as saying that we should walk away. We should walk away from a leadership role and investments in affordable housing and just leave it to the provinces. That's the leadership that he's suggesting. Instead, he talks about housing supply. We're dedicated to housing supply through the Housing Accelerator Fund, 100,000 new homes, and making permanent, sustainable changes in permitting, zoning, and intensification and infrastructure to make sure we build more housing for the future.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, this government seems to think everything's fine. Inflation is at its highest in the past 30 years. The deficit is gigantic. Immigration is extremely deficient. And the dream of young Canadians of having access to property is currently impossible. What's this government going to do to allow our young people to believe in a future that includes home ownership? Not in 10 years, not in 5 years, now. The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives continue to denigrate Canadians with economic falsehoods, but the data shows that our GDP has gone up by 5.6% in recent years, and the IMF recently forecast that Canada would have the highest growth rate in the G7. Mr. Speaker, we are here to make life more affordable for Canadians. Our economy is growing strong, and Canadians can be proud of that. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, last Friday, Camille Lorrain, father of the Charter of the French language, would have been 100 years old. On that occasion, the ministers responsible for the French language over the past 30 years, from all parties, wrote that constant action, quote unquote, must be taken to protect French. That is proof that French is in danger. C-13 will entrench institutional bilingualism. C-13 will allow federal companies to use French or English. That's not what Quebecers want, Mr. Speaker. Why does Ottawa continue to undermine Quebec and the protection of French? The Honourable Minister of Official Languages. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. As a woman from New Brunswick, who has visited minority language communities, I understand the importance of protecting French all across Canada, including in Quebec, because French is in decline. And that is why we have a new version of the legislation to go even further in protecting our rights as Francophones from coast to coast to coast. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, it's French that's in decline in Quebec, not English. It's French that needs protecting, not bilingualism. C-13 prevents Quebec from imposing the Charter of the French language and instead offers federally regulated companies a choice. The choice between French and the pan-Canadian bilingual model, the same model that inspires Air Canada and CN, two federal companies operating in Quebec who are required to offer services in French and, in spite of everything, really don't care about Francophones. Is this really the model that should be spread across Quebec? If so, it's unacceptable. The Honourable Minister of Official Languages. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'm not here to play politics. I'm here to protect and promote French all across the country, including in Quebec. We've been crystal clear, Mr. Speaker, the decline of French is occurring everywhere in Canada, including in Quebec. So we're working very hard with a new version of the bill, C-13, to protect and promote the rights of Francophones all across the country. And I hope the Bloc will work with us to ensure that that bill passes, because it will make a real difference for all Canadians. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, with their new bill, C-13, the Liberals are rejecting the distinctiveness of French in a sea of hundreds of millions of Anglophones. They're preventing Quebec from imposing the Charter of the French language on federally regulated businesses. They're not protecting French, they're protecting bilingualism. And bilingualism is in no danger in Quebec because English is not threatened. Bilingualism is doing so well that it's actually displacing French as the common language. Does the minister realize that C-13 does not protect French in Quebec? It rather promotes Quebec's anglicization. The Honourable Minister. What I do know is that those members opposite haven't read the bill in its entirety. We're doing everything to protect French, not just in Quebec, but all across Canada. And I have to say, as a Francophone who lives in New Brunswick and having visited minority language communities, I take exception to the question that was asked by the member opposite, because once again, it's my daily job to protect French.
The Honourable Member for South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know that our Special Forces King Air Intelligence, Surveillance and Reconnaissance Platform was monitoring the truckers' convoy protest on Parliament Hill. The Prime Minister has called it a training flight. If the government was prepared to send up ISR aircraft over the protest, what was it doing to gather intelligence on the ground? Because one doesn't engage one without the other. My question is, what was the coordination between public safety, national defence, Canadian Forces, Privy Council and the Prime Minister's office during the protest?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to reiterate what the Prime Minister said last week a number of times for my honourable colleagues' benefit. The flight in question was part of a Canadian Armed Force training exercise that was planned prior to and was unrelated to the convoy protest. The training had nothing to do with the convoy blockade, Mr. Speaker, and we'll continue to reiterate that fact. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for, we'll do this again, South Surrey White Rock.
Mr. Speaker, we know a Special Forces surveillance flight took place. We know the government even let the health agency spy on Canadians' liquor habits during COVID. The Prime Minister has called it a training exercise. What does the government think an ISR does for training? Just fly around in circles? It gathers intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance over that target, and that target clearly was the protest. Two questions. Who is that reconnaissance platform
from reporting to when gathering intelligence on Canadians? And what special policing authorities were granted to Canadian forces at that time?
Good question.
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to reiterate that the assumptions underlying that question are misguided. Again, the Canadian Armed Forces flight was part of a training exercise. The exercise was planned prior to and was unrelated to the presence of the protesters and the convoy. The opposition doesn't seem to appreciate or like this point, Mr. Speaker, but it is the truth. Thank you.
Order. Order. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Defence Minister has said that this was planned long before the convoy, but the operations lasted 4 days. There was cell phone communication, and the question is simple. Was the information gathered, did that serve the government, or was it destroyed? The Honourable Minister of National Defence. Mr. Speaker, as I've already said in English, the flight in question was part of a training exercise. The Canadian Armed Forces conducted that exercise. The training had nothing to do with the convoy, and that's the fact.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, abortion and reproductive health services are not accessible across the country. Women, particularly in northern and rural communities, are forced to drive for hours to access essential health care services. Last year, the government promised $45 million for Sexual and Reproductive Health Fund, but providers have not seen a single dollar for these essential services. It's not good enough for the government to say the right things. They must increase accessibility now. When will the government actually deliver the promised funding for abortion and health services in Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very glad to hear this question, Mr. Speaker, because defending the rights of women here in Canada and across Canada is absolutely essential. We'll be there every step of the way to do that, and I look forward to making further announcements. I ask my colleague to be watching closely for soon-to-be news on that particular front.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to delivering help to oil and gas companies, this government is far better than it is for women who are looking for health services. While the price of gas soars, Imperial Oil is making its highest profit in 30 years. Cenovus saw its profits increase sevenfold. This isn't just about companies passing along higher costs to consumers. This is about them taking home more profit on every litre sold. Not only are the Liberals not doing anything to stop that price gouging, but they're also continuing to throw public money at companies like these that are already taking advantage of Canadians. So when are they going to end public subsidies to oil and gas companies who are already making record profits?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as the Honourable Member knows very well, this government has committed to phasing out inefficient fossil fuel subsidies, and we are in the process of working through that now. We have been working, though, with all sectors of the economy, including the oil and gas sector, but including the steel sector, the aluminum sector, and others, to ensure that they are able to reduce their emissions in line with what is required to achieve our targets and achieve the commitments we've made to the international community, while growing a strong and healthy economy that creates jobs and economic opportunity for Canadians going forward. That is exactly what we are doing.
The Honourable Member for Northwest Territories.
Mr. Speaker, today is National Indigenous Nurses Day. Indigenous nurses play an integral role in society for Indigenous people in Canada and for Canadians nationwide. By having nurses of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis ancestry, they help ensure that communities have someone who understands the importance of culture in healing and who is familiar with the healthcare system. Can the Minister of Indigenous Services please comment on the significant role that Indigenous nurses serve in Canada? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Indigenous Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from the Northwest Territories for his unwavering advocacy for the health of people in Northwest Territories. Nurses have always been the backbone of our healthcare system, and I think we can all say a huge thank you to the efforts of nurses, especially through the pandemic. They've put up such an effort to protect us all, and they've been unwavering in their commitment. For over 47 years, the Canadian Indigenous Nurses Association has been a leader in supporting Indigenous nurses and improving Indigenous health, and we're supporting their efforts by investing in programs to recruit and support Indigenous students in healthcare across Canada. I'm thrilled to welcome the Canadian Indigenous Nurses Association today and applaud them for their work.
L'honorable député de Bellechasse, les Etchemins, Lévis.
Bonjour, Monsieur le Président. Les délais dans les traitements.
Mr. Speaker, the delays in processing passport applications are completely unacceptable. Here's a few comments from citizens about Service Canada. It was chaos. Abominable service. I had to cancel my trip. And yet, this government already has the solution to all of these problems. Allow employees to return to work in person at Service Canada passport offices. What is it waiting for to recall this employees of the state?
Honourable Minister of Families.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question. I understand the frustration of Canadians. This situation is very frustrating. We are experiencing an incredible increase in passport applications. However, this week, all passport offices are open. People are back at work, and they are working overtime during the evening and over the weekend to ensure that we can serve Canadians. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Well, you knew, Mr. Speaker. They knew. A report from October 2021 states that the government was bracing for a surge of passport applications. Well, fast forward 7 months later, and clearly they didn't brace well enough. Wait times have become so outrageous that people are offering a service to wait in line for passport renewals. One of my constituents was recommended by Service Canada to line up at 1 a.m. Constituents are also being charged extra processing fees, meaning a $160 10-year passport is now costing Canadians $315. So if the Liberals knew, why are Canadians paying the price for the Liberals' inability to prepare?
The Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I've mentioned many times in this House, we are experiencing an unprecedented increase in the demand for passports. After 2 years, Canadians understandably would like to travel again, but that means that when everyone is applying at the same time, it is a lot for the system to handle. That being said, we have ensured that we have hired additional people. We have opened on evenings, on weekends. In fact, this past weekend, 12 centres were open again, servicing folks, and we've ensured that every wicket will now be open in passport offices to make sure that we're serving Canadians as best as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Mr. Speaker, the passport process has become a nightmare to thousands of Canadians. Tyler and Ira from Dawson Creek, through no fault of their own, had to travel 14 hours and spend hundreds of dollars to get their passport just hours before their trip. What used to be a simple task of completing the passport form is now causing sleepless nights, unnecessary stress, and huge expense to those who just want a break from the past 2 years of this Prime Minister's lockdowns. When will the Minister end the nightmare?
The Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Mr. Speaker, and as I've said, we certainly understand that this is very frustrating for Canadians, but when we have people who are all asking to renew a passport at the same time, those are unprecedented. We did ensure that we had hired 500 additional passport officers ahead of time. We've changed it so that 303 Service Canada...
Order. The Honourable Minister, maybe he wants to restart that question. The Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said, I understand this is frustrating for Canadians, and after 2 years of staying home, Canadians want to travel. However, when everyone is applying at the same time, that is an unprecedented volume that's happening. We have, to accommodate this, hired 500 additional passport officers, enabled Canadians to apply not just at passport offices, but at the 303 Service Canadas across the country. We've also opened passport offices through the evenings into the weekends. We opened 12 centres over the weekend. People are working overtime. They're doing everything they can because at the end of the day, Service Canada employees want to service Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, last week the minister bragged about her visit to the Saskatoon Out of Service Canada office. And yet, after her visit, the daughter of my constituent, Victoria, still can't get the passport because, get this, they lost her birth certificate. By contrast, the Bangladeshi High Commission sent 6 people to Saskatoon on the weekend, and they processed 800 passports in 2 days. So, Mr. Speaker, how is it that a foreign government can get more done in 2 days than this minister can in 2 months?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to say to the people working at Service Canada who have been working overtime, weekends, to do everything that they can to service Canadians, thank you, because they are under extreme stress because of the overwhelming volume of passports that they are working really hard to process. And I know I visited the folks at Service Canada in Saskatoon, and they spoke about the good working relationship that they have with that Member of Parliament. And so at no point would I ever want to disparage the incredibly hard public servants that are working around the clock to serve Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Rivière-du-Nord.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The wave of gun violence continued on Saturday night. 2 shootings took the life of 1 man and injured 5 people in Laval and Montreal. And while those shots rang out in the region of Montérégie, the laughter of outlaw motorcycle gangs was louder. There were 400 hells partying, 400 of them laughing at the federal government's inaction on gun trafficking and its inability to crack down on members of criminal groups. We're fed up. Isn't it time to create a registry of criminal organizations to crack down on them?
L'honorable Ministre de Sécurité publique.
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
D'abord, tous mes condoléances pour.
First of all, my condolences to the victim of this tragedy. We have invested significant amounts, including $4 million, into the RCMP to fight trafficking, $15 million for tracing, and $20 million for border services to stop illegal weapons. Nearly a month ago, I went to Montreal and I met with the mayor to take more concrete action. On this side, we fully understand the problem of firearms and we want to work with all of our partners to address it.
Monsieur le Président, c'est de l'argent dépensé pour trouver des moyens de rien faire.
They're spending money to find ways not to do anything. We need a registry. When an organization is listed on the registry and it can be proven that an individual is part of it, the offense is committed. No more 400-person Hell's parties, no more intimidation and shows of force. If you're part of a criminal organization and you brag about it, you end up in the backseat of a police car. It's that simple. While Montreal's awash with illegal weapons that are killing people week after week, isn't the government tired of watching the thugs party on TV? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. I agree entirely with my colleague. That's why we are taking real measures. That's why we introduced a ban in order to stop AR-15s and other prohibited weapons. That's why we're investing in Montreal, in Quebec, working with the Mayor of Montreal to protect youth, to protect everybody at risk. We'll do even, and we're looking forward to working with the Bloc and every other party in this House.
St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, when I say ArriveCAN, what words come to mind? Unreliable, frustrating, ageist, broken. Useless. These are just some, yes, painful. These are just some of the words constituents of mine have used, and the app is so difficult that some seniors are having to cancel trips to funerals, weddings, birth of grandchildren. They're facing massive fines, mandatory quarantine, all because of a government app, Mr. Speaker. And after 2 long years, seniors in this country deserve a lot better from this government, and it's time to end the mandatory use of the loathsome ArriveCAN app and allow Canadians to travel freely. Once again, what are the Liberals waiting for, Mr. Speaker?
Great question. Honourable Minister of Public Security.
I appreciate my colleagues' concerns with regards to ArriveCan, and of course we work with the CBSA to ensure that as an application it is smooth, it is efficient, but there are also other words to attribute to ArriveCan, which is that it's an important tool to protect Canadians, Mr. Speaker, and we will continue to ensure that we work with my honourable colleague, along with all other communities, to ensure that trade and travel continue to increase, make sure our economy is going again. That's what our goal is, and that's what we will continue to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Mr. Speaker, Gail and John from the South Shore of Nova Scotia were refused entry into Canada from their return from Florida in spite of having vaccine proof and their passports. These Canadians were denied entry because they had not filled out the No ArriveCan app. Like many Canadians, they do not have smartphones. Canadians are being hoisted on this government's phone petard. Why is this government not allowing Canadians to come home if they don't have a smartphone?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I said to my honourable colleague last week during this question period, we're prepared to work with him and other members of the chamber to ensure that ArriveCan is smooth, is efficient. We're open to receiving feedback. We're not only working with members opposite, we're working with members on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker. The reason we introduced the app was to protect Canadians. And of course, now that trade and travel are going again, we'll see more individuals come at the border and that their experience is consistent with best practices of the CBSA. Thank you very much.
L'honorable député de Louis Saint-Laurent.
Monsieur le Président, si le gouvernement...
Mr. Speaker, if the government could just for once be aware of the problems that it needs to deal with, problems for all Canadians, not just those who have smartphones, but all Canadians. ArriveCan causes problems. There are problems to entry for people who answered correctly, but also those who don't have access to an iPhone. Could the government please take into account that not everyone, as the member for Louis-Hébert, who has access to a computer all the time, could the government please develop a program or project that works for all Canadians? The Honourable Minister. As I've already said many times now, we are working with border services to reinforce access at the border to address all the challenges with this program. Since the beginning of the pandemic, our government has emphasized the health and safety of Canadians by relying on most recent scientific data. Since the beginning of the pandemic, border measures have remained adaptable and guided by science and prudence.
Member for London West.
Mr. Speaker, we know that the pandemic has disproportionately affected women, especially millennial women and girls. This is much more true for women and girls in the Global South, for whom the pandemic has reserved decades of hard work in the development gains. Can the Minister of International Development tell us how Canada is going to ensure that all women, adolescents, and children not only survive this pandemic but thrive?
The Honourable Minister of International Development.
Speaker, I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for this very important question. Our government's commitment to women's health has been a long-standing priority. That is why I recently announced $40 million in additional funding to support the Global Financing Facilities Reclaim the Games campaign, bringing Canada's total contribution to $190 million. Now, these funds will help lower-income countries to improve the resilience of their health systems and reverse the impact of COVID-19, because Canada sees the GFF as a critical partner for strengthening country-led health systems and for reinforcing sexual and reproductive health rights as core components of the healthcare systems. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Canadian farmers feed the world, but the Liberals are crippling our ag sector. From increasing the regulatory burden, the carbon tax, opposition to much-needed tax reform, pushing for the displacement of meat, and the talk of mandated reductions in things like fertilizer. Canadian farmers are facing the full brunt of a leftist ideological crusade. Mr. Speaker, why is this government sandbagging the family farms and ranches in Canada? Will this minister today commit to scrapping her proposed nitrogen fertilizer mandated reductions?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Encore une
fois, je vais vous assurer qu'on travaille.
Once again, I want to reassure you that we're working closely with representatives of different agricultural sectors in order to find out the ways that we can help them to face the cost of inputs which are very high this year. That's one of the reasons we made improvements to the advance payments program.
The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Well, regardless of the answer, regardless of the language, there wasn't an answer there. So, on January 24th, 2022, the Minister of Transportation affirmed that VIA would be back to full operations. However, it appears that promise is broken, as the VIA Route 651 is not being put back to restoration, and they won't even tell us when. Mr. Speaker, when will Route 651 be fully restored? When?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, let me share with the honourable colleague and all Canadians the excellent news. We are investing in VIA to increase transportation, public transportation for Canadians. One of the largest investments in Canada's history is the high-frequency rail that's going to connect Quebec and Ontario. And we are also investing in other routes in the country. Mr. Speaker, we are committed to supporting rail across the country, either through Infrastructure Canada or Transportation Canada. We look forward to working with our colleagues on delivering on that, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Coast of Bay, Central Notre Dame.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Salmon anglers throughout Newfoundland and Labrador are expressing their concerns about inadequate enforcement on our rivers. The Minister has had this brought to her attention, and it's now decision time. She knows what's in her mandate letter, and it's about protecting Atlantic salmon. Will she commit to adding extra weeks to the River Guardian program, or will she continue to neglect Atlantic salmon stocks?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And our goal is the conservation of stocks of all kinds on both the East Coast and the West Coast. The Department of Fisheries and Oceans works with Guardian programs and their conservation and protection officers to be available and ensure that the rules are followed, and we will continue to do that, as well as work with Indigenous guardians more and more to do this very important work. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Acadie-Bathurst.
Monsieur le Président, les 2 dernières années nous ont démontré.
Mr. Speaker, the last 2 years have shown us that businesses have to adapt to a digital economy if they want to grow. Post-secondary institutions have a key role to play in this transformation as they engage in innovative research and train students for these new jobs of the future. Could the minister responsible for HoC tell the House how this government is preparing workers for the jobs of tomorrow, supporting business growth, and attracting investments to New Brunswick? The Honourable Minister for HoC. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Acadie-Bathurst. New Brunswick can play a major role in our digital transformation. Last week, our government announced investments worth nearly $4 million in the University of Moncton and the University of New Brunswick. These investments will help students across New Brunswick improve their skills and gain valuable industry connections and experience. Our government is helping drive economic growth across New Brunswick and Atlantic Canada and making sure everyone can benefit from the digital economy. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Speaker, this past weekend, the ice and river rose dangerously high against the dike wall at Kashechewan. People in Kashechewan and Fort Albany were scrambling to get planes in order to get families to safety. Now, the government knows that the dike wall is at risk of a catastrophic failure, and yet every spring they gamble with people's lives. An agreement was signed to move the people to higher ground, and yet they are still in the floodplain. So my question to the minister is simple. When will the people of Kashechewan be moved off that floodplain and moved to a safe and secure future?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Emergency Preparedness.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as the member knows, because we spoke a number of times and communicated over the weekend,
we have, in fact, made arrangements to evacuate the people of Saskatchewan from the impacted area, and we are arranging for accommodation in a number of communities across Northern Ontario. The planes are being made available to move people in a timely way. Mr. Speaker, we'll continue with that work. We're also very ably supported by Emergency Management Ontario and people on the ground, and the hard work of the people in Indigenous Services Canada in support of that community.
The honourable member for Spadina Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, it's not just gas prices that are out of control. According to a report released by the Chinese-Canadian National Council, there were nearly 1,000 incidents of anti-Asian hate in Canada last year. That's a 47% increase from 2020, and sadly, the upward trend will likely grow in 2022. In January, the government announced it will create a special representative on combating Islamophobia. Muslim Canadians are still waiting. In November 2021, the government reappointed a special envoy on combating anti-Semitism. As we celebrate Asian Heritage Month, will the government create a special representative to help fight Asian hate? Or, Mr. Speaker, do Asian Canadians not matter?
Wow. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Member for his question. Of course, we condemn all forms of hate, racism, and discrimination against all Canadians from coast to coast to coast. We've seen recently a disturbing rise in anti-Asian hate and discrimination, and we stand strongly in solidarity, shoulder to shoulder with Asian Canadians. And we have invested, and we will continue to invest in community programs and organizations that are fighting hate and discrimination on the ground, including against Asian Canadians. And Mr. Speaker, today marks 20 years since the introduction of Asian Heritage Month. So to all the colleagues, happy Asian Heritage Month.
And that's all the time we have for question period today. I'd like to draw your attention to some visitors we have in the gallery today. We have a parliamentary delegation from the Kingdom of Sweden. Should be accompanying him. There he is in the middle. His Excellency Dr. Andreas Nordlund, Speaker of the Parliament of the Kingdom of Sweden. And I can say this was a pretty quiet question period, so thanks for being here. I'd like to return to the question of privilege raised earlier today by the House Leader of the official opposition, if I may. Je remercie le député d'avoir...
I'd like to thank the member for raising the question. Maintaining the dignity of this House is a responsibility of all members, both individually and collectively.
In light of the, I believe, sincere apology from the member of Brampton Centre, I consider the matter closed. With that said, as the Deputy Speaker or the Assistant Deputy Speaker stated earlier in response to the question of privilege, I do take this opportunity to again encourage all members to always be vigilant when participating remotely in proceedings of the House. If you don't have to have the camera on, turn it off. If you don't have to be in voting, turn it off. And that's not my decision. I hear a few things yelled out too. So I see the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot with a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today in question period, I asked a very specific question to the Minister of Agriculture, of which the response was wholly unrelated to the question that was asked. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe it is standard practice of this House that the responses to members' questions do have to be related, and there have been opportunities where members have been able to re-ask questions. So, Mr. Speaker, I would ask your indulgence, as this is an incredibly important issue that my constituents certainly deserve an answer to.
Unfortunately, the chair is not the arbiter of whether a question is in order. I mean, it has to be in order, but whether it's a good question or bad question, nor whether it's a good answer or a bad answer. So I appreciate the frustration, and I encourage, of course, the member to take it up with the minister in person. Daily routine of business. Les affaires courantes ordinaires. The tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader in the House.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36, bracket 8A, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 16 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de ministres. Rapport de délégation interparlementaire. Presenting reports of committees. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. And presenting of petitions. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I do have a number of petitions to present today. I'm not sure the exact number, but I appreciate this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the first petition deals with a commitment that was in the Liberals' 2021 election platform. It was a commitment to essentially politicize the application of charitable status. And petitioners, including a broad range of stakeholders, are opposed to the politicization of charitable status, the adding of another values test to the charitable status test. Petitioners expressed concern that a similar effort was made with respect to the Canada Summer Jobs Program. They don't want to see that happen again. They call on the government to protect and preserve the application of charitable status rules on a politically and ideologically neutral basis without the discrimination on the basis of political or religious values and without the imposition of another values test, and to affirm the rights of Canadians to protection in terms of their freedom of expression. Mr. Speaker, the next petition I am tabling is in support of Bill S-233, a bill that will be debated on Friday. It is a bill that would make it a criminal offense for a person to go abroad and receive an organ taken without consent. It would also create a mechanism by which someone could be deemed inadmissible to Canada if they are involved in forced organ harvesting and trafficking. Bills on this issue have been before the House for about 15 years. They've always had broad support, but never made it all the way. Petitioners are hopeful that this Parliament will be the one that finally gets it done. Mr. Speaker, on a similar vein, this is a petition that highlights the persecution of Falun Gong practitioners, in particular in China. They note that it's been decades since the Chinese Communist regime began their campaign attempting to eradicate Falun Gong, a spiritual practice that simply centers on advancing the idea of truthfulness, compassion, and forbearance. Many resolutions have been adopted in parliaments around the world, and it's relevant to the previous petition because we know that Falun Gong practitioners, as well as Uyghurs and others in China, have been victims of forced organ harvesting and trafficking. Petitioners urge the government and Parliament to establish measures to stop the murder of Falun Gong practitioners, including to stop organ harvesting and trafficking, to take every opportunity to call for an end to the persecution of Falun Gong practitioners, and also the petitioner calls on the Chinese authorities to bring former leader Jiang Zemin and his cohorts to justice for their involvement in what took place. Mr. Speaker, the next petition I'm tabling highlights the human rights situation in the Tigray region of Ethiopia. Petitioners are very concerned about ongoing conflict as well as the humanitarian challenges that have been unfolding, and they call for greater engagement by the Government of Canada in the context of this situation. And they want to see the government engaging with the government of Ethiopia as well as the neighboring government of Eritrea, and encourage them to not be fomented.
I know there's a lot of pent-up demand today, so I'm just reminding the member that there's even members of his own caucus that like to present some petitions. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. They normally call me last, so I thought I was the only one when you called me. So. All right. Well, maybe I'll table one more for now then, and if members agree, I will return at the end of other members. But for now, then, I will table one more petition respecting Bill C-257. It's a private member's bill that I've also put forward in this House, recognizing concerns about increasing political discrimination against Canadians on the basis of their political views. This bill would seek to add political belief and activity as prohibited grounds of discrimination in the Canadian Human Rights Act. So petitioners are calling on the House to support Bill C-257, which bans this discrimination, and certainly to defend the rights of Canadians to peacefully express their political opinions. Thank you.
I really appreciate this. To the member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan. I'm going to go try to through the parties before I get back. The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising today to table this petition on behalf of constituents in my riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith who recently signed a petition calling upon the federal government to take concrete action to ensure Canadian companies operating abroad adopt stronger human rights and environmental standards. They are calling on the federal government to implement stronger legislation to prevent human rights abuses through global supply chains and ensure Canadian companies are held fully accountable for their actions around the world in Canadian courts. I want to thank the members of the All Saints Canadian Catholic Parish for bringing this petition forward and for their work to bring light to human rights and sustainable development. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to arrive today to present a petition initiated by a constituent and a friend of mine, Zoe. Zoe initiated this petition calling on this government to follow through on the calls to action of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, specifically focusing on those with respect to health. Calls to action 18 through to 21. Petitioners, of which there are 713, call on this government to put calls to action 18 to 21 at the forefront of their agenda. Thank you.
Pending petitions, présentation de pétition. The honourable member for Mission Mascouy Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm presenting a petition on behalf of my constituent, the chief of the Chehalis First Nation. In 2006, Ralph Leon Jr. and 12 other individuals were charged after a 15-month investigation into alleged eagle poaching. This legal action languished in the courts for 9 years and included a mistrial, a fraud conviction against a senior conservation officer in charge of the investigation, calls from local Stalo leaders to drop the case, and accusations of highly unethical and disrespectful behavior on the part of the BC Conservation Officer Service. 3,422 days after charges were laid, Ralph Leon Jr. and other individuals were acquitted after Crown Counsel directed a stay in proceedings. Those wrongfully charged have gathered sufficient evidence showcasing A, conspiracy to prosecute innocent people, B, defamatory media release vilifying Indigenous peoples and cultures, C, fabrication of evidence and concealment of evidence including perjury, D, commission of fraud against the federal and provincial government, E, counseling and aiding Indigenous people to commit offenses, F, trespassing on Indigenous reserved lands, G, conferring a corrupt benefit on a foreign official, and H, violating the privacy of Indigenous people on and off reserved lands, and continued denial of what happened to these Indigenous Canadians taints Canadian history and leads to mistrust in our institution and justice system. Therefore, the undersigned citizens of Canada call upon the Minister of Justice to conduct a public inquiry into the injustices committed by the BC Conservation Officer Service and the BC Prosecution Service against Chief Ralph Leon Jr. and the 12 other individuals because of their race and culture, with the express purpose of reconciling these injustices through a reversal of all convictions, return of property seized, and appropriate compensation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting a petition, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise to present a petition signed by many people in Winnipeg calling on the government to enact just transition legislation. Among other things, it calls for far more emissions reduction targets, getting rid of fossil fuel subsidies, creating new public economic institutions to assist in the transition towards a decarbonized economy, ensuring that we're creating good jobs for workers in the context of that transition, protecting and strengthening human rights and Indigenous rights in that effort, Mr. Speaker, while expanding our social safety net with new income supports, decarbonizing public housing, and paying for this transition by increasing taxes on the wealthiest and corporations and financing through a public national bank. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present petition E3821 titled National Defence and Military Operations. The initiator of this petition and a few supporters from the riding of Waterloo shared concerns directly with me. They also shared the importance of the emissions reduction plan, fighting climate change, and their hope for transitions towards a green care economy and future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting a petitions, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Coastal Bay Central Notre Dame.
Mr. Speaker, I am presenting this petition from my constituents and Canadians across the country who want an end to the vaccine mandates, especially for domestic travel, which is federally regulated. The petitioners note that several reviews and studies have revealed nearly non-existent transmission rates on airplanes. WestJet's chief medical officer said that there were no known records of transmission. Also, they note that countries around the world have removed their vaccine mandates and restrictions. Finally, petitioners state that the vaccine mandate imposed on Canadians taking domestic flights, trains and ferries is an unreasonable infringement on their rights and freedoms. The petitioners ask the government to abolish the domestic vaccine passport requirement for Canadian citizens and permanent residents taking domestic flights. And they ask for an end to all federally regulated COVID-19 vaccine mandates and restrictions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting a petitions, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present a petition signed by a host of Canadians that have expressed grave concern about how the Liberals are willing to politicize things like charitable status within this country. Mr. Speaker, these petitioners from across Canada call upon the House of Commons to, one, protect and preserve the application of charitable status rules on a politically and ideologically neutral basis without discrimination on the basis of political or religious values without the imposition of another, quote, values test, and two, affirm the right of Canadians to freedom of expression in Canada. Mr. Speaker, it is an honour to be able to stand with these Canadians and present this petition in the House today.
Présentation de pétition, presenting the petitions, the honourable member for, I know I always get this one, Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to present a number of petitions today from hundreds of Canadians across Canada, including my own constituents. The petitioners are concerned about the accessibility and impact of violent, degrading, sexually explicit material online and the impacts on public health, especially on the well-being of women and girls. They recognize that we cannot say that we believe in preventing sexual violence towards women while allowing pornography companies to freely expose our children to violent, sexually explicit imagery day after day, which is a form of child abuse. As such, they note that the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child requires Canada to develop the means to protect children from forms of media that are injurious to their well-being. As such, the petitioners are calling on the House of Commons to require meaningful age verification on all adult websites. My next petition, Mr. Speaker, is from folks in my riding that live in the towns of Fox Creek and Swan Hills. These two towns are in northern Alberta, and the petitioner is saying that the rising heat costs and other expenses of life make life more expensive in these communities. They also have to travel great distances to access groceries and shopping centres. The petitioners state that there's an arbitrary line that runs across Alberta preventing Fox Creek and Swan Hills residents from accessing the northern residents' living allowance. The petitioners are asking that the government include Fox Creek and Swan Hills as communities within the prescribed intermediate zone and allow these people to receive the Northern Living Allowance for living in Northern Alberta. The next petition I am presenting today, Mr. Speaker, is from folks from across Canada who are concerned that certain charities could be targeted based on their views and forced into a values test. The petitioners note that the Liberals have promised to deny charitable status to groups that they view as being dishonest. This could jeopardize the charitable status of hospitals, houses of worship, schools, homeless shelters, and other organizations. We've seen a similar values test applied to the Canada Summer Jobs Grant. The petitioners are asking the House of Commons to protect and preserve the application of charitable status rules on a politically and ideologically neutral basis, without discrimination on the basis of political or religious views, and without the imposition of another values test. They also ask for an affirmation of the freedom of expression for all Canadians. The next petition I am presenting today, Mr. Speaker, is from Canadians from across the country who are concerned about the impact of sexually explicit material, including demeaning and violent material on the internet. These folks are worried about the consumption of the sexually explicit material by young persons ranging with a range of harms and the development of gender stereotypes and the development of harassment and violence and sexual harassment and sexual violence, particularly against women. They are calling on the Government of Canada to enact meaningful age verification There was a recommendation that was brought forward by the Committee of Health in 2017, and therefore they are calling for this House to adopt Bill S-210, the Protection of Young Persons from the Exposure to Pornography Act. My final petition today, Madam Chair, is from petitioners from across the country who want an end to the vaccine mandates, especially for domestic travel, which is federally regulated. The petitioners are calling, note that several reviews and studies have revealed that there's non-existent transmission rates on airplanes. Finally, the petitioners state that the vaccine mandates imposed on Canadians taking domestic flights, trains, and ferries is an unreasonable infringement on their rights and freedoms. They are asking for an end to all federally regulated COVID-19 vaccine mandates and restrictions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Presenting petitions, questions on the order paper, because there's no more time for petitions. Questions on the order paper, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The following questions will be answered today. Question 399, 400, 403, 408, 411, 413 to 416, 421 to 423, and 425. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, if the government's response is to questions number 394 to 398, 401 and 402, 404 to 407, 409 and 410, 412, 417 to 420, and 424 could be made orders for return. These returns would be tabled immediately.
La Chambre, que les questions subventionnées.
Can these be transferred to order papers and be tabled?
Madam Speaker, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Government orders, government commons bills.
The Budget Implementation Act 2022, and on the sub-amendment of Mr. Viss.
Alors,
the honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert had 3 minutes and 25 seconds remaining. The last time he left off his speech, the honourable member, please continue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, this is rather odd because there was a long break between the beginning and the end of my speech. I had pointed out the fact that there were 4 major crises in Canada right now. I was talking about the housing crisis. There were measures in the budget that we found very dangerous, especially the municipal agreements. I do want to bring up, though, a resource in my writing called the Halte du Coin. It was created during the pandemic to fight homelessness. And the entire problem with homelessness in Longueuil is actually taken in hand by experts. People in the community who've been working in that area for 25, 30 years. I meet with them, I learn from them, and on Thursday there was a benefit evening for that organization, and I participated, and all the housing sector was there, and I'd like to name them, but of course I don't have enough time. And at that evening, about 3 weeks ago, there were a number of volunteers, but there aren't enough people, so I went and I served meals to help them out. They served meals during the day, and it was very curious, and that's what I wanted to talk about. Now, there are 30 beds at the Halte du Coin, and I was there at supper time serving meals, and around 6 o'clock they ask everyone to leave because this is in a church in Longueuil, and I'd like to commend the organizers, everyone who works at the Halte du Coin, and that's the entire Longueuil community who participated, who stood together to set this up. So these are people who are very committed, very empathetic. I love these people, really. And so, yes, they sent people outside, and there were about 50 people who had had their dinner, and people were standing outside smoking. But the problem is there are not enough beds. So on that day, that was the beginning of April, it was still chilly, it was raining, and after serving the meals, and I was helping people set up the beds, and I went outside, and there were 50 people who were waiting for a bed. And it's upsetting. It's very troubling because not all of them were going to get a bed that night. We served 50 meals, but there are only 30 beds. So there were 20 people who were not going to get a bed that night. So they would have had to sleep on the sidewalk or in the parking lot or, take shelter under an ATM or something like that. It's terrible. It's tragic, Madam Speaker, that in this country there is not enough housing for people who need it. The housing crisis is real because everyone in Longueuil who works in this sector, I was talking to the homeless people, I was talking to the volunteers, and they're people who are very proud. They don't like to have to turn to a shelter. A number of them are recovering drug addicts. They have mental health problems, and there are so many underlying causes. And those people, they're people who are very proud, and they wanted to tell me that soon, in a month or two, they were going to be getting a house, and they were eager, they were super excited, and everything would be fine. But you could feel that. I'm very sorry. I've been trying to ask you to wrap up. But I'm sure that during the questions and comments, the honourable member will be able to add what he needs to add.
Questions and comments.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member's talking about housing, and it's important for us to recognize that there is a need for strong leadership on the housing file because it's not only Ottawa that plays a role, but also so does provincial governments, municipal governments, and the different stakeholders. They all have a role to play, and I think what we've seen from Ottawa over the last number of years is very strong leadership, whether it's the first ever national housing strategy to historic amounts of dollars, public dollars being invested in housing, to the support of programs such as housing co-ops. And I'm wondering if the member would reflect in terms of the importance that the different levels of government, the three levels of government in particular, need to play in terms of being able to increase the housing stock in Canada.
The honourable member. First, I'm sorry for contradicting my colleague, but when he says that the federal government leads by example, he's wrong. The director of the National Housing Council, which was created as part of the National Housing Strategy, said that in a report that 35,000 housing units have been built since 2017, and they're promising 100,000 in the budget. So how is that going to happen? She said in an interview that this strategy has met the needs of 4.8% of households in core housing need. So really, this housing strategy is doing nothing for the most underprivileged.
The honourable member for Sherwood Parkford, Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his remarks. Just with respect to the Budget Implementation Act, I know one issue that I've been following very closely is the issue of direction and control. These are unreasonable regulations that exist in the context of charities law, and the budget finally recognized that there was a problem with this. But at the same time, there's some concerns about whether the solution that's offered is adequate. We need to fix these regulations. We need to work across party lines to get this done because right now they're piling millions of dollars every year of red tape onto charitable organizations. I wonder if my colleague has a comment just about the need to reform these regulations and remove red tape so that charities can be able to do their work unencumbered.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. I don't know if I understood the question, but something that is sure is that when we discuss with community organizations, especially housing people in the housing sector, they do talk about red tape. In the housing sector, obviously people don't have a lot of resources. They don't have a lot of staff. It's all volunteers. And, the Al du Coin, they don't have enough volunteers, and they don't have enough employees, obviously, because they don't have the resources to pay them. So they have trouble keeping people who have expertise. And indeed, all the paperwork, the red tape, it's a real obstacle. And I think that all of this could be, much of it could be eliminated, and we should make the criteria more simple so that we can actually help people. Thank you.
On a temps pour une brève question.
Time for a brief question.
Port Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member so much for the advocacy that he's doing here, but also in the past he's mentioned much advocacy that he's done in his riding. I just wanted to ask the member about government loans for municipalities and cities. What are you hearing in Quebec around the access to actually operating funds from the government for housing for cities?
I won't tell her what I'm hearing, but I'm sure that the honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert is able to do that. I just want to remind the member to address her questions through the chair and not directly to the member. The
honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Very brief. Yes, indeed, in Quebec, there's a program that was created in the wake of the federal government pulling out of this strategy. It's called Exélogie. It's an excellent program, and we hope that it will survive. But just like everywhere else, there's a lack of funding, and provinces should be able to focus on programs that really work. For example, the Rapid Housing Initiative. That's a very specific program, and it works well. It's really excellent, but the problem is it's underfunded. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Tourism and Associate Minister of Finance. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to split my time with the member of South Okanagan, West Kootenay. Madam Speaker, it's an honor for me to rise today in this House to take part in the debate on Bill C-19, which is our budget bill. Before going further, I would like to express my gratitude and my acknowledgement to my family, my spouse, my best friend, and obviously my daughter Ellie, who, without realizing it, encourages me every day to speak to the files that I am passionate about, for example, affordability, the environment, and gun control. Since the House resumed in January, my family has not seen me a lot. I have mostly been here in Ottawa, either in the House of Commons or in my office, to make one of my dreams come true, to work on the creation of a federal budget. Our objective was to create a budget based on affordability while ensuring that it is a fiscally responsible budget as well, ensuring that Canada maintains its advantageous fiscal standing with the lowest deficit among all G7 countries.
Take a moment and pause to note that these statistics that I've just mentioned mean that we as a federal government went very quickly from spending very much in an emergency context in order to support small businesses, in order to support Canadians through the pandemic, to very quickly adjusting once that period of emergency was behind us, in order to be fiscally responsible, in order to ensure that our spending would go down as global inflation was rising, Madam Speaker. What is also interesting is that this pivot was not only done successfully, but is actually causing experts, including experts at the IMF, to predict that our growth here in Canada will be the highest among G7 countries this year as well as next year, Madam Speaker. C'est d'abord et avant tout.
This is, above all, a budget that responds to the needs of the moment in terms of housing, the environment, reconciliation, inclusion, and equity. But it also meets the geopolitical needs. I am one who believes that one of the roles of a federal government is to ensure the sovereignty of our territory and our national defense, to ensure that we are prepared as a country for any eventuality. And that is why our budget includes historic investments in defense in order to support Ukraine
Ukraine is fighting a fight now, a fight for freedom and democracy, and that includes our own.
Madam Speaker, is also causing ripple effects in economies throughout the world. Energy prices in particular have soared as a result of the war, and food prices as well. Canadians are feeling this at the pump. Canadians are feeling this at the supermarket. This is a period of global inflation. And that is why our government has taken unprecedented steps in order to ensure that we were putting money back into the pockets of Canadians. I think often of the Canada Child Benefit, Madam Speaker, because not only is it a check that is received every month by families, but it is a program that has lifted over 1 million Canadians out of poverty, including 300,000 children, Madam Speaker. There are many other programs, and this budget provides many other proposals, including a one-time payment for Canadians having difficulty finding access to affordable housing, including subsidizing dental care, Madam Speaker. And these are programs that are going to help Canadians meet the rising cost of living. It is also why this budget proposes the creation of a historic number of new homes, Madam Speaker. It's why we are making it easier to buy your first home through a tax-free first home savings account, also through doubling the first-time home buyers tax credit, and many other measures as part, once again, of this historic housing program that we have put in place. Ce budget s'attaque également.
This budget also addresses the climate crisis by implementing our ambitious emissions reduction plan, which will see our emissions fall by 40% by 2030 and our goal of reaching carbon neutrality by 2050. To achieve this, we will establish a national network of charging stations and ensure that 100% of vehicle sales will be zero emission by 2035. We're investing more to protect more of our lands and oceans, and we're giving more tools to Environment Canada to fight plastic pollution.
So many aspects of this budget that I would like to discuss. I touched on housing, I touched on the environment. I could speak at length about the importance of ensuring that more and growing small businesses have access to our 9% small business tax rate, a measure included in this budget which I care so deeply about. There are also incredible measures in this budget in order to ensure a bold and successful immigration plan, which will help us bring newcomers to Canada and also deal with the labor shortage that we're experiencing. But Madam President, in the short amount of time that I have left, I would like to reflect on our history. During the First World War, Canadians fought bravely and played an instrumental role in the Allied victory. We have all heard stories of the Battle of Vimy Ridge and of the 100 Days campaign. Canadians showed their strength time and time again in the face of the enemy. And just 21 years later, Madam Speaker, we found ourselves in the Second World War, where Canada once again played a vital role in ensuring victory against the fascist Axis powers. Yesterday was Victory in Europe Day, celebrating the surrender of Nazi Germany and the liberation of Europe. And as I walked to Parliament today, I saw those beautiful tulip bulbs everywhere. I saw these red tulips on every corner of our capital city. And I thought of the role Canada played in liberating Europe and this beautiful yearly offering from the Netherlands to honor the role played there by our Canadian men and women in uniform. As we all know, following the Second World War, Canada played a leading role in the establishment of the United Nations and its all-important peacekeeping force. Madam Speaker, if we do not know our past, we cannot know our future. Canada has always played an outsized role in setting the world aright again. And so too today with the provision of support, but in particular the provision of weapons to Ukraine, Canada being among the first, ensuring that our initial deliveries of weapons arrived before the invasion. The current war also makes clear that we must continue to strengthen NATO. I believe that Canada must and will continue to be a leader among nations, and I am encouraged and I look forward to welcoming Sweden, Finland, and yes, hopefully, ultimately, Ukraine into NATO. Of course, we know that this decision rests with the entire membership of NATO and that consent to joining NATO has to be unanimous, but I feel it is important, considering that I have personally been sanctioned by Russia, to continue to make my views known publicly, both here in this chamber and elsewhere. As a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, I have been deeply engaged in Canada's response to the illegal war begun by President Putin. As the ambassador-designate from Ukraine, my new friend recently arrived in Canada, told us just a few days ago in response to my questions in committee what Ukraine needs now, first and foremost, is weapons. This is not to diminish the crucial and important role that humanitarian aid plays and diplomatic support that Canada has been providing. But when Ukrainians are staring down a tank that is poised to hit a school, a shelter, a residential area, what they need are anti-tank missiles. When Ukrainians fight by night, what they need are night vision goggles. When they fight by day, what they need are our weapons, Madam Speaker. And our budget is putting $500 million in order to continue to support their fight. I hope that all members in this House will support our budget. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my friend and colleague for her speech. I agree with many of the things she said, at least with respect to our needed engagement in the world. And respectfully, I think the government was a little bit behind in that I recall the first throne speech that the government came out with in 2015 talking about the need for a, quote, leaner military. We've been pushing the government prior to this invasion to do more in terms of sanctionings as well as weapons supplies. And I hope that she will continue to urge her government to do even more because I think she puts her finger on the right point in terms of the critical importance of supplying weapons. Can I just ask the member about the issue of debt, which she spoke about at the beginning of her speech? And I think sometimes we make the mistake of comparing Canadian federal debt to other countries' federal debt, when actually in Canada we need to take into consideration the total level of government debt. Canada has very high total government debt when you consider the fact that many of the services that are provided in our country are actually provided at other levels of government. Federal debt has more than doubled in the time this Prime Minister has been in office. And I would submit that if we're so far in debt, we won't be able to afford to lead anymore. Is the member concerned about the debt levels and the impact as interest rates rise?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, there was much in that question. I would like to thank my colleague, for recognizing the work that Canada has done in order to continue to support Ukraine. I would like to also thank my colleague for his work on our Foreign Affairs Committee. I do believe, however, that it is Prime Minister Harper that cut the most from our national defense investments. I do believe that we need to continue investing in our defensive capabilities, and this budget goes a long way in order to do just that. With respect to the economic aspect of his question, I would point him to the consistently falling net debt to GDP ratio in our budget. I would point him to the statistics that I mentioned in terms of having the lowest deficit in the G7. This is ensuring that our economy continues to function well, to grow, and that we continue to attract foreign direct investment at unprecedented rates, which we are. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank the colleague for her speech. I'd like to talk about immigration and resources, particularly with regard to temporary foreign workers. I'm a bit disappointed to see that there's not a lot in C-19. There's a few general measures on economic measures, but I don't really see Quebec because Quebec selects its own economic immigrants. Again, this morning I spoke to my producers, asparagus producers, who want to have their workers for April 23rd. Then they'll have to pay them to do nothing until 10th of May. So this is a loss of $100,000. The Honourable Member for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for that question. I fully agree that we need to invest more resources in our immigration system. I, too, in fact, members across the country are getting calls I know that there are significant delays, but there are also work to be done hand in hand with the government of Quebec. We have put forward federal immigration thresholds, and Quebec has put forward different thresholds that are unfortunately lower. I think we're all here in the House. We can work together in order to ensure that we have enough workers in the country to ensure that our small businesses, our farmers, producers can have and be successful that we know that they are capable of. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for her speech. I note in the budget speech that there was no mention of healthcare workers and no mention of a very important care economy. And with this week being National Nurses Week, I just wanted to ask the member, there is a top-up in the budget for healthcare, but the healthcare workforce is asking, they're in a crisis point, and are there going to be additional investments made by this government to make sure that the labour shortages in the nursing profession are addressed?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, a brief answer, please.
I sincerely appreciate this question, Madam Speaker. I would point the member to the fact that we, as a federal government, must respect the jurisdictions of different layers of government, and healthcare is of provincial jurisdiction. We are absolutely interested in sitting down with provinces and territories to come to an agreement, but as I'm sure she is aware, we would need provinces to take the lead on such a matter. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Madam Speaker, and I'm happy to rise here to speak to Bill C-19, the Budget Implementation Act. You know, this pandemic has made it incredibly difficult for many Canadians. And now we have a housing crisis, rising inflation, and a labour shortage that are all adding to these difficulties. Our healthcare system has come close to a breaking point on several occasions. Thousands have died, millions have been seriously ill. Doctors, nurses, and all healthcare workers have been under unbelievable stress and physical exhaustion. And I want to say a personal thank you to all of them who cared for us and our loved ones over the past 2 years and more. Businesses and workers suffered through a series of lockdowns. 9 million Canadians found themselves out of work, without income, with no way to pay their rent, their mortgage, their grocery bills. Companies were in similar dire straits. Unfortunately, this House came together to pass measures that kept people financially afloat, measures that allowed businesses to keep employees on the payroll. But last year we learned that still over half of Canadians were only $200 from insolvency at the end of every month. And that was before the housing crisis reached another level of unbelievable house prices, monthly rents, and rental availability. You know, the NDP is focused on helping Canadians, making sure they get the health care they need no matter where they live or their level of income, making sure they can find a home they can afford, making sure they have the means to live out their senior years in dignity, making sure that those Canadians who did well through the pandemic, and some made billions of dollars in profits, pay their fair share. Now, this is the first budget after the Liberals and NDP announced their confidence and supply agreement, so I'd like to highlight some of the gains that we achieved in this agreement by using our power here in the House of Commons to help Canadians. And I think it's fair to say that the big gains have come in creating a stronger healthcare system here in Canada. When we created the universal healthcare system, we are so proud of, several aspects of healthcare were left out. And at the top of that list is dental care. So I'm proud that we will be bringing dental care coverage to all Canadians who need it through this agreement. And it will start with free dental care for all children without coverage this year. And by the third year, we'll have dental care for everyone with household incomes less than $90,000 who don't have coverage now. And I've already spoken in this House about the impact this will have. It will be literally life-changing for so many lower-income Canadians who will have access to dental care for the first time, access that so many other Canadians just take for granted. It will not only change people's lives, it will save our broader healthcare system millions of dollars. Alex Munter, the CEO of the Children's Hospital of Eastern Ontario, has told us that dental restoration is the most common surgery carried out in that hospital. restoration that is needed because of the lack of preventive care. This program will keep kids out of hospital. And I have to remind Canadians that both the Liberals and Conservatives voted down this exact initiative less than a year ago. So the NDP is very proud that it will move ahead to change lives for the better. Similarly, the Confidence and Supply Agreement ensures that universal pharmacare will be added to our health care coverage. Canada has been the only country with comprehensive health care coverage that didn't include prescribed medications in that coverage. This program will not only save lives, 10% of Canadians simply can't afford to fill out their prescriptions. It will save the Canadian economy more than $4 billion a year through the power of a single buyer when we purchase medications. And more savings, some estimates of over $10 billion per year, will accrue by simply keeping people out of hospital, by keeping them healthier through proper medication. And I also recently spoke here about the crisis in long-term care, so I won't go into detail other than to say that one of the other points in our agreement was to bring a safe long-term care act that will go a long way to ensure our seniors can live in dignity. Madam Speaker, the issue that is critical for many Canadians, and certainly in my riding, is housing. The impossible cost of buying a house, ridiculous rental rates, the extreme difficulty in even finding rental accommodation. My riding has an unenviable combination of high housing prices. The average house price in my riding is running at about $1 million, and low incomes. The average single income in my riding is around $30,000. In our agreement with the Liberals, the NDP won an extension of the Rapid Housing Initiative that will add $1.5 billion in funding to build more than 4,500 affordable housing units. We've also made the government's rental construction financing initiative actually work for renters across the country. Previously, this program, which is the biggest CMHC program for rental housing, was doing little or nothing to provide affordable housing. It was giving money to developers to build rental units that were then being rented at an average 50% above the average market value. So we were giving out taxpayers' money to help developers charge excessive rent. The NDP has fixed this to ensure that 40% of these units will be rented out at below 80% of average market rent. In my riding, that means the production of units that will be offered at $900 per month, compared to the former Liberal rates of $2,000 per month. We still have more to do, Madam Speaker. The NDP has pledged to build 500,000 units of affordable housing over 10 years to make up the effort lost over the past 30 years after successive Liberal and Conservative governments got out of the affordable housing game. We'll continue pressing this government to make these necessary investments so that all Canadians can have a roof over their head. And I'll briefly mention that I'm disappointed this budget seems to do little for the fight against climate change, and in particular, I have real concerns that billions of dollars will be given to highly profitable oil and gas companies to try to implement carbon capture technologies that will likely delay rather than hasten our shift to a cleaner energy future. Madam Speaker, when balancing budgets, governments too often forget the revenue side of the equation. During the pandemic, most Canadians have suffered financially, while a few in the 1% have made extraordinary profits. The NDP had called for excessive profits tax as well as a wealth tax of 1% for those Canadians who have assets over $10 million to make sure that the costs of the pandemic are borne more by those who can afford it rather than those who have had the burden fall on the majority of Canadians who have suffered. While the Liberals didn't agree to our reasonable requests, they have agreed to levy a one-time excess profit tax of 15% for banks and a permanent 1.5% tax increase for banks. These two measures will recoup over $6 billion in taxes over the next 5 years. The NDP would have preferred that the excess profit tax be extended to big corporations such as big oil companies and big box retailers such as Walmart, which made a $3.5 billion profit in the fourth quarter of 2021 alone. And we're also disappointed that these taxes are not included in this Budget Implementation Act. And I'll finish by mentioning one small victory in excise tax reform that stems from my private member's bill, C-267, that removed the alcohol excise tax from low-alcohol beer. Low-alcohol wine and spirits don't face this tax. None of Canada's trading partners charge this tax. My bill was meant to make a common-sense change to the excise tax to level the playing field. The beer industry was paying more than $1 million every year in excise tax on low-alcohol beer. So the beer industry and millions of Canadians who drink low-alcohol beer and myself were all happy to see this bill incorporated into this Budget Implementation Act. I was disappointed to see that other issues stemming from the changes to the Excise Act were not dealt with in this budget. Many wineries in my riding will be paying excise tax for the first time since their exemption was eliminated after a challenge at the World Trade Organization. Wine Growers of Canada have been calling for permanent trade legal support for the industry to match the supports provided by other major wine-producing countries. The government has offered a temporary 18-month support, but I was hoping for a more long-lasting measure that would really make a difference in this important industry. Madam Speaker, the NDP will continue working to make life better for Canadians. I believe this bill is a step in the right direction, but we have a long journey to go. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, I look at the budget from a holistic approach in which there are many things within the budget that one can actually talk about. But when I reflect in terms of the last election, the federal election, I think Canadians did send a message, and what they expected was that whether you're in the government or you're in opposition, that there's an expectation that you'll take your roles in a very responsible fashion. And a part of what we have witnessed over the last number of weeks and months is that there does seem to be a higher sense of cooperation in recognizing by working together we can in fact be more effective at getting things done for Canadians in all regions of the country. And if I can just get my friend to provide his thoughts in terms of that does not limit an opposition party to work with the government and at the same time be a critique of the government. And if he could provide his thoughts on that.
The Honourable Member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Winnipeg North for that comment, and I would agree with them. I think most Canadians that I talk to, most constituents that I talk to, want politicians to collaborate, act collegially, to act out to create the best for Canadians, to make sure that we are working here to make lives better for Canadians. And I think that's what the NDP has been concentrating on. And we were very happy to work into this agreement with the Liberals because they agreed to put forward several pieces of legislation that we have been putting forward and they have been voting against. But they have agreed to do that because we know it will make life better for Canadians. And yes, we still have plenty to criticize the Liberals for, and we will continue doing that. But I think this is what Canadians want to see.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member Sherwood Park, First Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. NDP members keep referring to carbon capture and storage. Now, carbon capture and storage is happening right now. It's happening in my constituency. It's happening in other places. There is an existing project that received a substantial amount of public funds, but there's a new project that's being developed, the Polaris project, developed entirely with private funds, taking advantage of carbon credits. So this is the private sector investing in carbon capture technology, benefiting from carbon credits, and doing so in a way that reduces emissions while creating jobs and opportunity. And it's really hard for me to understand politicians in this place who say they care about the environment attacking technology that works, that reduces emissions, and seemingly attacking it only on the basis that the private sector is involved. It's as if the NDP is not so much motivated by concern for the environment as they are by just a general antipathy towards any kind of private sector development or companies involved in the oil and gas sector trying to be part of the solution. Will NDP members recognize the reality that carbon capture and storage is working now, and take the opportunity to at least see it in action?
You have to allow the Honourable Member to answer. The Honourable Député de South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Madam Speaker, I'm not so much concerned about carbon capture and storage because the private sector is involved. What I'm concerned about it is the oil and gas sector that's involved in using that carbon capture and storage technique to basically pump more oil and gas out of the ground. That's what, it's enhanced oil recovery. It's been going on for years in the United States. There's a lot of data to show that it doesn't work in terms of, saving, reducing the amount of emissions into the atmosphere overall. And it's really designed to get more oil and gas out of the ground that will be burned and create more emissions. So that's why we are concerned about this kind of carbon capture and storage. I could go on, but I see the speaker rising, and I will sit down.
Allow for one more brief question. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for... Oh, I'm sorry. I'm completely forgetting. I'm so sorry. I'm forgetting the writing. Bécancourt Nicolas Sorel. A brief question, please. Yes, I will keep it brief, Madam Speaker. I was listening closely to my colleague's speech. He spoke towards the beginning of the need for new housing. With the budget we've heard about, this housing will only arrive in 2 or 3 years. We cannot create new housing overnight. Still, there might be some ways to help people find housing. For example, we're seeing that in some regions, Airbnb are actually using a large proportion of housing in order to rent these places out on a daily or weekly basis. Perhaps these companies could be controlled to ensure that those units of housing remain for people who live there.
West Kootenay, brief answer.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for that important question because certainly in my riding, short-term rentals such as Airbnb are a huge part of the housing problem because everybody wants to come to my riding for their holidays. I don't have a lot of time, but I would comment that I think most of the laws regarding Airbnbs are more municipal and provincial, but I would certainly be happy to enter into that debate here if it were put forward.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll be splitting my time with the member for Niagara West. Madam Speaker, I'd like to quote a fiscal conservative. Quote, Canadians want to know that the principles guiding government are the ones that they share. Here are our principles. First, governments created the deficit burden, and so governments must resolve it by focusing first in their own backyards, by getting spending down, not by putting taxes up. Second, our fiscal strategy will be worth noting if at the end of the day we have not provided hope. Well, our fiscal strategy will be worth nothing if at the end of the day we have not provided hope for jobs and for growth. We must focus on getting growth up at the same time as we strive to get spending down. Third, we must be frugal in everything we do. Waste in government is simply not tolerable. Fourth, we must forever put aside the old notion that new government programs require additional spending. They don't. What they do require is the will to shut down what doesn't work and focus on what can. That is why a central thrust of our effort is reallocation. Whether on the spending side or on the revenue side, every initiative in this budget reflects a shift from lower to higher priority areas. Finally, we must always be fair and compassionate. It is the most vulnerable whose voices are often the least strong. We must never let the need to become frugal become an excuse to stop being fair. End of quote. Madam Speaker, that was Finance Minister Paul Martin in his 1996 budget speech. Mr. Martin understood how to create jobs and growth. It was to focus on growth at the same time as getting spending down and not putting taxes up. It was to forever put aside the old notion that new government programs required additional spending. Madam Speaker, this budget in front of the House today does the opposite. The budget increases taxes. It increases spending and spends on consumption rather than on investment. And this is an approach the government has taken since it formed government in 2015. And it is not working. In fact, the government admits to this in its own budget. On page 25 of the budget document, there's a chart that's titled Average Potential Annual Growth in Real GDP Per Capita, Selected OECD Countries 2020 to 2060. In this chart, Canada is dead last. This chart is an indictment of the economic policies of this government over the last 6 years. And while the budget pays lip service to jobs and growth, it does not have a credible plan to create jobs and growth. In fact, here's what the CEO of RBC said recently about the government's economic policies, one of the largest private sector employers in Canada. Here's what he said about this government's plan, David McKay. Quote, tax and spend to me is like eating sugar pops for breakfast. You feel really good for an hour and you feel crappy by noon at the end of the day. And that's what tax and spend gives you. It doesn't give you sustainable prosperity. End of quote. The budget increases taxes. In fact, it levies a new tax on significant financial institutions, one of the few sectors of growth in the Canadian economy in recent years. The budget increases government spending. It calls for more than $56 billion in new spending over the next 6 years. And that comes on top of additional spending that was just announced in last fall's economic update. And that in turn comes on top of additional spending that was announced in last year's budget. In fact, the government is now spending fully $70 billion a year more than it did before the pandemic hit. That's more than 3% of GDP. That is an incredible increase in government spending. But despite all this new spending, the government isn't allocating spending in the right places. For example, the spending doesn't reflect the need to strengthen Canada's defense and security and the need to uphold our international commitments. All of this new spending announced in this budget, in the last fall economic update, and in last year's budget isn't going to the Canadian military. First off, Madam Speaker, a big problem with the budget documents in terms of transparency to Parliament. The government is proposing two very different and contradictory figures for military spending in the budget documents. One number it proposes is an additional $8 billion over the next 5 years, but elsewhere in the budget, it proposes an additional $23 billion over the next 3 years. And these numbers are not fully accounted for. But set aside the two different figures in the budget for military spending. Even if you take the most optimistic scenario that the government has laid out in the budget, it still doesn't meet Canada's international NATO commitments. Madam Speaker, the world changed on February 24th. Russia attacked Ukraine, beginning the first war between states in Europe since 1945. In doing so, autocratic states like Russia have made it clear that they are prepared to attack democracies abroad and here at home. Other governments have realized the world has changed. That's why on February 27th, Germany did a U-turn on decades of foreign and military policy. Chancellor Olaf Scholz, who heads a center-left coalition, announced that Germany would begin immediately increasing defense spending to meet and exceed the 2% NATO commitment, beginning with an immediate infusion of $140 billion Canadian in new military spending. The German government understands that the world has changed, Madam Speaker. This Liberal government does not. NATO members have had a long-standing commitment to spend 2% of gross domestic product on the military. As I've just mentioned, Germany will be meeting that commitment. Canada's closest allies already exceed that commitment, including the United States, the United Kingdom, and France. Canada does not, and the budget contains no measures for us to meet that NATO commitment. In fact, on the latest NATO data, Canada ranks 25th out of 29 member states of NATO in terms of our contribution to our defense and security. That wasn't always the case, Madam Speaker. Canada was once a leading contributor to the alliance. More than 1.1 million Canadians served in the Second World War, and over 40,000 paid the ultimate sacrifice and gave their lives in defense of this country. And for decades, throughout the 1980s and well into the early 1990s, Canada exceeded the 2% commitment. Canada spent more than 2% of its gross domestic product on defense. And here's why that lack of defense spending should concern us all. There is no greater guarantee of peace and security in this world than military strength. In fact, before 1945 in North America, both Canada and the United States had no standing militaries of any scale to deter aggression. And in the century before 1945, our histories were replete with bloody and costly wars that led to the deaths of hundreds of thousands of our citizens in defense of democracy, freedom, and the rule of law. And that is why, since 1945, we have pledged to never again go through that horrific period in history. And as we agreed to establish standing militaries of sufficient size to deter the aggression that we are seeing around the world, and potentially the aggression we might see in the Indo-Pacific region. Madam Speaker, the greatest guarantor of peace and security is a strong and robust military. And because the government isn't allocating enough spending to Canada's military, it is leaving Canada exposed and vulnerable in a violent and unstable world. Madam Speaker, as Mr. Martin understood almost 3 decades ago, the budget should create jobs and growth by getting spending down and not by getting taxes up, by forever putting aside the old notion that new government programs require additional spending. And what spending does take place should take the form of investment rather than consumption. This government, though, has forgot the lessons of the 1990s. Taxes and spending are up. New programs have not come from reallocation, but from additional spending. And this spending is in the form of consumption rather than investment. And despite all this additional spending, this government's budget does not uphold our NATO defense spending commitment, as outlined in the Wales Summit Declaration of 2014. And for all those reasons, Madam Speaker, I cannot support this budget.
Comments? The Honourable Government Whip.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. The honourable member's speech, and with just a little puzzlement, he was part of the government. He quoted rather fondly, I thought, former Prime Minister Martin, but yet part of the government that took what was record debt reimbursement and turned it into new and structural deficits over the life of the government that he was a part of. He quotes NATO spending, and NATO spending as a percentage of GDP went under 1% under his watch in the government that he was part of. So just wondering, Madam Speaker, now that he has run and knocked on doors and asked people to support a bigger spending platform than that the Liberal Party proposed in last year's election, how does he reconcile the views that he states today with all of these seeming very puzzling contradictions?
Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Well, Madam Speaker, no contradictions at all. In fact, when this government took office on November 5th of 2015, it inherited a budget surplus. The government had balanced the budget by the time the government took office. And in fact, they then spent an inordinate amount of money till the fiscal year end of March 31st, 2016, that actually pushed the country back into deficit. It was under their watch that the country went into deficit in early 2016. And with respect to our NATO defense spending commitments, it is true that defense spending did not meet that commitment during much of the aughts, nor did it during much of the 1990s. But that was in the context of the fall of the Berlin Wall, when we assumed that autocratic states like Russia and China would improve their record on human rights, democracy, and the rule of law, and would be good partners in the international order. That changed on February 24th with Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the first attack of a European democracy by another European state. And that's why we now need to do what Germany has done and increase defense spending to 2% of gross domestic product.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for North Island, Powder River.
Well, thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his speech. You know, one of the issues that is very concerning to me and wasn't addressed in this budget at all, of course, is the marriage after 60. We know that veterans, military folks, RCMP, and our federal civil servants, if they get married after 60, their partner gets no survivor benefit after they pass. Right now, we're working with an amazing human being that put away $153,000 out of his own pension to look after his partner when he passed. And now she is very ill, and it doesn't look like she's going to make it. And I think it's very concerning that that $153,000 is not going to be returned to that person. I'm just wondering if the member could speak about how important it is to recognize the people who served us so well and their partners. Thank you.
The honourable for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague for the question. It highlights an important debt of gratitude and an important debt that we all owe as Canadians to the veterans who have served this country both in current and past conflicts. I know that my wife's family has had many members of her family who have contributed to Canada's armed forces, who have served in uniform in both of the great wars of the 20th century. I myself would not be here today, Madam Speaker, were it not for Canadian soldiers who defended Hong Kongers during the vicious Battle of Hong Kong in the early days of the Second World War, and my mother, who and her family were liberated by Canadian soldiers during the liberation of the Netherlands. And so we must do better to ensure that today's generation of veterans have the supports necessary to ensure that they can live out their years in peace and with the sufficient supports that we all owe to them.
Time for a brief question. The honourable member for Peel-Boucher. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In his speech, my colleague mentioned his disappointment in the government's lack of investment. And I'd like to hear more on that, because when we hear about the equipment that the CAF has access to, we know that for many years there's been underinvestment in the forces. They're using handguns from the Second World War. And so I'd like to hear my colleague expand on his perception of the procurement system for the Canadian Armed Forces.
I just want to remind members to have side conversations, it's best to take them out. Brief answer from the member from Wellington, Halton Hills.
Je veux dire merci.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I think that we do need to increase the equipment for the Canadian Armed Forces. It's clear that there's a problem because we're talking about $100 million worth of equipment that the government sent to Ukraine, and then they said that they couldn't send more because we don't have any more. That's the problem for the Canadian Armed Forces. So the government needs to hike spending on the military to ensure our security here in Canada.
The honourable member for Niagara West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's been more than 6 years since the Liberal government was elected. They proved themselves to be good at two things. First, they're excellent at spending massive amounts of money on debt with limited results. And second, they're phenomenal at wedging, dividing, and stigmatizing people and ridiculing Canadians who disagree with them. That's the sum total of the Prime Minister and his government's record over the last 6 years. They're not good stewards of the economy, and they certainly...
I'm sorry. I do have to interrupt the member. We know that, from what I can see, there's a problem with interpretation, and I think it's because the honourable member's mic is probably not picked up. L'honorable député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé, is that right? Yes. I would just like to say that perhaps there's a problem with the headset.
The honourable member, can he check his mic? I know that I don't know if those are the new headset. This is a new headset?
This better?
That is much better. Est-ce qu'on entend l'interprétation?
Can we hear the interpretation?
Should I start
Can you keep talking for a second just so we can double check?
Sure, absolutely. I'd be more than happy to start my speech again.
Okay, so it's working. I just want to remind members that are participating virtually to make sure that their correct mic and correct headphones are being used. The honourable member for Niagara West can continue.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So more than 6 years since the Liberal government was elected, they proved themselves to be good at two things. First, they're excellent at spending massive amounts of money on debt with limited results. And second, they're phenomenal at wedging, dividing, and stigmatizing people and ridiculing Canadians who disagree with them. That's the sum total of the Prime Minister and his government's record over the last 6 years. They're not good stewards of the economy, and they certainly were not able to unify the country. However, they managed to divide Canadians just enough so they could squeak in a minority, and although they continue to lose popular vote election after election. I wouldn't say that's a strong mandate at all, and yet they pretend like it is. They've also managed to plunge us into inflation so bad that it has them scrambling to explain why. And they would have us believe it's not their fault. We've heard virtually all the members deflect and blame everything and everyone else for it. But ultimately, it's their fiscal management and astronomical spending on debt that got us into this problem and to this point. So what is this point? Well, for the first time in 31 years, prices are up over 6.7% compared to the previous year. This means higher grocery prices for Canadian families as well, aware of every time they go into the store. As a matter of fact, food prices are up 8.7% from last year. We're also seeing families who are certainly aware of every time they fill up their tank on their way to work or to drop kids off at school. Dan McTeague, president of Canadians for Affordable Energy, is warning that gas prices could reach $2.20 a litre this summer, with diesel going even higher. That's over a 32% increase in gas prices compared to last year. In addition to gas, home heating prices are also up. We live in a cold country, and Canadian families have no choice but to turn up the thermostat in winter. And we've certainly seen the difference their gas bill had this past winter. Electrical bills have also gone up. Ultimately, everything Canadians purchase and pay for, what economists call the cost of living, is going up, and it's going up fast. A report by the RBC Economics says inflation and rising borrowing costs will affect all Canadian households, but low-income Canadians will feel the sharpest sting. RBC estimates the lowest income Canadians will be more affected as they spend a much larger share of their earnings on consumer purchases. And it follows that low-income households have a smaller cash cushion to deal with in the rising prices and borrowing costs. I'm sure members of the NDP Liberal government will stand up after my speech and try to deflect and try and blame others for their failures, like they usually do. Perhaps they'll even invoke Stephen Harper's name again, which is a common theme. Let's remind them that this is 2022, and they've been in power for more than 6 years. And these dismal results are entirely of their own doing. But they even have started to understand that their tired old tactic of blaming previous governments is no longer effective. Canadians see that, and they're no longer believe them. I'm sure they see it in the polls. They realize quickly and are trying to pivot to what would be another failed tactic. Political games is what this government, the NDP Liberal government, is good at. Not managing the economy, not managing our country's finances, only playing politics. So what's their plan? Because it certainly doesn't seem like they have one. The Canadian Taxpayers Federation, Federal Director Franco Terrizzo, says that the finance minister is giving taxpayers another credit card budget with no plan to pay the bill on time and chip away at the $1 trillion in debt. Turismo says that the finance minister is taking the wait-and-see approach to the government's credit card bills and hoping that the economy can grow faster than it's borrowing. And that's not a good bet with this track record of runaway spending. The latest stats bear repeating because we're in a fairly dire situation. Stats Canada recently reported that inflation has reached its highest point since January 91. We've all seen the news. Millions of Canadians are barely hanging on. Canadian families are spending thousands of dollars more on groceries this year compared to last. Food prices are up across Canada by more than 7%. And housing is a huge problem the government has done almost nothing about. In fact, since the Prime Minister and his Liberals were elected in 2015, prices for homes have doubled. The average price record of over $800,000 in February, which is more than 9 times the average household income. In fact, according to Fortune magazine, the standard home in Canada costs almost twice as much as the U.S. equivalent. Robert HoC, the RBC chief economist, said that increases are nothing short of stunning. That's incredibly discouraging to hear for Canadian families looking to purchase a home. Conservatives have raised the alarm bells for many years on this specific issue, but if calls have fallen on deaf ears. Some of the most vulnerable Canadians, that being seniors, are also falling even further behind. Let's put it in this way, just so everyone, including hopefully members of the NDP Liberal government, will understand. More than half of Canadians are $200 or less away from not being able to pay their bills or rent. And 31% are unable to cover their bills because they don't earn enough income. 3 in 10 are already falling behind at the end of the month. And what's worse is that this budget does nothing to address any of this. It doesn't do anything to address our deep economic challenges and make lives of Canadians easier, only harder. Even on one of their supposed strong suits, the environment, we recently learned from the parliamentary budget officer that their carbon tax is not revenue neutral. I hope everyone in the chamber remembers the amount of times the Prime Minister and the Liberals repeated that the carbon tax was going to be revenue neutral. I would venture to say hundreds, if not thousands, in the House, in the media, and at their announcements throughout the country. And in the end, was it true? Of course not. The parliamentary budget officer said that middle-class Canadians should be expected to pay hundreds, if not thousands, because of the carbon tax. That is not a revenue neutral. But the difficult thing for me is that the Prime Minister and the Liberals already knew this. They knew that this would not be revenue neutral, yet they still went around repeating what they knew not to be true. And they repeated it so often that it convinced many Canadians. So where are the Liberal MPs and Prime Minister now? We now have the evidence that the carbon tax is not what they were told us it would be. In fact, it's pretty much the opposite. Will they take ownership? Will they admit they weren't telling the truth? On this side of the House, we won't hold our breath. Once again, they'll skate around the question, skirt the issue, and move on to their next failed attempt to implement another ill-advised policy. An ill-advised policy perhaps like a digital ID, which Canadians are rejecting because they don't trust the government. And who can blame them? The weed charity scandal, the Prime Minister's trip to Paradise Island, the numerous ethics violations, the constant apologies for misdoings, yet do they do the same thing over and over again? The digital ID is just another attempt by a ballooning government to introduce further and unnecessary government restrictions on Canadians. They'll attempt to hurl insults for me even bringing this up. But on page 74 of the budget 2021, they proposed, and I quote, to provide $105 million over 5 years to Transport Canada to collaborate with international partners to further advance the known traveler digital identity pilot project, a project pushed by the now notorious and controversial World Economic Forum. The government claims that this project will be used to test advanced technologies and facilitate touchless and secure air travel. However, the concerns around it are already pouring in. Civil liberty groups and governments are sounding off and opposing any form of digital ID. In fact, the government of Saskatchewan realized this was ill-advised nature of the digital ID program and announced a few weeks ago that they were nixing the planned rollout. Many Canadians aren't even aware of the digital ID programs that are now in various phases of rollout in British Columbia, Alberta, and Ontario. And now the federal government is planning one of its own. I'm not sure why governments, including this one, are so bent and steadfast on having such a tight, restrictive, and intrusive grip on Canadians. Why do they not trust Canadians? Why are they attempting to track them as if they're livestock? In a recent interview, Anne Gavorky, Ontario's former privacy commissioner, said this: "I would never want to get a digital ID." That's what the Ontario's former privacy commissioner said about digital IDs. There is something very wrong when a government is obsessed with controlling its own citizens and subjecting them to such divisive and evasive technological tools. It's wrong, and it must stop, and it must stop now. But now, infamous vaccine passports were one of the most intrusive tools to ever be put in place, in addition to being incredibly exclusionary, and this trajectory cannot continue, and yet with another divisive tool like a digital ID. I understand it's being pushed on the government from external and foreign sources of influence, but submitting to this kind of insidious meddling and perpetuating surveillance in Canadians' lives is troublesome, to say the least. Having this sort of government control over citizens is plain wrong in a free and democratic society like ours. Having said that, the government isn't just reluctant to accept or support some of our most basic civil liberties. They're also hurting many industries, including a very important one in my own riding, the wine industry. The Liberals failed to freeze the automatic escalator tax increase on alcohol excise duties on April 1st, once again putting our winemakers at a competitive disadvantage. This tax increase doesn't just hurt winemakers, but also breweries, cideries, and distilleries. Let's not forget that over 95% of these producers are small businesses, many of whom have been impacted by COVID-19 pandemic, the inflation crisis, payroll tax increases, labor shortages, and ongoing supply chain issues. An increase in the tax on alcohol hurts the industry, from growers to producers to restaurants and consumers. It's time to end this incredible, world-renowned sector is given a break from the never-ending increase on government. In sum, Canadians can't afford more of the taxes.
I'm sorry, I've been trying to give the honourable member a signal. His time is up. I did allow him to wrap up a little bit, but I thought he was ending. I see he still had a little bit more. So questions and comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
So thank you, Madam Speaker. And one of the words that comes to my mind in listening to the member is, wow, he sure got a lot of words in there in that speech, and much of which I must say I disagree with. Canadians can have more hope. They don't have to be as depressed as the member is trying to imply. Whether it's Canada's job sector, whether it's many of the different social programs that are being put into place, there's good reason for Canadians to continue to support the budget that they've already, I think, in most part, seen and receiving quite well. And my question to the member is, does he recognize anything good inside this budget, or is it completely universal, a bad thing from his perspective? Because I think there's a lot of good that he's maybe not talking about at all.
The Honourable for Niagara West.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the member for the question. I'd encourage my friend to come down to Niagara sometime to see what kind of crippling effect that the passport is having on tourism in Niagara Falls and the Niagara area. And if you look at the ArriveCan app, that's another issue. And if you would see what's going on with hotels, what's going on with the whole tourism industry, and how people and travel are down in a significant way, I would say, as I look around my riding, and I look around what businesses are struggling right now, a lot of that, it comes from the policies of this government. And so one of the challenges I have, and what I would do, is encourage the member, not just to spend all kinds of money on programs, but to come down and see what some of the other things are doing to affect travel and tourism.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech. I know that he lives in Niagara region, and I really like the wines from there. He heard my speech earlier on temporary foreign workers, or my question, and the lack of resources and the complete chaos that we are seeing that is threatening not only the production, farm production, but also the survival of these companies. I'd like him to speak about this, please.
Remember for Niagara West.
I want to thank my colleague for the question and for his love of Niagara wines, just like I have a love of Niagara wines. One of the challenges we see happening here in farming is a number of things. So temporary foreign workers is definitely one of the issues. I know I heard some of my other colleagues talking previously about fertilizer and tariffs. I had a farmer call me the other day telling me that they are going to almost pay more money in tariffs than they had to pay in fertilizer. Now think about that. What a tariff is a tax. It's a tax on you and I. This is fertilizer that farmers prepaid for last fall. Now, while I understand there's a war going on, I understand a number of things are being levied. When you put a tariff on fertilizer, you're putting a tax on Canadians, and that is a huge issue, and it's going to cost us more. And then, not to make matters worse, we have issues with temporary foreign workers and being able to get the kind of workers we need so that we can help get the food in the ground. And once it's in there, we also need help getting that food harvested.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rosemont Petite Patrie. Short question, please. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I'm pleased to know that the NDP is in the government. I wasn't aware of that. The Liberal government is unable to provide services to people. There are delays in immigration. They're disastrous. If you're unemployed, it's possible to get somebody to talk about employment insurance. And now we have the passport crisis. Everybody knew that with the end of the pandemic, people would want to travel again. Could my colleague is my colleague seeing the same thing in his riding? That is, people who might lose their plane ticket and not be able to travel because the Liberals aren't able to meet passport needs.
A brief answer from the member for Niagara West.
I want to thank my colleague for the excellent question. We're seeing lineup after lineup for people not being able to get their passports done. I've got a number of constituents, like I know all my colleagues in the House have heard, people that have been applying in January, February, now it's May, still not able to get their passports. And this is causing great consternation, wondering if they're going to be able to get their flights, or they're going to be able to get them on time, or if they're actually going to be able to travel. And of course, we've known after 2 years, we realized that there was going to be a number of people that wanted to travel. And so it would have been prudent to increase the number of staff and to make sure that people were able to handle the workload that was going to happen as a result of the passports expiring over the last couple of years.
Order pursuant to Standing Order 38. It is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of our adjournment are as follows.
Natural resources. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands, natural resources. And the honourable member for Brantford-Brant, immigration, refugees, and citizenship. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to let you know at the outset that I'll be sharing my time with the member for Mississauga Erin Mills. It is always an honour to stand in this House and speak to a number of measures. In this case, one of the most important measures that a government can introduce, and that is the Budget Implementation Act, or the BIA. I remember when I was on the Finance Committee for a number of years, this was a very important time of year where the BIA was sent to the Committee for deep analysis and study. I know this year will be no different at Finance Committee, but I wanted to take an opportunity to address Bill C-19 in this House and speak to it from a different point of view, I suppose. I want to speak on economic matters, but economic matters that are proposed in the bill that would impact upon Canada's foreign relations. And so I think it's appropriate then to begin with one of, well, arguably at least, one of Canada's most important voices on the international scene, and that is former Prime Minister Lester Pearson. Long before he was a Prime Minister in the middle 1950s, in 1957, Lester Pearson said the following, Madam Speaker, when he accepted the Nobel Peace Prize, and I quote, "Of all our dreams today, there is none more important or so hard to realize than that of peace in the New World. May we never lose our faith in it or our resolve to do everything that can be done to convert it into reality one day." This is a tremendous insight, obviously, one that Pearson believed in very strongly when he was speaking in 1957, and one that has occupied the attention of statesmen and of members of Parliament even, in democracies throughout the world, and Canada is no different. The question, the challenge, Madam Speaker, is how to best achieve this, particularly from the vantage point of a middle power such as Canada. Middle power that has tried to find its way, particularly in the post-World War II order, surrounded, as we are, by superpowers, United States, China, Russia. How exactly is it possible for middle power to exert influence on the international scene so that this goal of world peace can be possible? Well, the dilemma is a real one, and one that can be achieved by looking at what Canada has done. And I speak not here only in terms of the Pearsonian legacy of foreign policy. That is a strong and very proud tradition in the Liberal Party, but there have been real important voices in the Conservative Party as well, through Canada's history, who have sought to find a place for Canada in middle power terms. One possible path forward that has worked is diplomacy. I think of Pearson, I think of diplomats like George Ignatieff, Saul Ray, there are others that I could point to as well, Madam Speaker, who in their work as diplomats found a way, carved a way for Canada so that we could exert influence on the international scene. And that would involve, of course, peacekeeping. That is a great example of what Canada has done in the past to pursue this goal of international peace. Another example would be working with international development organizations, specifically those non-governmental organizations that are on the ground carrying out vital work in lesser developed countries, in countries where poverty is is the experience of so many, is the experience of the vast majority. And so when we look at governments of the past, when we look at this government, we see governments that have funded, that helped to fund and worked with NGOs that are pursuing those very laudable aims of economic growth and development, encouraging entrepreneurship, encouraging peace, and bringing people together at the same time. I've had the opportunity to visit a number of countries in my tenure as a member of parliament since 2015, including Ukraine, and I'm glad to, I wonder if there'll be an opportunity later in questions where I can speak to that, but Ukraine was one example. There's Colombia and Nicaragua and Kazakhstan and Poland, Latvia. I've had the opportunity to see NGOs supported by the Canadian government carry out that vital work. And so through that, the goals of a middle power can be achieved, that goal ultimately coming back to peace. Contributing to multilateral institutions, another key way that a middle power such as Canada can make a contribution to this outcome. I think especially now, how relevant that we see Canada highly engaged in NATO. I know there's voices out there that want us to do more, and yes, of course, we can do more. But I think if you canvass the opinion, Madam Speaker, of NATO allies and of NATO leaders, you will find that Canada's contribution specifically with respect to what is happening now vis-a-vis Russia and Ukraine is not just applauded, it is admired, and we need to continue that work, of course. And of course, there's policy innovations that can help us move towards the path of peace and the human rights that ultimately underpin peace. And that brings me to the Budget Implementation Act, the BIA, Bill C-19. Under existing laws, Madam Speaker, under existing laws, and I'm thinking about the Special Economic Measures Act, or the CEMA, and the Magnitsky Law. It takes its name from the great champion of human rights, Sergei Magnitsky, who lost his life in his advocacy at the hands of Vladimir Putin and his regime. Under these existing laws, property held in Canada by individuals involved in the undermining of international peace and security or the gross and systematic violation of international human rights norms can be seized. That property can, in fact, be seized by the Canadian government. The challenge, though, has been, and this is where the BIA comes in, what is exactly meant in the CEMA and in the Magnitsky Act by property? How is that defined conceptually? Under CEMA, for example, property is defined as, quote, any real or personal property. That is one way forward, but, and again, I go back to criticisms that have been raised before, that this needs greater clarity, greater precision in terms of the legislative language. And so C-19 rectifies that and adds an extended definition. Property here, if it is agreed to by the House, and I think it will be, I hope it will be, should C-19 pass, property will be defined as any type of property, immovable or movable, tangible or intangible. What does that mean in concrete terms, Madam Speaker? It means that property includes not just physical assets, take a building, for example, planes, homes, helicopters, jets, these things that certain individuals, tycoons around the Russian regime, for example, come to mind, are known to keep, but also money and, very importantly, virtual currency. Cryptocurrency would fall under this new definition, and something called non-fungible tokens, digital art, for example, or audio recordings that can be found and purchased online. This is important because it's crucial that legislation along these lines keeps up with modern developments, and I'm glad to see the government recognizing that and moving in the right direction. Most importantly, Madam Speaker, is the change that allows for seized assets to be sold by the Canadian government. So those assets that in fact would be seized from individuals who have been found to be going against or somehow undermining international peace and diplomacy, involved in that, or involved in the violation of international human rights, could not just be seized under this proposed change, but in fact redistributed as compensation. Sold, to be simple about it. Sold with the proceeds going to victims, or to advance the goals of international peace and security in some way, or in fact to assist the rebuilding of a foreign state after war. That post-war rebuilding process always proves very important, complex to be sure, but very important, Madam Speaker. And so should this pass, I know that the government has said that certainly the aim would be to assist the Ukrainian people, the victims of Putin's war and the carnage that it has brought about for Ukraine, and to assist the government in terms of a massive rebuilding. And Canada needs to be there, must be there, as part of some have called it a Marshall Plan, envisioning what Ukraine could look like in terms of a project for the future. And I say project in the sense that allies would come together and assist another vital ally who is obviously going through a very difficult time. Finally, Madam Speaker, I'm heartened to see, because others have raised this point as well in terms of checks and balances, that only a superior court justice can give the order allowing for seized assets to be sold. I think that's quite crucial when it comes to ensuring that there is a check and balance on the decision to seize and sell an asset in the way that I've described, or in the way that the bill proposes. And finally, Madam Speaker, if I can conclude on this point, is yes, the commentary on this, and there's been a lot of commentary in the media and in other circles, point to the fact that the bill, or this amendment, I should say, to the CIMA and to the Magnitsky Act comes in the context of the crisis in Ukraine. I would say that it stands as an example for the world, and I'm glad to see Canada as the first G7 country to lead the effort. Hopefully other democracies pick it up and employ it as well. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I just want to mention to the colleague, appreciate his speech. I serve with him in the Public Accounts Committee. You know, one thing that I just would like him to address here is just the cost of living crisis that's going on. You know, right now in my riding, right now farmers, they're seeding, they're getting going, putting the crops in the ground. Obviously, the price of gas is extremely high. And, you know, even though there's some exemptions there, it still makes it very expensive for farmers to buy fuel, but also for the support services that are out there for farmers as well. I'm just wondering if the member could comment on what the lack of mention of that in the BIA.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the colleague for the question. We do have the opportunity to work together on the Public Accounts Committee, and I've enjoyed the experience with him so far. I take it that he agrees with everything that I said with respect to amendments that have been proposed to the CIMA Act and to the Magnitsky Act, and so we can at least agree on that point. On cost of living, I certainly sympathize. I hear it in my community. I think all members in this House recognize that inflation is a real phenomenon, but we ought to recognize that it is driven completely by events that have transpired at the international level, beginning with the pandemic and the way that it has upended supply chains, for example, beginning with irregular weather patterns, for example, and the way that's impacted supply chains. The way that we can respond is to do what government is able to do. The National Child Care Program that's been proposed, for example, that will help. The continued impact of the Canada Child Benefit, that will help. There's other examples where we can work together collaboratively to make life more affordable for Canadians, and I look forward to working with a member to that end on the Public Accounts Committee.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verts. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Listening to the speech given by my colleague opposite, who talked about essentially foreign affairs, I have a personal question, and perhaps the member could answer it. And that is, at present, there are people, when we talk about foreign affairs, we're talking about other countries. We talk about travel as well. And currently in the offices, we're overwhelmed. We're completely overwhelmed by calls from our constituents who are crying. I've been asking for my passport for weeks or months, and they still don't have it. They don't know what to do, and they say we're going to cancel our trip. We'll lose our reservations. I'd like to know, since he's so passionate about foreign affairs, what does my colleague think about the way that his government is managing this situation? Because I think it's really upsetting.
It is true, Madam Speaker. I hear it in my own community, and certainly the staff at the constituency office are helping individuals as best as they can with respect to passports. That is something that has been raised in this House, and I expect that it will continue to be raised. We are seeing across the country a huge increase in the demand for travel. I believe a 40% increase to be specific. And naturally, when you have that kind of an increase, you will have quite a lot of people pushing for a passport renewal. What I think is that the government needs to continue to ensure that individuals have timely access as much as possible through Service Canada. The minister responsible has been very clear that extra hours have been made available. More staff have been brought in on weekends, for instance, working overtime. I know it's a difficult thing for people to go through, but it really does reflect the fact that we're seeing an increase in demand all at once, and this is the outcome, unfortunately.
For a brief question, the honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich Sooke.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I listened to the member's speech with interest as he connected C-19 to international things, but I want to ask him something that relates to his role as Parliamentary Secretary for National Revenue, and that is there were some moves against banks to tax their excess profits. Why is the government so reluctant to extend that tax on excess profits to the big box companies and the gas companies who are profiteering while other Canadians are struggling to make ends meet?
Good question.
A brief answer from the Parliamentary Secretary.
I would be very happy to speak to the member and have a lengthier conversation and get his thoughts, but certainly tax fairness is at the very heart of this government's agenda. We've seen taxes go down for the middle class. We've seen taxes rise for the wealthiest 1% in recent years, and we have seen the government make sure that corporations are paying their fair share, and that will continue. So certainly the NDP will have ideas on this, but I think the government's record speaks for itself, and it's a strong record. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the time.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to speak about Bill C-19, the Budget Implementation Act. This bill proposes to officially implement many of the important measures contained in Budget 2022, tabled just a few weeks ago. Measures that will impact people in my riding of Mississauga, Erin Mills, from all walks of life. Budget 2022 contains targeted and responsible investments to create jobs and prosperity today and build a stronger economic future for all Canadians tomorrow. Its proposed measures set out to make investments in Canadians and making life more affordable for them, in economic growth and innovation, and in promoting a clean economy. In particular, Madam Speaker, Budget 2022 takes significant steps to help build more homes and make housing more affordable across the country. And it's housing is what I'd like to talk about today. As we know, everyone should have a safe and affordable home. But this goal, which was taken for granted by previous generations, is no longer within the reach of a growing number of Canadians, including those young people in my riding of Mississauga, Erin Mills. Increasing the supply of housing will make housing more affordable, but it's not the only solution. There have to be more measures taken. So, for example, in Budget 2022, there's an issue that is addressed, and that is the concern that foreign investment and speculation will increase the cost of housing in Canada. The government has an important role to play in addressing these issues. The 2022 budget proposes new measures that would prohibit foreign investment in residential real estate and ensure that homeowners who quickly sell their properties or speculators pay their fair share of taxes. I know that Vancouver and Toronto have received most of the attention in this regard, but those impacts can also be felt in other parts of the country, including in Mississauga, Erin Mills. So, Madam Speaker, Bill C-19 would enact the Prohibition on the Purchase of Residential Property by Non-Canadians Act. It's a new statute that implements a ban on foreign investment in Canadian housing. The ban on foreign investment in Canadian housing is aimed at curtailing foreign demand in light of concerns that foreign buyers may be contributing to pricing some Canadians out of the housing market. The proposed legislation would prohibit people who are neither Canadian citizens nor permanent residents from acquiring, whether directly or indirectly, residential property in Canada for a period of 2 years. The government's intention in this regard is that refugees and persons who have been authorized to come to Canada on emergency travel to flee international crises would be exempt. Foreign students who are in the process of obtaining permanent residence would also be exempt in certain circumstances, and as would work permit holders who are residents of Canada. As well, Madam Speaker, speculative trading in the Canadian housing market contributes to higher prices for Canadians. These transactions can include the resale of homes before they're built or before they're lived in, such as the assignment of a contract of sale. This creates an opportunity for speculators to be dishonest about their original intentions and creates uncertainty for everyone involved in an assignment sale as to whether GST or HST applies. The current rules also result in the uneven application of GST or HST to the full and final prices of these new homes that have not been lived in before. Therefore, as proposed in Budget 2022, Bill C-19 would amend the Excise Tax Act to make assignment sales in respect of newly constructed or substantially renovated residential housing taxable for GST or HST purposes. The amendment also excludes the amount of deposit paid under an original agreement of purchase and sale that the original purchaser is recovering through that assignment of sale from taxation and from taxable consideration. This amendment would eliminate the ambiguity that can arise under the existing rules regarding the GST or HST treatment of assignment sales by making all assignment sales by individuals taxable. And it would ensure that the GST or HST applies to the full amount paid for a new home, including any amount paid as a result of an assignment sale, which results in greater consistency in the tax treatment of new homes. Madam Speaker, the government also wants to make housing more affordable for the homes that people already live in. For example, seniors and persons with disabilities deserve the opportunity to live and age at home, but renovations and upgrades that make their homes safe and accessible can be costly. In my riding of Mississauga Erin Mills, we see a lot of multi-generational homes where grandparents live with their children, live with their grandkids in a single dwelling. And the opportunity for them to live comfortably is significantly reduced because of the inability of homeowners to be able to provide for these important renovations, to have that accessibility available to parents as they age. So the Home Accessibility Tax Credit, it already provides support to offset some of these costs that I'm talking about. However, the rising cost of home renovations, many seniors and people with disabilities feel that they can't afford the modifications that would allow them to continue to live safely in their homes. So, as proposed in Budget 2022, to better support independent living, to better support these multi-generational homes, Bill C-19 would amend the Income Tax Act to increase the annual expense limit for the Home Accessibility Tax Credit from $10,000 to $20,000. The enhancement would apply to the 2022 and subsequent taxation years. It would provide up to an additional $1,500 in tax support for renovations and alterations that are already eligible under the Home Accessibility Tax Credit for such expenses as the purchase and installation of wheelchair ramps, walk-in bathtubs, the wheel-in showers, building a bedroom or a bathroom to permit first-floor occupancy, and installing non-slip flooring to help avoid falls. Our government, Madam Speaker, was elected in 2015 with a promise to deliver a national housing strategy, because it was already hard for Canadians almost 7 years ago to own a home. And we delivered that strategy and continue to build upon that strategy. We are taking further action to make housing more affordable and give Canadians that same chance to own a home as our parents did. We all know that no one level of government can solve this problem. Our Liberal government is leading the way, and we need every level of government to recognize this issue and work with us to take action. So, for example, when we talk about building homes, we have to work with the provincial governments, with regional governments, municipal governments, to ensure that the operations and the way that developers, for example, are operating are doing so in a fair, equitable way that is promoting affordable housing, that is promoting the swift and quality construction of homes that people in my riding of Mississauga Erin Mills, for example, can take advantage of. Madam Speaker, the measures that I just mentioned today in Bill C-19 and from Budget 2022 would help make the housing market fairer for Canadians and support more affordable home living for seniors and people with disabilities. If we're serious about taking action on the housing market, and I hope that all members in this House can support Bill C-19. And lastly, Madam Speaker, I see that I have 1 minute left. I'll just say that each and every member in this House has a story of a constituent, of a person in their community who has struggled with housing, who can't see a future of a comfortable living space that they can rely on. Madam Speaker, housing is a basic right that we should be able to afford to Canadians, and I'm proud of the measures being taken in Bill C-19 to ensure that we're continuing to build upon all of the important work we've done with respect to affordable housing over the past 7 years. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member from Mississauga, Erin Mills. As the government continues to increase reliance on temporary foreign workers, without the protections that come with permanent resident status, we know that temporary foreign workers, for example, are increasingly vulnerable to exploitation. And we saw recently, the Auditor General recently found that federal inspections for the health and safety of temporary foreign workers has gotten worse after they promised to fix it in 2020. If the member could please clarify that instead of increasing our reliance on exploiting workers to drive down wages, if the member will agree that the time is now to negotiate better wages and work conditions for migrant workers, permanent residents, and Canadians.
The honourable member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And through you, I'll thank the member for her very important question. You know, one of the things I hear very regularly within my community, especially from small businesses, is their inability to find workers, to find skilled tradespeople that can fill in those gaps that are being created. I think we as a government over the past number of years have been finding those pathways to permanent residence from those workers that are highly skilled and want to come in and live in Canada in a permanent residence basis. And we need to continue to build and provide those supports. Madam Speaker, a number of years ago, I did a study in the Justice Committee about trafficking in persons and trying to ensure that migrant workers, for example, are very well represented. There's a lot of work that has been done on this, and we're going to continue to do that work with the advocacy of all members in this House.
Kildonan St. Paul's.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member for her speech, but I'd like to ask her just about the budget generally. We've seen this government now, or her government, bring forward about $60 billion of deficits this year. In the last couple of years, they said, well, we needed it because of COVID, we needed all this program spending, but we know that the $60 billion deficit this year has no COVID spending, and I think it's quite reckless, and I'm not sure if she would agree. I'd like to know her thoughts, but for our generation, their government is burdening our generation with a tremendous amount of debt and deficits. That means higher taxes and, frankly, higher inflation that families in her riding and my riding are being impacted by. So I'd like to know her thoughts if she thinks it's responsible that now that COVID's over, this government maintains massive deficits.
The honourable Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And where I appreciate the question from the member opposite, I think it is ill-informed. We did spend the past 2 years making sure that Canadians had roofs over their head, had food on their table, were able to safely isolate themselves if they had COVID. And now this budget, Bill C-19, Budget 2022, is really about providing that economic recovery. The child care plan that we have instilled across the country is addressing these very issues. The housing affordability piece in Budget 2022 and Bill C-19 is addressing these very issues. The makeup and the build-up towards a more greener economy is addressing these issues. Madam Speaker, I'll remind members in this House that inflation and COVID were not a specifically Canada thing. It is a worldwide phenomenon. Right now is the proper time to invest in Canadians and ensure that they have that foundation to lift up the economy of Canada and globally, Madam Speaker.
A brief question. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher-Patriot-Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague across the way has talked a great deal about the consequences of inflation for Canadians and what we should do to help people. A lot of people have been hit by this very hard. She and I are from about the same generation. I'm concerned about the fate of those who preceded us, those who built our country, who built Quebec, seniors who have been affected very severely, and who year after year are not seeing their old age pensions increased enough. This time it's even worse. This time, the government is not only doing nothing, but we're also facing increasing inflation. So I'd like to ask my colleague whether she's proud of her government's track record in letting seniors down.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And absolutely, I am proud that it was this government that enhanced the CPP so that future seniors will have more pension to live on. I'm proud of this government increasing the old age security. I'm proud of this government investing in affordable housing, in investing in long-term care for our seniors. Madam Speaker, the budget C19 shows us, Bill C19 shows us the empathy, the care that we have to really build upon in Canada, ensure that seniors in my riding in Mississauga, Erin Mills, and that members' riding as well, are able to thrive and sustain themselves. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Alors, ça nous porte à la fin des créneaux de 20 minutes.
That brings us to the end of the 20-minute speaking turns. Now we will move to 10 minutes.
I was just basically saying that we are at the 10-minute speeches now as opposed to the 20-minute speeches. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a huge privilege and honour to rise today on the Budget Implementation Act C19. And Madam Speaker, I'm also very grateful to serve the federal NDP as a critic for mental health and harm reduction. Madam Speaker, there's many things in this budget that are a movement towards progress. There's many areas of this budget where there's huge shortfalls. But I really want to follow up on my colleague from Mississauga who spoke just recently about housing, because housing has such an impact, not just on the economy, Madam Speaker, for small business and for workers, and also for volunteers in our communities, but also on people's mental health, especially when we're seeing the skyrocketing rates of real estate, Madam Speaker, skyrocketing rents that are out of touch for Canadians, and the people that are most impacted, workers, seniors, people that are the most marginalized, people that weren't homeless before that are becoming homeless because they're being pushed out on the street, Madam Speaker. Now, in my home riding, in the community I live in, Port Alberni, we saw real estate go up in the last year 46%, Madam Speaker. In Oceanside, it went up 34%. The average price of a home is over $1 million, yet we've seen wages remain fairly stagnant, Madam Speaker. I'm probably the only member of Parliament in this House that moved after getting elected away from his home community to better serve his riding, that can't actually move home because the price of real estate in my home community of Tofino has gone up 400%, Madam Speaker, since I got elected. So this is not just an impact on me, but imagine the workers in Tofino and how impossible it is, or for the small businesses that require workers, Madam Speaker. Now, I know this is a huge challenge. And we've heard solutions coming from the Liberals. We've heard questions around the Conservatives talking about housing. But I can tell you this, Madam Speaker, they're fairly consistent in that they've surrounded their efforts around the free market. And free market won't solve these problems, Madam Speaker. I grew up in the 70s and 80s, Madam Speaker, in Victoria, British Columbia. And, you know, I'm really proud of where I grew up and the community where I lived in. In that they took some leadership. They worked with the federal government to develop some co-ops. As we know, Canada went on a robust co-op housing program, and it was developed actually through a minority government, working with the Liberals and the federal NDP in the early 70s under our leader, David Lewis, Madam Speaker. And it was that agreement that got the national housing program going, where they started to develop about 25,000 units
on average throughout the 1970s and 1980s. And Madam Speaker, I was really fortunate to grow up in a co-op housing development. Now, my dad was a transmission mechanic. He still is, actually. He's in his early 70s. He's been working on transmissions for over 50 years. I'm so proud of my dad, Madam Speaker. And my mom worked at HRDC. She worked as a clerk. They were middle class, if you want to call it, Madam Speaker. And I'm proud of my mom. And it was Mother's Day yesterday. Mom, I know I wasn't home, but happy Mother's Day. I love you, Mom. Thank you so much. And to all the moms in our communities, thank you. But they worked really hard. And Madam Speaker, the co-op was so unique in that it provided safe, secure, and affordable housing for my mom and dad and my brother Rob and I. But also it provided safe and secure housing for seniors, single parents, people of lower income, Madam Speaker, people on income assistance. I can go back to that co-op in Victoria to this day. And some of my friends that I grew up with, their grandparents, they live in that co-op. Their kids live in that co-op, and their grandkids live in that co-op, Madam Speaker. But the problem is there's not enough co-ops anymore. When the government pulled out of building co-ops and pulled out of the National Housing Strategy in the early 1990s, we lost 25,000 units a year, Madam Speaker. We're talking over 750,000 units to this day that the shortfall of co-op housing. I was at my friend Sean and Bess last night. They're in a co-op housing here in Ottawa. They got safe and secure housing. They're on a wait list for 4 years, terrified. The impact on their mental health, working 2-3 jobs, trying to figure out how they're going to make ends meet. And their daughter, Kira, they want to make sure that she can live in the co-op. But Madam Speaker, they're not even taking names now in the co-op where they live. It's so long, the wait list. In fact, my daughter, who just graduated from the University of Ottawa, dropped me off today and she said, Dad, I can't talk about ever owning a home. She said, because I don't want to be disappointed. That's just terrible, Madam Speaker, that this is what we're leaving our children and the people in our communities. And Madam Speaker, we can look to Europe where, first I'll go back about where we're at, Madam Speaker. We were at 10% of our housing was non-market housing in the 70s and 80s. Now we're about 3%. We can look to Europe, 30%. Vienna, 60%, Madam Speaker, because they understand how important it is to have safe and secure and affordable housing. Free market's not going to give us that, Madam Speaker. It hasn't. We're developing very rapidly on Vancouver Island. And I sat in local government in Tofino, and I remember how frustrated we were, when the federal government downloaded to provinces, who then further downloaded to local governments. I was part of the initial Tofino Housing Corporation, which I'm proud. Today, we're finally building a development that we talked about 20 years ago. So here we were, this small local government, small municipality, trying to figure out how we were going to develop non-market housing to meet the needs of our community. What a task for small communities to take on that don't have the expertise, don't have the aptitude, and often don't have the leadership. And they don't know how to do it, Madam Speaker. But I can assure you this, if federal government puts money on the table, local governments will access it. They'll find the land. In our province of British Columbia, they're building half of the non-market housing in the country right now, Madam Speaker. They need a federal partner to go to the lengths that they're going to. Now, they just had applications of over 12,500 shovel-ready units by local governments, local nonprofit housing. They had funding for 2,500. It would have been great to see the federal pick up the other 2,500, Madam Speaker. We're halfway there on shovel-ready developments that can help make sure people have affordable housing. Now, I'll tell you where I get frustrated, Madam Speaker, is, I look to my community. We've got a nonprofit housing group in Ucluelet. Randy Oliwa, he calls me the other day, he says, Gordon, we can't even get an answer on a $5,000 planning grant to get things off the ground. The Beaufort Hotel, a purchase of a hotel that already has low barrier housing, a private sector housing, that they made an application through the Rapid Housing Initiative. They were told that it looked very positive, but they got denied because they were oversubscribed. They had $5 billion in applications. They only had $1 billion on the table, Madam Speaker. Then they got told to reapply. So they reapplied, and then they got denied again, and they decided to apply through the Women in Shelter Children Transition Housing Fund, and then they got denied again. They brought in Lookout, a great partner from Vancouver, to develop non-market housing to ensure that the people living in this building weren't going to get punted and throw it out on the streets, Madam Speaker. And again, they got denied. Now they're in the co-investment fund. And it's just ridiculous, the steps and hurdles these groups have to go through to make sure people have affordable housing. So, Madam Speaker, I do want to speak a little bit about how important housing is, not just for small business and workers and people in our communities, but also to ensure that people that are suffering, those that are on the streets that are maybe living with substance use disorder, Madam Speaker. I was at a low barrier housing unit in Duncan, BC, where they built these sleeper cottages, and I met a man who had his first home, and it was basically basic needs. It wasn't low barrier, it was no barrier. And Madam Speaker, the first time in his life that he in his adult life where he wasn't homeless or living in prison, he told me this. And he was on opioid agonist therapy, Madam Speaker. As a result, he said that he could never access living as a homeless person. He felt like he was treated like a criminal. He was moved from park to park to park, Madam Speaker. He lived in fear. He didn't sleep. Another woman that I met at the same low barrier housing, and she's moving to the low barrier from the no barrier housing, as a result of having that, had been sober for 8 months, Madam Speaker, for the first time in her adult life. She's got a chance. Without housing, Madam Speaker, how can people have mental health? When people are homeless, they don't sleep. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister's goal to house 50% of the homeless people in the next 10 years is not good enough. It is not good enough, Madam Speaker. We need to move rapidly. We need to build non-market housing. And the government needs to step up their game. We need all parties to work collectively on this, Madam Speaker, because the free market simply won't solve the problems of our needs right now. And housing is a basic human need. It's a human rights issue. It's an economic issue. It's a social issue. And Madam Speaker, I haven't even tapped into Indigenous housing because you're telling me that I've run out of time. But I could speak another 10 minutes just on that alone. But I want to thank you, Madam Speaker, and I hope we can work together in this House to scale things up rapidly.
Comments, the honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you so much to the member across the way from Courtney Alberni for his passion around housing as well as mental health and harm reduction. I wonder if the member could comment. I was waiting for him to talk about the budget allocations for co-op housing. He talked about the need for co-op housing, and I 100% agree with him on that. But quoting the executive director of the Cooperative Housing Federation of Canada, Tim Ross, said that starting with 6,000 new homes over the next 5 years, we're optimistic that the new cooperative housing development program will kickstart the development of the next generation of co-op housing at scale in Canada. $1.5 billion there, and he ended off with Indigenous and Northern. And looking at the $300 million going towards Indigenous and Northern housing, whether the member could comment how we're finally getting a start where we need to see it.
The honourable member for Courtney Alberni.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'd say we're getting a start, and we're talking about thousands now when it comes to co-op housing. But it falls far short of the 25,000 units we were building a year in the 70s and 80s. That's 19,000 still short of what we were doing then. How are we going to make up the gap? Right now, the federal government's plan also in terms of filling the workforce labor market shortage is to bring in new immigrants. But they don't tie housing to immigration, Madam Speaker. There's huge problems when it comes to the lack of cohesive planning, when it comes to housing and ensuring that we have a strong workforce. In terms of Indigenous housing, there is some money in the budget, which we negotiated with to help get this agreement going. And we talked about the agreement as the floor. We have much work to do, Madam Speaker, and I see you're asking me to wrap it up, but I have lots more to say on this, and I will. Thank you.
And comments. The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
I'd like to thank the member for his speech. I really appreciated his personal journey with and his story with co-op housing, and I thought he did an excellent job. But I would like to ask him about the issues facing those who need housing, government housing, particularly inflation. I have a lot of seniors in my riding who could use the housing described by the member, and they live on very, very fixed income. So when inflation goes up 6-7%, that may not sound like a lot to folks in this room, but when you only have $100 a month for groceries, it's a lot, and it really impacts their ability to eat well and to feed themselves, and we're seeing this impacting families as well. So I'd just like him to comment on the impact inflation is having on his constituents, and if he is at all concerned that the Liberal government is not addressing this.
The member for Courtney Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I really appreciate the question, because we have skyrocketing inflation, but we also have skyrocketing concentration of wealth and skyrocketing inequality. We've seen grocery store prices go up, fuel prices go up, Madam Speaker. We see bank fees go up, yet banks are having record profits. Grocery stores, record profits. Oil companies, record profits. How's that flowing down to seniors? How's that flowing down to Canadians? It's flowing down in increased costs and increased profits to the richest Canadians and shareholders, Madam Speaker. What we need is some balance. We've gone from corporate taxes from 28% to 15%. Yet you can't find a place to live in our country. Madam Speaker, we need to bring some median to this situation. And it needs to happen rapidly. The fairness is not happening right now. Inequality is skyrocketing. We need to address that. It's part of the solution when it comes to taking on inflation and ensuring that people get the best support they can. And there is money. We can make sure that the richest people and the wealthiest can pay their fair share, Madam Speaker. That's a beginning in taking on this crisis. But I do appreciate the question, and absolutely we need to do more.
And comments? A brief question. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to support a point raised earlier in the House by the honourable member for North Island, Powell River, and ask her colleague from Port Alberni if he's also concerned that for seniors who served in our military, former judges, but particularly military and RCMP, who right now, if they remarried after age 65, they do not get to convey any survival benefits to their surviving spouses. It's called the gold digger clause. Going back to former Finance Minister Bill Morneau, the Liberals promised to get rid of it, but they haven't. I wonder if the honourable member has any comments on that.
Sir, from the member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It seems there's commonality in that not just veterans, but seniors are being targeted, and there needs to be more work. But the gold diggers clause absolutely needs to be revoked, Madam Speaker. It's discriminatory to Canada's veterans, the people that have put their lives on the line so that we have a fair and free society, Madam Speaker. We are indebted to them. We owe them the benefits that every Canadian deserves, and this is an unfair penalty on the very people that we should be supporting the most. Thank you very much for the question.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 2 weeks ago, I had the privilege of rising in this House to speak to the many ways that Budget 2022 will improve the lives of Canadians. Today, I have the privilege to speaking about how the rubber hits the road with the Budget Implementation Act. And there are so many topics I'd like to cover, but just in a short 10 minutes, I'm just going to choose one. And there's one topic, and this is something that I'm going to talk about because we're finally setting this in motion with changes that are outlined in this bill. And I think this is a topic that deserves debate in this chamber. And this topic is increasing the transparency and accountability in our financial system and land ownership through legislative changes that will result in a creation of a registry for beneficial ownership. Canada has developed a reputation as a haven for money laundering, tax evasion, and other financial crimes due to the relative sophistication of our banking sector and the opacity with which forms a defining characteristic of our corporate and land ownership. And this reputation has led Canada to have an internationally recognized term for money laundering. This is snowwashing, which refers to the fact that anonymously owned corporations in Canada are presumed by banks and other financial institutions as being legitimate without transparency that should underpin such a determination. An expert panel on money laundering in BC real estate estimated that in 2018, some $46 billion in illicit funds were laundered into Canada, and much of it moving through real estate. A 2017 analysis by Transparency International found that Canada had the weakest corporate transparency rules in the G20, tied only with South Korea. And why does this matter? Few realize that white-collar crime such as this has very real impacts, even if it may not be obvious from the beginning. In fact, these vulnerabilities feed directly into the largest challenges we face in the present day. Consider the example of the Vancouver model of money laundering. In this model, opioids are shipped in large quantities from China to Canada as a way of Chinese residents moving capital out of China to the safe haven of Canada by evading the country's currency export controls of $50,000 US per year. The proceeds from the drug trade are laundered through casinos or invested in, among other things, Canadian real estate, where it's purchased through blind trusts or numbered companies where the real owners are obscured. And money laundering not only supports criminals, it's estimated to have contributed to 5% increase in the price of housing in BC as of 2018. And when studies show that we don't know the true owners of over half of the 100 most expensive properties in BC, we know that it's not just causing more housing unaffordability, it may also be linked to tax evasion and our treatment of principal residences. Importantly, it's also fueling the deadly health emergency we have in the province of BC, which is the opioid epidemic. So dirty and dark money comes from both domestic and foreign sources. In this House, it's been a source of great pride to see how members of all parties have come together to support our Ukrainian friends that have been victimized by the brutal invasion of Russia by Vladimir Putin. And one of the main tools we've relied on has been the use of targeted sanctions of Putin's inner circle. And this Budget Implementation Act indeed contains measures that will create the conditions for the seizing and disposal of assets that have been seized from sanctioned individuals. However, when ownership of assets is undertaken through complex international schemes of shell companies in countries that have similarly opaque corporate registries, we currently have very little ability to determine who the real owners of assets are in Canada and that are held in Canadian banks. And our sanctions therefore have limited effect. So it's abundantly clear that we need to act, and through measures in this budget, we're doing just that. We're reviewing and strengthening our anti-money laundering and terrorist financing regime by extending the current system to monitor payment service providers and crowdfunding platforms for money laundering and terrorist financing. About $90 million is being provided to FinTrack to significantly expand and modernize its ability to detect and prevent financial crime. We're also taking the first steps to establish a new Canada Financial Crimes Agency, which will become Canada's lead enforcement agency for financial crimes. And this is important because we need to have financial and accounting experts in law enforcement and the public prosecution services to effectively tackle complex white-collar crime cases. But most importantly, we're amending the Canada Business Corporations Act to implement a public and searchable beneficial ownership registry, which will now be available by the end of 2023. This will require that corporations report the identities of those who own and control significant portions of any corporation, and will allow law enforcement, the CRA, banks, journalists, and the public at large to see exactly who owns any given company and ensure that criminals can no longer hide behind anonymous numbered corporations. And beneficial ownership registries are the gold standard when it comes to combating corporate financial crime, and this has been recognized throughout the world community. In fact, this is not even going to be the first beneficial ownership registry in Canada, as BC has had a land registry since May of 2019. But unfortunately, what was supposed to be a world-leading system has been plagued by delays, unclear and poorly defined rules, and heretofore a lack of compliance. The system should be in place by the end of this year, but that already puts it a year behind schedule. The registry currently only has information on 46,000 owners with a total of 73,000 properties, which is just a tiny fraction of the 2.2 million titles in British Columbia. So it's crucial that when we develop our federal beneficial ownership registry, we learn through some of the challenges that British Columbia has had and adopt some of the best practices that we can find from around the world. The UK, as one of the first countries to create a publicly accessible beneficial ownership registry, has one of the best systems in the world so far. UK companies are required to keep an up-to-date register of people with significant control over it, meaning anyone who holds more than 25% of the shares or voting rights of a company, either directly or indirectly, through another company or trust. Failure to comply with this is a criminal offense, not only for the company, but also for the officers of the company. And in the wake of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the UK has expanded their register to apply to land ownership to give the government the ability to require identity verification for people who manage, control, or to set up companies. And there are uniquely Canadian challenges that we'll need to face as we build our own beneficial ownership registry. Unlike the UK, Canada is a federal system where provinces and territories have jurisdiction over real property and for federally incorporated entities. This covers an enormous amount of the entities that we need to have transparency on. So we'll need to work with such partners to ensure that we have a national system that works. And we have a national registry for money services businesses, regardless of where in Canada they're registered. And this system was also created to combat money laundering, which is centrally administered by FinTrack. And there are many forms that this system could take. But what's most important is that the data is standardized, to make it easier for law enforcement to analyze and for simplifying regulatory compliance and to minimize the regulatory burden on companies who operate in multiple jurisdictions in Canada. But what's most important is that this registry be publicly accessible and free to access. And this is important because we know that law enforcement has a limited capacity to monitor the millions of corporate structures in Canada. The public, in particular the press, has the ability to play a role to connect the dots and uncover wrongdoing that can assist in uncovering illegal actions as well. And to give an example of why this is important, BC's land ownership registry was not able to find any property owned by a sanctioned individual. It was only due to leaks that were involved in the Paradise Papers that we're able to find a single piece of land in British Columbia in the riding of the member from Sandwich Gulf Islands that's connected to a sanctioned individual. So that really shows the value of investigative reporting. Well, I can see that I'm getting close to the end of my time, so I'd like to end by saying the following. We know the impact of financial crime is deep and far-reaching, and it's clear that we need to act decisively and think big to mitigate the negative effects of money laundering, tax evasion, and to catch those that are using Canadian property and corporations to transfer, hide, and launder their money in Canada. So now is the time to take the lessons learned of jurisdictions from around the world, to calibrate them to the Canadian context, and develop a system that will make Canada a leader in preventing financial crime. Budget 2022 contains the building blocks for a financial system that has more integrity, and I look forward to working with my colleagues from all parties in this House to pass this bill as a first step in getting dirty money out of Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Conservatives have been talking for a very long time about the need for action on money laundering. It's a regular concern I hear from Canadians. It's a particular concern I hear from Canadians from diaspora communities, actually, who raise the fact that they see money in other countries taken by corrupt dictatorial regimes, and then that money being brought and used here in Canada. In that vein, I want to ask a question that's specifically been brought to me regularly by the Iranian community in Canada. They're concerned about this issue. They're also concerned about the fact that the IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps so-called, the House of Commons voted to sanction the IRGC, to list it as a terrorist entity, and yet the government hasn't acted, despite Liberals voting in favour of that listing motion 3 years ago. And if we're not willing to and able to identify terrorist organizations like the IRGC and list them under the Anti-Terrorism Act, then we're missing out a critical tool for combating the kind of activities they might engage in Canada. So I wonder if the member has a comment on specifically the listing of the IRGC, whether that's something the government plans to do as part of a broader suite of measures, and why the delay.
The Honourable Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from across the way for the question. And I think that speaks directly to the reasons why we need to move ahead on some of these measures, because it's one thing to have a list of sanctions and individuals that we're going to be sanctioning, but if we don't actually have the tools in place to ensure that we're able to go after the assets in Canada, those sanctions are not going to have significant effect. And so in this Budget Implementation Act, we have a number of measures that are going to allow us to do just that on beneficial ownership of companies. We have actions that are happening right across the country, now in British Columbia and Manitoba, and also now Ontario as well. And so I would encourage the member opposite to talk to some of his colleagues in the provincial government in Alberta to see if they can start moving ahead and some of the measures that we need to have so that we can actually move ahead with the measures that we need to bring in for sanctioned individuals.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the colleague for the question. He has talked a lot about investigation or inquiry about money laundering and getting money back. We agree with all that. But there is something that really bothers me. How does the colleague explain the fact that his government is inactive when it comes to tax havens, things that are perfectly legal, that everybody knows? They're talking about $7 billion a year that's being lost. Along with that, is he not bothered a little bit by the fact that his government is letting there be doubt about the agricultural succession plan? And that the farmers would be allegedly fraudsters, etc. I think it's quite disgusting, and I would invite him to put some pressure on to get rid of this uncertainty.
For West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for that question.
Je suis pas d'accord.
I don't agree that there is no investigation, that there is no plan to tackle, or let me say it in English.
Some of the tax savings that we have here. There's new measures in the budget this year that do just that, including ways that individuals are using international companies to get around paying taxes in Canada. So I think there's very much more that we need to do. There's ways we can simplify our tax code to do that. But some of the measures I'm talking about today will allow us to increase the amount of tax revenue that we can receive by going after some of the ways that money is laundered, as well as people are evading taxes through some of these anonymous organizations.
The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my neighbour for his interesting speech. I guess my question is, I didn't really see a profound investment in immigration, and I know that in my riding we're having a lot of calls, hundreds of calls, numerous calls day after day of people trying to figure out their status. They've done all of their paperwork. They've done everything that they should. They're already living in Canada. We have people that are on worker visas who've done everything right and now can't work and are losing their homes. It's just becoming a mess. I'm just wondering if this member could talk about his government's responsibility and how long it's going to take to actually address these really important issues.
Honourable Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country in 20 seconds.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to my neighbour for her question. I absolutely agree. In this budget, there's over $2 billion going to Immigration and Refugee, IRCC Canada, to be able to deal with the backlogs. And the idea is by the end of this year, with these investments, we'll get back to a normal service standard, as well as introducing new programs like an expedited temporary foreign workers program that I know is a game changer for some of the hardest hit sectors where there's major labor shortages like tourism in my riding. So there's lots here on immigration. And because of the backlogs related to COVID, we have a lot we need to do. So with these investments, some of the changes that are being made to expedite the processes, we're going to be able to deal with some of those backlogs that are causing major issues.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It is always a pleasure to be in this House and to speak on behalf of the people of Calgary-Midnapore. And here I am today addressing the BIA. Madam Speaker, I'll start with an anecdote. Last Friday, when my husband picked me up at the Calgary airport, we were making the left-hand turn that we usually do in an effort to merge onto Deerfoot Trail, and halfway through turning, the light turned yellow, and my husband stopped in the middle of the intersection, and I turned to him and I said, "James, what the bleep are you doing here?" And well, Madam Speaker, that's what I have to say. What are we doing here? What is this government doing here? Madam Speaker, when I arrived here in 2017, there was the same sentiment that existed in 2015 when this government came into place. And I think amongst Canadians, although we were disappointed as Conservatives, we were sorry to see the departure of Prime Minister Stephen Harper. There was a feeling of hope and of enthusiasm, across the country. We often think of sunny ways at that time when the Prime Minister and the Liberal government came into place. And I will say, Madam Speaker, that these same sentiments existed when I arrived here in 2017. And I was actually just outside those doors being ready to be walked into the House of Commons for the first time. And it was still that same feeling of excitement and of sunny ways. But, Madam Speaker, I have to say, not anymore. Not anymore. And this budget reflects it. Madam Speaker, this budget is a mishmash and a patchwork of legislation. Any individual reading through this content could not determine the goals, the aspirations, and the theme of this government. And Madam Speaker, isn't that what leadership really is? Madam Speaker, what are we doing here? Madam Speaker, when I reflect upon the reasons, I should say, for this lack of direction we now see from this government, I would attribute it to three things. Number one is now the failure to implement any vision that this government to the Prime Minister might have once had. The second one, Madam Speaker, would be an unuseful and impractical adherence to ideology. And the third, Madam Speaker, would be ignoring the real problems affecting Canadians. And I'll take some time now to expand on each. So, Madam Speaker, when I talk about the failure to implement the vision, I'm talking about the sunny ways and the hope and the enthusiasm that this Prime Minister and this government arrived here with. But unfortunately, Madam Speaker, when they have gone to execute these sunny ways, attempted to implement them into Canada and Canadian culture, it's been nothing but an absolute failure. We saw that, Madam Speaker, with the attempts for democracy reform. We saw that when the attempt was made to go to proportional representation, a 2015 election promise. It was failed upon by the previous Minister for Democratic Institutions, who is no longer in this House. But that is one example, frankly, of the failure of the implementation of vision that we've seen from this government. We saw this with the climate plan, Madam Speaker. We saw this with the Paris Climate Accord, Madam Speaker. I sat back there my second week having to vote on the Paris Climate Accords, and the fear and the division that it created in this House, which I'll expand upon, Madam Speaker, was for no reason, because these targets that we voted upon that divided us were never actually achieved by this government. So what's the point? The same thing, Madam Speaker, that we saw with their grand idea of planting 2 billion trees, Madam Speaker, 2 billion trees. Another idea, as I look around this room, I see nary a tree. So, Madam Speaker, they have failed on these climate initiatives as well. The third one, Madam Speaker, is unity, and I'll speak from this from two perspectives. The first is regional. They have pitted region against region in this country, Madam Speaker, needlessly creating division at a time even before the pandemic descended upon us. And of course, Madam Speaker, with the pandemic, it was this Prime Minister who used inflammatory language, name-called, and attacked Canadians with valid concerns about the mandates. He actually rejected a Conservative motion to create a plan to roll back the mandates, which could have lowered the temperature, and he then, of course, invoked the Emergencies Act for the first time in Canada's history, which we on this side of the House are still reviewing to this day. So created terrible disunity, not only in this House, Madam Speaker, but amongst Canadians. Secondly, Madam Speaker, an unuseful adherence to ideology. And we've seen this particularly, Madam Speaker, in two places. The first is in killing the natural resources sector. And as an Albertan, I take personal offense to this. How has this government done this? First of all, Madam Speaker, no support behind Line 5. Certainly, my colleague, the member from Calgary Centre, has talked, encouraged ad nauseum about this. Of course, in this moment, in this time in history, as Ukraine faces its most difficult time, the most difficult time we've seen in recent history, this government failed to pass a motion to get natural gas to Europe at a time where our natural resources could be used for good in this world. This government turned their back against it. Of course, C-48, the tanker moratorium, and, Madam Speaker, who can forget C-69, the No New Pipelines Bill? So again, an unuseful adherence to ideology. We also saw that, Madam Speaker, with the mandates that still rest with us today. Madam Speaker, I will tell you, the parliamentary precinct and, frankly, the airports and airplanes are the only places now where I'm required to wear a mask. And with that, this government should be lifting the mandates and stop using this unuseful adherence to ideology, Madam Speaker. Not helpful for Canadians at all. Finally, Madam Speaker, and I think what is most important here as we look at the ways this government has failed with which this and how this budget reflects that, is ignorance of the real problems that affect Canadians. What are those, Madam Speaker? Well, I'll tell you some of them, or a couple of them, certainly. Number one is in Industry Committee, we saw the rejection of support to reject the lithium mine, which would have been very important for semiconductors, something that is becoming of increasing importance as we evaluate supply chains going into the future. And as well, I will say, in addition to that, Madam Speaker, we saw a government which was useless, unwilling to take a stand until the very last moment on the CP rail strike, which would have had devastating impacts on not only Western Canada, but all of Canada. Madam Speaker, we've seen this lack of action in labor shortages. The CFIB recently reported that labor shortages are back with a vengeance, and they found that 55% of businesses could not find the staff that they needed. Food and Beverage Canada said that they lacked 300,000 workers within their industry, and they have companies with vacancy rates of over 20%. And the government throwing money at this isn't helping. They need to address the backlogs that they have within their immigration processes. Housing, Madam Speaker, we hear about housing endlessly in there, with the average price of a home now reaching $874,100, a jolting 27.1% increase over the last year. With initiatives of this government, Madam Speaker, the first-time homebuyers incentive and the share equity mortgage fund failing terribly, I will say. And, Madam Speaker, I cannot talk about the failures of this government and how this budget and the Budget Implementation Act does not address cost of living and inflation, Madam Speaker. For the first time in 31 years, prices are up 6.7% compared to a year ago. Families are spending nearly $1,000 more a year on groceries and gas. Gas and home heating are costing more. And housing prices have doubled since the Prime Minister, the individual who is there, became Prime Minister. More than half of Canadians are $200 or less away from not being able to pay their bills or rent, with 3 in 10 already falling behind at the end of the month. So in conclusion, Madam Speaker, this government has run its course. They've received a minority not once but twice now. They just had to buy a mandate until 2025. When they got elected in 2015, there was a sense of hope, of optimism, of possibility. Madam Speaker, it's gone now. This budget reflects it. The Budget Implementation Act reflects it. What are we doing here?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'm not too sure what the Conservative Party is doing here. If you take a look in terms of what their performance has been like in the last number of weeks, I can assure the member that the Government of Canada, in particular our Prime Minister and Cabinet members, and in fact all Liberal members of Parliament, you will find, are here because we want to be able to serve Canadians. We're doing that in good part by budgetary measures that is going to have a profoundly positive impact on every Canadian from coast to coast to coast. Whether it's programs like the first ever national universal child care program, Madam Speaker, which is going to enable the workforce to be able to expand. Madam Speaker, to investments in infrastructure. There are so many gold nuggets inside that budget to ensure that we continue to provide hope for Canadians. And Madam Speaker, the sun will continue to shine as we continue to move forward. And I guess the question I would have for the member opposite is, she seems to be of the opinion that Ottawa is the only one with mandates left. If she crosses the river, go over the bridge into Quebec, she will find that there is mandates for mask wearing in the province of Quebec. If she could maybe address that issue.
Calgary Midnapore.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I will tell my colleague the sun has indeed set, I will absolutely say. And, you know, he talks a lot, talks a lot about, for example, you know, daycare. I wish the Minister for Families, Children and Social Development had been focused on Services Canada and the delivery of passports. And I think that is just another example of the way this government has lost their way. They've been so focused on their own ideology. They have forgotten about the needs of Canadians and delivering to Canadians, and they should remember that.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes, Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened to the passionate speech given by my Conservative colleague, and I found it very interesting and stimulating, we could even say. But, well, when we talk about C-19, we also talk about the budget that the government tabled not so long ago. And in that budget, what I found upsetting was the lack of action when it came to fighting climate change, particularly the fact that we've saw it later with the approval of Bay du Nord project, and the government continues to invest in oil and gas. So I'd like to ask the member who has just given this great speech if she could tell us more about how we should fight against climate change and how we should get out of oil and gas.
Merci beaucoup à mon collègue.
Thank you very much to my colleague for the question. In fact, Madam Speaker, we have two MPs who are on it. The first said that there was no action on climate from this government. But I'm also disappointed, as I said in my speech. There is no action for the natural resources sector. So even if I agree with my Bloc colleague, I can say that action can be taken in the natural resources sector where there, in fact, is no action being taken. Although I agree with my colleague, I am disappointed, but for a different reason.
Member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for her speech, and also we worked together on the disability inclusion file. So I wanted to ask some questions around the Canada Disability Benefit, and if the member from Calgary-Mindapur could have any comments around the missing Canada Disability Benefit in this budget.
For Calgary-Midnapore.
Well, thank you very much to my colleague from Port Moody, Coquitlam. And what I will say is I think we need to look at the sincerity and the intentions of this government. And I believe that she would agree with me on this. I mean, this government tabled that act the last week before we left for this seasonal break when there was an election about to be called. What does that say about their sincerity and about their will in implementing the act? You know, as strong as we may feel about this, as much as we may need to see something done for Canadians with disabilities, it really starts with this government. And the fact that they tabled this in the final week before we left with an election looming, potentially, and that they have not brought it back, as well as not in this Richland budget of 2022, speaks volumes. Hear, hear. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's my pleasure to join today's debate on Bill C-19, the Budget Implementation Act. Madam Speaker, let me begin by stating something that I've mentioned before about this budget. This is a fiscally prudent budget that is also focused on economic growth. So, Madam Speaker, if you're looking for a theme and a direction, here is the theme and here is the direction. We are able to shift this budget focus into these elements because how well we've done in recovering from a global pandemic that has exhausted economies around the world. Starting with jobs, we've covered 115% of the jobs lost since April 2020, which is equivalent of 3 million jobs, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, just this past Friday on May 6, Canada's job number were released, and they showed that the labor market has gained over 15,000 jobs in April alone, bringing our unemployment rate to 5.2%, the lowest since 1976. These numbers aren't to be taken lightly. They represent the resilience and the strength of real people and real Canadians who made effective use of the support and programs rolled out by our federal government, and they work hard to get back on their feet stronger than ever, Madam Speaker. But there is more to be done, and that's exactly what the measures in Budget 2022 implemented by Bill C-19 set out to do. This budget builds on the progress we've already made by investing in workers, small businesses, our supply chain, and more. Madam Speaker, we also need to acknowledge that every success has its ups and downs. And Canadians know that our recovery from COVID-19, along with our continued fight against it, has come at a very high price. This global pandemic has not only had health consequences, but also economic ones, as the international phenomenon of inflation has made things more expensive in other countries and right here in Canada. We acknowledge the higher prices of groceries. We acknowledge the high rising cost of homes. And we also acknowledge that the impacted supply chain have already deeply hurt the pockets of everyday consumer at the checkout counter. We know the causes can be sourced to the pandemic and the current international conflict, but we have to do something about it, right here, right at our home. Madam Speaker, with Budget 2022 and Bill C-19, our government is advancing and introducing measures that will address these concerns and help mitigate the rising cost of living for Canadians. The budget is grounded by a focus on housing, climate, job and growth, and affordability. But one key common element in all these pillars is people. Our people are the backbone to a strong and growing country, and Bill C-19 ensures that we continue to have their back through measures for affordable housing, clean and good jobs, and a safe place to live. Madam Speaker, before we get into those overarching categories, let's quickly review the key ways in which this Budget Implementation Act helps Canadians. On housing, Bill C-19 doubles the maximum for the Home Accessibility Tax Credit and also proposes a 2-year ban on foreign investment in Canada housing that will make housing more affordable. On health, Bill C-19 proposes $2 billion for the provinces and territories to reduce backlog in surgeries and procedures. On labor shortage, Bill C-19 introduces a labor mobility deduction that will make travel easier for tradespeople who will be able to fill the gaps in important projects. And on a clearer economy that is fueled by small businesses, Bill C-19 proposes a reduction by half to the corporate and small business tax rate for businesses that manufacture zero-emission technologies. Madam Speaker, now that we've gone through some of these overview, let's get into some of the big themes. Starting with the most pressing concern in our local communities and in my riding of Richmond Hill, which is housing. We've never had such an ambitious plan as we do in Budget 2022 to address the fundamental issue of housing affordability. Through Bill C-19, we can implement measures that would not only make housing more affordable for our first-time home buyer, but also more accessible to all. Madam Speaker, we know that the gaps in supply are leading to increases in costs, which is why Budget 2022 indicates our government's commitment to doubling the number of new homes built over the next 10 years. This budget also includes measures to reduce the barrier for first-time home buyers who work so hard to save up for a place they call their own. Bill C-19 would prevent foreign investors and commercial enterprises from parking their money in Canada and driving the cost to the point that young buyers can barely afford to enter the housing market. Madam Speaker, we talked about the youth, but what about seniors or persons with disabilities? They have made significant contribution to Canadian society and deserve homes that are accessible to them and continue fit their needs. But renovation can be pricey, and with the rising cost of living, such home improvements are far out of reach for seniors and persons with disabilities. That's why Bill C-19 proposes to double the Home Accessibility Tax Credit annual limit to $20,000 to help make significant alteration and renovation more affordable. This would mean an additional $1,500 in tax support, which will in turn make alterations such as installation of wheelchair ramp, walkers, or non-slip flooring more affordable. For members of my Richmond Hill Community Council and seniors who are concerned about the costs associated with customizing their home to their current needs, I know this is going to be a significant aid in helping them age well in the house that they know and they love. Madam Speaker, we delve into the housing affordability, but we know that in order to be able to purchase or maintain home, people need good jobs, which is why investing in job and growth is a key pillar in Budget 2022. Primarily, let's talk about the jobs that need support. Currently, our economy can absorb nearly 1 million jobs, 300,000 of those which could be fulfilled by construction trade. Workers with the construction trade often travel to take a temporary job, frequently in rural and remote communities. But their associated expenses do not always qualify for existing tax relief. Madam Speaker, to ensure that we can get the workers where they're needed and address labor shortages in an equitable way, we need to support the mobility of workers within Canada. If they can travel without worrying about the associated costs, this will mean more workers and more projects completed. Even some potentially in housing, which will indirectly increase our supply. Through the labor mobility deduction for tradespeople, Bill C-19 proposes to provide tax relief on eligible travel and temporary relocation expenses. But it's not just a tradesperson that needs to support getting to work. Lastly, Bill C-19 has measures that will make Canada a cleaner and safer place to live. We are committing to smart climate investment today that are not only going to be good for planet, but also good for the Canadian economy. Whether it's through $15 billion investment in Canada Growth Fund, the creation of Canada Water Agency, the $1.7 billion incentive for zero-emission vehicle, or the expansion of the Low Carbon Economy Fund with $2.2 billion over 7 years, this Budget Implementation Act will bring to fruition Canada's global effort in fighting climate change in the way that it is not only planet-friendly, but also economically friendly. In closing, Madam Speaker, I ask all members of this House to join me in supporting this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for, Wellington Halton Hills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In March of 2020, the Office of the Superintendent of Financial Institutions reduced the domestic stability barrier to 1%, thus freeing up an additional $300 billion in capital, which the government at the time said they expected the banks to lend out. And the banks did loan it out. Mortgage credit exploded over the last 2 years of the pandemic from $1.7 trillion to $2 trillion today. My question to the member opposite is, shouldn't the government have put in place measures to ensure that all of this additional $300 billion in credit didn't all go into the residential mortgage market, thus fueling the explosion in house prices and skyrocketing housing prices that we've seen over the last 24 months?
The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Madam Speaker, thank you. Through you, I'd like to thank my colleagues for raising the question. Madam Speaker, the $300 billion that it went was an investment in Canadians from all aspects, whether it was directly to the individuals, the businesses, various sectors. And as I said in my speech, the result is evident now. We are back with 115% job recovery. We are back with over 3 million jobs. We have a shortage of 1 million jobs, and we have the potential to even do much better as we roll out Bill C-19 various program, not only address the labor shortage, but also make sure that they have affordable place, and we can welcome new Canadians to Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I listened with interest to the member for Richmond Hill's speech, and I noticed that he did mention, in addition to seniors, people with disabilities. So my question to him is that in the heart of the pandemic, the member for Elmwood Transcona and I wrote to the minister asking for the creation of a federal disability benefit to help lift all people with disabilities out of poverty and as a first step toward a guaranteed level basic income. So I wonder what is happening on the government side when it comes to providing that necessary income support for people with disabilities.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to you, to my colleagues, thank you very much for asking that question. That's a very important question. I have many stakeholders in my riding who are dealing with disability. One of the challenges that we have is there are also provincial programs that's being rolled out in conjunction with what we are planning at the federal government. And as you know, it's nothing is more important than working with the province and territories to ensure that the program that they're being rolled out are complementary. And that, as you know, takes some time. So we are working very hard to ensure that not only we address the needs of those with disabilities, but we also make sure that the needs and the funding that's being given addresses the needs in a very complementary way. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In my colleague's speech on C-19, I think there's something that he didn't mention, and I'd like to hear from him on that. Perhaps he didn't mention it because it wasn't in the budget either. Health. We know that pretty much all the provinces, including Quebec, have been asking for an increase in healthcare transfers. I've been here since 2015. I can't remember a single week when we didn't talk about the fact that we need to increase the transfers. But the federal government's response has been almost insulting. They say that if we want to talk more about it, we need to be more effective. Who are they to tell us how to manage things? Even though this is a unanimous request, which comes up over and over again.
Member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To you, to my colleagues, thank you very much. I expected that coming from a bloc member. Always transfer more funds without any accountability. I'm part of the HoC committee, Madam Speaker, and through a lot of witnesses that we've heard, and through my community councils, I've always heard about the fact that we need to make sure the fund that's being transferred to provinces comes with some string attached. And the string attached is basically make sure it's transparent, make sure it's accountable, make sure it's delivering the results that we are delivering. Madam Speaker, I'll close with the fact that we are second in OECD country from the amount of money that we are spending in health. We've also increased this year's payment by about $4.5 billion. Yet, on the delivery, Madam Speaker, we are 27th in the world. I'd like to ask the member, what explains that difference between being number second in amount of the health that we are sending to the provinces, but being number 27 on delivering those results, ma'am? Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Dauphin-Swan River, Nipawin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak on Bill C-19, the Budget Implementation Act. I will be honest, I found this title of this year's budget quite misleading. The NDP Liberal government titled this year's budget, A Plan to Grow Our Economy and Make Life More Affordable. But if the government really wanted to grow our economy and make life more affordable, they would have looked at Canadian agriculture. Unfortunately, when I looked at Canadian agriculture in the budget, I noticed that not one page was fully dedicated to agri-food or agriculture. Madam Speaker, the blatant lack of priority for Canadian agriculture would be concerning in any budget, but even more concerning in Budget 2022. We are in a food crisis. There is a global food shortage, and the Canadian government is nowhere to be found. Madam Speaker, I'm going to quote Dr. Sylvain Charlebois, a professor and researcher of food distribution and policy at Dalhousie University, who has been sounding the alarm on this crisis. He stated, and I quote, "We need to be clear on the fact that by fall, more than 100 million people will experience either famine or severe hunger." End quote. Let that statistic sink in. By fall, more than 100 million people will experience famine or extreme hunger. Madam Speaker, corn and wheat make up 30% of the calories consumed on Earth. Yet the region responsible for 25% of these exports is at war. That means the poorer countries will lose access to their food supply, and developed countries will pay higher prices to secure their food. Where in the budget was anything to ramp up the production of export capacity for these commodities? I sure didn't find it. Madam Speaker, when I read the Budget Implementation Act, I saw things like new taxes on luxury goods and vaping products. These are the type of things that this government has prioritized over Canadian agriculture. This reminds me of Maslow's law hierarchy of needs, one of the best-known theories in human motivation. This hierarchy is modeled in the shape of a pyramid. At the top of the pyramid is the need for self-actualization. It is followed by the need for esteem, the need for love and belonging, safety needs, and at the bottom of the pyramid is the foundational psychological needs. Food, for example. Society does not care about the higher level of needs if the foundational needs are not met. Madam Speaker, at a time when the world is in a food crisis, this NDP Liberal government is more focused on some higher ideological need than on the foundational need of food security. Madam Speaker, I am shocked that this government is not focused on replacing the global reduction in food from Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Not only could Canada feed the world, but we could also create wealth and jobs for our rural communities. We are one of the few remaining agriculture exporting nations on earth. I believe we have a role to play in feeding the world. But when I read the budget, I don't see any priority given to this by this government. The government has the mentality that Western Canada should be limited to simply producing, harvesting, and exporting raw commodities. This means that even if Canada produced a record crop, they would still have to rely on other countries to process our commodities. This is the wrong mentality. We can do so much more. The government should create the right business environment so industry can create more value in Canadian agriculture products. When we turn our raw commodities into high-quality products such as canola oil, flour, starch products, we not only grow our economy, we also meet the demands of the world. Madam Speaker, it was this government who commissioned the Barton Report. And in that report, agriculture was identified as a sector where Canada has the potential for substantial growth and export improvement. The report mentioned that the global population growth, a rising protein demand in Asia, and the need for trusted markets. Canada can and should meet these new global demands if only the government would let them. Madam Speaker, production and processing capacity is not the only bottleneck in agricultural value food chain. We must also improve the resilience and reliability of our transportation system. There is no mention of investing in transportation to export our agri-food products faster and more efficiently. I think all members of this House would agree with the notion that our country is too reliant on a few transportation systems. We saw this last year when the flooding in BC completely landlocked our ability to export products. Imagine the drastic consequences of not being able to feed the world because we can't get our agri-food products to Tidewater. Madam Speaker, I'm noticing a consistent theme with this Liberal government. They are more focused on the farming of the past than they are the farming of the future. The Liberals tried to be visionaries in many areas, but never in agriculture. And the lack of thinking is limiting our nation's potential and starving the world. If they want to grow our economy, I can tell you how. It is through agriculture. Madam Speaker, not only does the budget fail to prioritize increased food production, but it also fails to address the restrictions and regulations that are preventing Canada from becoming an agriculture superpower. We know that this government's carbon tax is restricting our ag industry's competitiveness and is driving up the cost of food from the day it is planted until the day it is consumed. APAS reported the government's carbon tax will add an additional $12.50 of input costs per acre on wheat by 2030. At the same time, when the world is desperate for wheat, it is absurd that this government is actually making it more expensive to produce such an essential commodity. Madam Speaker, the government also appears to be drafting regulations that would restrict fertilizer usage for Canadian farmers in the name of the climate agenda. Any plan to meet fertilizer emissions reductions should not be at the cost of production. Is the government aware that there is a global fertilizer shortage? The less fertilizer available, the less food we can grow. MNP reported that the reducing Canadian fertilizer use to achieve 30% emissions reduction would result in yield losses. Corn, for example, would see losses of over 67 bushels per acre, about 40% actually, Madam Speaker. Where is the investment in creating a more competitive fertilizer industry? Where is the focus on exporting Canadian fertilizer? I didn't see that in the budget. Madam Speaker, I also learned last week that Health Canada has yet to release its regulations in gene editing. This innovative plant science technology is an important tool in helping Canadian farmers to be more productive and efficient. Plant science innovations have been responsible for a 50% increase in crop productivity over the last century. Without these innovations, prices would be 45% higher on average for many food staples. The government should create an investment environment that fuels plant science research and development. There is no reason why Canada cannot have the fastest and most responsible regulatory process in the world. Where was this investment in the budget? I didn't see it. Madam Speaker, the world is facing a food crisis. Food is becoming unaffordable for millions of people, and for some, food is becoming unavailable. Millions will starve if Canada doesn't step up to the plate. And instead of focusing on fulfilling the basic needs of society, this government continues to focus on its political agenda. This government's disregard for the food crisis before us is deeply disturbing. Madam Speaker, not one page in this budget is focused on agriculture and agri-food. That should concern every single member of this House. It's time to focus on the future of farming. It's time to make Canada an agriculture superpower. And it's time for Canada to feed the world when the world's need us most. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member opposite for his speech. And I sit on the Agriculture Committee, and all parties work together. We're doing a lot of the things that he actually said we're not. So I would hope that he would speak to his colleagues, and he's always invited to come and speak to us. We have programs like the Natural Climate Solution Fund, the Nature Smart Climate Solutions Fund, the Agriculture Climate Solutions Program, the On-Farm Climate Actions Fund, and the Agricultural Clean Tech Program. So I wondered if the member opposite can comment on some of those programs and add to that his opinion. Thank you.
The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
Thank my colleague for the question, and through you, Madam Speaker. Problem with all these programs and all these things, they're all based off of the carbon tax, which is a foundational problem for all of us in rural Canada. It's disproportionately applied. It's causing, as I said in my speech, up to $12 an acre for increasing costs for farmers. And this Liberal government's approach to this is just basically not acceptable.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to put a question to my colleague because the budget has a number of flaws, but there are things that help people. In the agreement that we negotiated with the government, we were able to offer to the most vulnerable people access to dental care. Doesn't he think that that's a good thing for the people in his riding who have children, teenagers, and for seniors as well? Isn't that progress?
Swan River, Nipawin.
Bottom line, I think it's thank you, colleague, for the question. I think it's a matter of priorities. I would be, as a farmer, if I was in Eastern Canada, knowing that my government has actually put on a 35% tariff on the fertilizer that I need to buy to put in this crop, I would be absolutely horrified and so frustrated. And there's no one in this House except us, the Conservatives, standing up for farmers across this country.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and to my honourable colleague. I couldn't agree with him more about the importance of focusing more on agriculture. It's important as farmers are definitely in a position to take a lot of leadership in changing for agricultural practices, for soil conservation, for carbon sequestration in soils, but also for local food security. I think we learned a lot during COVID about the importance of supply chains and being able to be food secure within Canada. And I'd like more of his comments on that question.
Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
Yeah, I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. And this is the main concern. It was a total lack of focus or even mention of this in the budget. And that should be very concerning for us. We're in a very pivotal time in our countries and in the world. We have countries here that are at war. 25% of our food supply is at jeopardy. And our government is doing absolutely nothing. And I find that just a terrible thing to do. But thank you for the question.
Member for Kildonan, St. Paul.
Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable for his comments. And he outlined that the Liberal government is going to be forcing farmers to reduce their fertilizer use, something I find in light of his comments that 100 million people may starve to death this fall because of the impacts on agriculture in Ukraine. And now we're hearing from the Liberal government they're going to force us to reduce our fertilizer use. But we know farmers don't use more fertilizer than they need. The reason they use fertilizer as well is to increase the food that they create per acre. So if the member can comment on the importance of fertilizer and how it helps Canada feed the world and how detrimental this policy will be to those around the world who depend on Canadian food, I'd greatly appreciate that.
Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
I would like to thank my honourable member for the question, colleague, and for the great work she does on her writing. Very good question. Fertilizer is the key element. Fertilizer is the game changer for modern day agriculture. If we wouldn't have had nitrogen fertilizer, we wouldn't be feeding the people we are right now in the landscape. And if this government, if the Canadian government especially, the Liberal government, decides to take that tool away from us, it will have detrimental impacts to not only this year's crop, but future crops to come. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Appreciate the chance to share some reflections with respect to the budget and to the Implementation Act C-19. I want to start by talking about housing. In my view, the extent to which all levels of government work together to address the skyrocketing cost of housing will define my community over the coming years. I'm sure that's true for many members in this place, for their communities as well. Last year, as I've shared before, it was a 35% increase in the cost of housing in Kitchener. What does that mean? That means we've seen by the last point and count study a tripling in the number of folks who are living unsheltered. We're seeing encampments continue to grow, folks who are resorting to living in tents. We're seeing students who are unable to move out of their parents' homes, unable to afford rent. Seniors on fixed incomes whose anxiety continues to rise as they see their rent rising too. I think often of health care workers I met this past summer who were sharing with me that they were planning on leaving, heading further west, because they too couldn't afford soaring cost of rent. And so as I've done here before, I want to start by sharing what I appreciate about what's in the budget. And that's some early signs that the federal government may finally begin to be taking some meaningful action when it comes to addressing the cost of housing. Some specific examples. There is significant investment in this budget with respect to co-op housing. Back in the 80s, 1982, it was 6,500 units we built that year alone of deeply affordable, dignified co-op housing. I've personally had the experience of living in co-op housing, and I can attest to how important co-ops are to ensuring that units remain affordable in perpetuity. Well, in this budget, there's a commitment to build 6,000 units. Now, that's not in 1 year or over several years, but it's significantly more than the 477 that were built in 2020, and it's a $1.5 billion investment. Those are the kinds of investments I would like to see more of. There's also a commitment to reinvest more funding in the Rapid Housing Initiative, a program that's been oversubscribed. And what does that mean? It means great organizations like Indwell that are looking to repurpose faith communities to build affordable housing haven't been able to get funds in the past. And my hope is, with a renewed commitment to the Rapid Housing Initiative funding, this is $1.5 billion allocated there, that more organizations like Indwell will be successful in securing funds to build more affordable units. There's also a commitment to end the blind bidding process, which we know would only allow for more information to be shared that could also address the crisis we're in. Now, there's two items that were in the budget that weren't in C19 that I want to make mention to. One is removing preferential tax treatment currently giving to house flippers. I hope that the government will ensure that this is in future legislation. It was committed to in the budget, as well as the Housing Bill of Rights, to ensure that that we have a requirement to have a home inspection, one of the kinds of things that would help to address the overheated market. And of course, we do need more investments from both the federal and provincial governments in non-market housing and other ways to reduce the commodification of housing. Now, there are several items that I remain deeply concerned about. I'll start with respect to climate, because no doubt we have to be honest. If we want even a 50% chance of keeping global average temperature increases below 1.5 degrees, that's what's required for a livable planet, and we do our fair share of the global carbon budget, that means 86% of our known fossil fuel reserves in this country need to remain unextracted. And to do so means we're going to need to invest in workers, in their upskilling and retraining, and ensuring that they have access to the economy of the future. And organizations like Iron and Earth, a worker-led not-for-profit, have been calling out for, in their case, they called for $10 billion to go to workers for a prosperous transition, to ensure they had access to the support that they need. Instead, what's in the budget is $7.2 billion directed towards carbon capture and storage, a new fossil fuel subsidy, at a time when we're being told that these would be phased out. And that's exactly what we need to be doing. We need to be phasing out these subsidies and prioritizing those funds to workers and to proven climate solutions. When it comes to healthcare, of course, this pandemic has exacerbated existing gaps. Now, so I want to pause to reflect on a few other significant gaps that I would encourage the governing party to move forward on. The first is with respect to mental health. Many parliamentarians will say the words that mental health is health, and I'm glad that more folks are saying those words, but we need to treat it that way. Mental health advocates across the country have been calling for a new Canada mental health transfer to provinces. And while the budget mentions an intention to engage in this, the only commitment is to a wellness portal. And while I'm sure this is a worthy investment, we need to be mindful of the significant dollars that are required from the federal government to move towards parity in mental health funding, so that it is true that mental health is health, and that we can eliminate the wait times we know are across the country, and certainly in Waterloo, Wellington, we're hearing remains to be the case in our community as well. When it comes to long-term care, I had the chance to ask the Prime Minister directly last week whether there would be, this Safe Long-Term Care Act that has been talked about in the Supply and Confidence Agreement between the Liberals and the NDP. When there are plans to introduce that act, there's of course no mention of that in C19 or in the budget. In fact, the only mention of long-term care in the budget was with respect to money that was allocated in 2021. This is at a time when we know, just a few days ago, I was speaking again with a woman who was reflecting about her mom who is waiting for a bed in long-term care, with tears in her eyes as she was sharing whether, not knowing if her mom would make it out of hospital to long-term care. Or I think about the personal support workers I've spoken with who've shared that they're not getting to give 4 hours of care a day. They're lucky if they do 4 minutes of care a day. And we know there's more that the federal government can and should be doing to put standards in place when it comes and to be investing in long-term care. And I would encourage the governing party to prioritize doing so. Last, I'll pause to reflect when it comes to following through on promises made to Canadians with disabilities. And it's actually one of the areas I've been encouraged by in my time in this place, that we now have 100 MPs from all parties, including 4 colleagues in Waterloo Region, who've all together said that this is a time to follow through. That we know that Canadians with disabilities are disproportionately living in poverty across the country. 40% of those living in poverty are Canadians with disabilities. It's 1.5 million people across the country. And the governing party has promised to introduce legislation, substantial legislation for the Canada Disability Benefit, a guaranteed income for every Canadian with a disability across the country. In this place, I've had the chance to share stories of folks in my community, of what it looks like and what it means to them not to have access to this, what it means to be living in poverty as a result of not getting appropriate supports. And so I would continue to encourage the governing party to introduce substantial legislation for the Canada Disability Benefit. And I want to pass my thanks again to I think it's 103 MPs now from all political parties who've come together to say we can do better and we must. Now, some might say, well, wait a second, this all sounds well and good, but can we afford these things? I want to close by sharing some of the ways we can afford these significant and important investments, and we don't need to do it simply by increasing debt. We can and should, of course, stop gifting oil and gas companies that are making record-breaking profits. Stop gifting them billions of dollars and reinvest those. We can, we've had a lot of promises about taxing the rich, but the budget reduced a campaign promise for a 3% surtax on some of the largest companies whose profits soared in the pandemic down to 1.5. It avoids any talks of an inheritance or a wealth tax. Even a vacancy tax, as I've shared about in this place before, in C8, it was down to 1%, and it exempts every Canadian and every corporation in the country. Well, in Vancouver, they got it up to 5%, and in doing so, they've been able to reinvest millions of dollars in deeply affordable housing. And of course, there's no talk of closing corporate tax loopholes, which we know is a measure we need to do. And so with that, I'll close and welcome questions. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for his speech and for his advocacy. We share a region and we share a city together. And I know he mentioned Indwell, in an organization called Indwell, which is for affordable housing, and we've all met with them, and we're all advocating together. I wonder if he can explain the importance of programs and the benefits of federal programs like the Rapid Housing Initiative, with the understanding that at the federal government we can and will do more, and also if he can explain the importance of wraparound services, because you can't have housing without the supports, you can't have the supports without the housing. And then in basically related to that is how the province, in our case, the province of Ontario, needs to step up with more health supports for affordable housing. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And through you, let me just share what a joy it is to be working alongside the member for Kitchener-Conestoga. He brings a tone in this place that I think we need more of, a more collegial tone, one of actually working together to get things done. And when it comes to the Rapid Housing Initiative, I couldn't agree more. Indwell, is a great example of an organization that we hope, through new investments in the Rapid Housing Initiative, have that much better of a chance of building exactly the kinds of investments that we know we need. When it comes to wraparound investments, well, what a great chance to talk about shelter care. And in our community organization like House of Friendship, that has learned exactly what it takes to not only provide housing, but to ensure that those who are living in shelter have access to the mental health and the addiction support services that they need on site. And with him, I'm so proud to continue to let others across the country know the successes that House of Friendship has had in our community that can be replicated in others across the country.
Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much for the speech for my colleague. One thing that he spoke about was mental health, and that is something that I have seen that is absent from this budget. 62% of Canadian parents are saying that they have seen the mental health of their children get worse. Out of the Pediatric Association, they're seeing more self-harm, 2 to 3 times higher when it comes to things like self-harm and eating disorders. I'm just looking for his thoughts on what we should be doing for mental health and how this government should be helping out more. Thank you.
Member for Kitchener Centre.
Well, thanks, Madam Speaker, through you to the member for Elgin, Middlesex, London, in particular for her leadership on the Status of Women Committee. We need to recognize how having women chairing committees like that changes the substance of the conversation in really productive ways. When it comes to mental health, well, we need to only be looking to what mental health advocates across the country have been calling for. And that is a parity in funding, that there is a significant funding gap. Specifically, what they've been calling for is 12% of health funding to go towards mental health. And that's the kind of investment that we need to be honest with ourselves is both significant and necessary if we're going to eliminate the wait times that are plaguing across the country. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you. During the April 7th budget plan, there was a question at one point of being able to send an infrastructure transfer on the condition that what the province would do would be to the federal government's liking. I would like to know the opinion of my colleague on this. That is to say, if infrastructure transfers or in any other program that may be, should be tied to a judgment call by the federal government about what Quebec and the provinces will do with that money.
For Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the députée pour Repentigny pour sa question.
I want to thank the member for Repentigny for her question.
I continue to be learning about in this place. That I spoke to the mental health transfer, for example, that this being an example where funds would be allocated to provinces within their jurisdiction to spend appropriately. When it comes to infrastructure, I'd be glad to sit down with her to understand better how she sees the best way to approach it would be, and to have that conversation with her.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for... Oh my God, you threw me out. I'm sorry. From the Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And it sometimes can be fun and you can get a little off track, that's for sure. So thank you very much. I know my time is very limited, so I really want to bring to this discussion some of the key things that are actually happening in Elgin, Middlesex, London. And these are key things that we are still awaiting an answer from the government on. As a girl from a rural community, fertilizer. We need to talk fertilizer, and we need to make a plan. I was happy enough to sit on the on the Agricultural Committee the other day, and just seeing some of the fine work that was being done there. But right now, we know that people are seeding right now. We have people in Elgin, Middlesex, London that are seeding right now, and fertilizer with the 35% tariff on applied, regardless of whether you bought it prior to March 2nd or not. We know that boats have continued to sit at sea. We know that there continues to be issues, but we need to have a plan. The farmers need to know what's going to happen next. They start buying, they start preparing even for next season, for 2023. They will be preparing in October through December. We need to know what's going on, and this government needs to come up with a plan. Are they going to be helping out? Are they going to get 35% of this back from the coffers that's sitting there taking in these tariffs right now? Or is that 35% tariff going to be applied to the food and to everything else that Canadians are consuming? So I wanted to bring up that fertilizer and say, please come up with an answer. We are waiting. I want to talk about passport services. Golly gee, we've heard a lot about passport services, but I just want to remind the government, 10-year passports are due. That means that they're going to be there. Come up with a plan, and we're just waiting. We have people that are being told, as I heard earlier today, come at 1 o'clock in the morning and you can line up. Back in 2007, I believe it was, when we knew the U.S. government was putting in this plan, I can tell you as a constituency assistant, this government was prepared because we had lineups that were 8 and 9 hours long, but this government was prepared, and within 8 weeks, people were still able to get their passports. But we know in this government right now, same situation, but there's no passport service. So I'm saying, please get your services back to being Service Canada. And I also want to talk about the cost of living. And I know, oh, she's giving me 1 minute. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is just really simple. I want to just make sure I get this one, though, then. Good morning. Yesterday, I went to put gas in my car, and my heart sank when I saw how much I had to pay for a liter. Right now, I work 3 jobs so that my wife can stay home and homeschool our kids. How many more jobs do you want one person to work? I think that's the question. He already has 3. They homeschool their children. I'm sure they're very frugal, like many families are. But what are you going to do when what is this government going to do when it comes to the cost of living? This morning, my husband filled up for $1.99 in the city of St. Thomas. $1.99. Last year, at this time, we know it was closer to 1/3 or 2/3 of that cost. This government, I'm asking this government to do some work. Start thinking what it is like to be a regular Canadian who has to pay these bills, who has to feed their children, who have to put food and clothes and shelter. I'm just asking for some compassion, and I'm hoping that this government will get to work. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
It being 6:45, pursuant to order made earlier today, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the second reading stage of the bill now before the House. The question is as follows. Madame Freeland, appuyée par Monsieur.
Ms. Freeland, seconded by Mr. Blair, moved that Bill C-19, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 7th, 2022, and other measures, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance.
Amendment reasoned. Mr. Fast, seconded by Mr. Albers, move the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The House declined to give second reading to Bill C-19, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 7, 2022, and other measures. May I dispense? Thank you. Sub-amendment. Mr. Visk, seconded by Mr. Williams, moves the following sub-amendment, that the amendment be amended by adding the following and fails to combat tax evasion. The question is on the sub-amendment.
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the sub-amendment be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Madam Chair, I request that it be adopted on division.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, we request a recorded vote on that.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, November 25th, 2021, the division stands deferred until Tuesday, May 10th, at the end of the period provided for oral questions.
Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I suspect if you were to canvass the House, you might find unanimous consent at this time to call it 7 o'clock so we can get to adjournment proceedings.
The Honourable Member have unanimous consent. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm honored to represent the riding of Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan in this place. And two things in particular about my riding. Number one, it is a riding that's very involved in the energy sector. And number two, it's a riding with a large Ukrainian community. And people are asking me in this riding, what are the things that we can do to support Ukraine in the midst of this horrific invasion by Russia? And I think they understand just how critical energy supply is and energy security is for combating the Russian invasion, for allowing Europe to be able to impose the kind of sanctions that will effectively starve Putin's war machine. So much of the Russian economy is dependent on the export of gas and the export of other energy-related projects. So our contribution as Canada, a critical part of our contribution, can be supplying the vital energy resources to Europe and to other parts of the world to displace their dependence on Russian gas. So we've been asking these questions as the opposition. We've been calling for the government. Of course, we've been calling for the government for years to recognize the economic opportunities associated with our oil and gas sector, to do more to support the construction of pipelines. But, Madam Speaker, we also called on them, particularly in the context of the Russian invasion that we're seeing, to recognize that building the energy infrastructure we need to displace Russian gas in Europe, it's not just about the economy. It's also about security. It's about doing our part to support Ukrainians who are resisting by saying we want to give our European friends and allies and other nations around the world an alternative to buying oil and gas from Russia. Now, it's been interesting since we've been raising this question. The government is more and more willing to sort of broadly say they buy into this idea. There was some language in the G7 communique speaking about working together to phase out dependency on Russian energy. So it's encouraging to see that language. The government is starting to talk the talk in response to some of these opposition questions. But what we don't see from the government is actually a willingness to step up and take action and to walk the walk, to recognize that if we are going to displace Russian gas in Europe, if we are going to do our part to be able to supply energy resources to Europe, that it is going to have to mean building up that infrastructure. It's going to have to mean legislative and policy changes that allow us to move quickly to get those energy resources to where they need to go as quickly as possible. Recognizing that the world is in a war, that we're in this very acute security situation, that doing our part should mean re-examining the anti-energy policies that the government has put in place in the past. Again, it would be good for our economy to do these things. These are things that Conservatives have been calling for years, but recognizing the particulars of the situation we're in. Now is a time to be thinking about, for instance, repealing Bill C-69 that makes it very difficult for us to build pipeline infrastructure, to say we need to have a faster, smoother process for getting infrastructure approved so that we can support Europe in being able to impose sanctions on Russia, energy-related sanctions, and end their dependence on Russian oil and gas. Madam Speaker, it's not going to be good enough to just talk the talk, to just say the words of solidarity, to say, yes, we stand with you, but then to actually fail to make the legislative and policy changes that are going to help to achieve that result. If Canada believes this G7 communique that they've signed on to, if the words that ministers are now starting to say about sanctioning Russia, about having the kind of debilitating sanctions that will actually stop Putin's tanks in their tracks, if the government is serious about these things, then they have to think about the kinds of changes that we can make that are going to support the development of our energy sector and support the export of those energy products, in particular to Europe. So I want to ask the government, are they really serious about this? Are these just words, or are we going to see concrete action in terms of Canada playing a greater role in contributing to global energy security?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his question. And the ongoing concern about the tragedy unfolding before our eyes in Europe, I think, is one that I know everyone is concerned about. Regardless of their political persuasion, I think we're all sickened by what Russia is doing to its neighbor. So it is no surprise that this is one of those issues before Parliament where opposing parties sometimes will largely agree. For one thing, we share the view that this war represents a defining challenge for the democratic world. We also agree that Canada must work with allies to provide equipment to help Ukraine's brave soldiers fight off this unprovoked aggression. And I think all parties support the democratic world's punishment sanctions and a package that includes a Canadian ban on imports of oil, gas, and other petroleum products from Russia. Furthermore, we're united in doing everything we can to deal with this humanitarian disaster. We also share the members' opposite's belief in the critical importance of energy security and the need for Europe and the world to reduce and eventually eliminate its dependency on Russian oil and gas. There is nothing here that he needs to convince us of. It's clear, Mr. Speaker, the world must stand up to Russian aggression. And that is what we're doing. We're taking all the measures I've just cited and working closely with our allies to help Europe wean itself off this dependency. And I would invite the member to consider our government's work with industry and provincial governments. The Government of Canada has identified Canadian industry capacity that can increase production by up to 200,000 barrels of oil and the equivalent of 100,000 barrels of natural gas. These exports will give America, and now the world's largest LNG exporter, more leeway to export its petroleum products to Europe and other markets. Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker, I would agree that this alone is a relatively small proportion of the amount of Russian oil and gas that we have to displace. But solidarity matters. The US, Brazil, and other nations are also stepping up. But we would once again urge members opposite to consider the International Energy Agency's 10-point plan to end its dependency on Russian gas. It includes moving Europe more aggressively towards alternatives such as increased imports of LNG, renewables, and hydrogen. And that's exactly what we're doing with our climate plan. One that includes a strategy to build a Canadian hydrogen industry that could help fill this void. And on that note, I'm pleased to say that Germany's ambassador here recently referred to Canada as a potential hydrogen superpower. So, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I think that I just outlined really illustrates why it would be the worst time to abandon Canada's clean energy transition. We all have a job to do here. We all need to step up to protect the interests of Canadians, but also the interests of those allies around the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Respectfully, the Parliamentary Secretary framed her comments as if there was sort of wide agreement in the House on this issue. And certainly there's wide agreement on some aspects of our response to the horrific invasion of Ukraine. But there are clear differences in that the government doesn't seem to support the development of the critical infrastructure that's necessary to actually achieve the objectives that the Parliamentary Secretary is talking about. That is, end Europe's dependence on Russian oil and gas. And this is particularly clear in the fact that on March the 3rd in this place, my colleague from Wellington Halton Hills put forward a motion that was about the invasion. It had a number of points that I think members all agree on, but then it said, call on the Government of Canada to undertake measures to ensure a new natural gas pipelines can be approved and built to Atlantic tidewater, recognizing energy as vital to Canadian, European defense and security, allowing Canadian natural gas to displace Russian natural gas from Europe, and being consistent with environmental goals in the transition to non-emitting sources of energy. Now, that motion was opposed by the government. So we put forward a motion supporting Ukraine and with that specific language around energy, and the government opposed that motion. Why?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, our government has recognized our role in global energy security long before this tragedy started to unfold and long before the member opposite stood in the House of Commons. In fact, energy security has been front and center for the Prime Minister, for President Biden, back when they met in February of last year. And it was put forward in writing in the accord that struck called the Roadmap for a Renewed U.S.-Canada Partnership. The member opposite knows this. He also knows that our government has endorsed projects that advance the security, including the Line 3 replacement, the LNG Canada, and the TMX pipeline expansion. We are the government that have been moving these projects forward because we know they are critically important. We are also...
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to rise virtually in this place to raise issues that I originally put forward in a question and responded to by the same parliamentary secretary on the subject of the Baffinland mine in Nunavut. I want to start by thanking the Honourable Member of Parliament from Nunavut for her leadership and guidance on this issue. I reflect as I look on issues relating to the Arctic, Nunavut, Northwest Territories, the Yukon, how out of it really Southern Canadians are, how easy it is to ignore the issues, and particularly the leadership of the Inuit on issues in Nunavut. Canadians probably know more about the Amazon than we know about the Arctic. And it's ironic that the people of Brazil, the concentrated urban populations of Brazil, say in Rio de Janeiro, are as far from the Amazon and as unlikely to ever visit it as Canadians are in Toronto from Nunavut. In both cases, it's a 3,000 kilometer distance, but I think Canadians are unaware of how critical our Arctic is to our global climate system in the same way the Amazon, the Arctic are both major global influencers on climate at the same time that they are major victims of the climate crisis. Now, the context in which I asked the question about the Baffinland mine is this. It is a mine that has been operating, sending iron ore to Europe. It ships it out from Milne Inlet. port. It's also owned, it's called a Canadian mining company if you look it up online, but it's owned by a European company based in Luxembourg, ArcelorMittal, and by a Houston, Texas-based company. It's now applying to double production to 12 million tons a year, build a 110-kilometer railway from the mine site to the port site, major expansion. Now, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, when she answered my question, seemed to think I was asking for prejudging the decision of the Nunavut Impact Review Board. I wasn't. I was pointing out in my question that satellite imagery plus eyewitness accounts from Inuit hunters on the ground see that the company has already started expansion before it receives a permit, which raises really large issues. This is quite typical of projects right across Canada. Who is watching to make sure that conditions attached to permits are actually observed? What do Inuit hunters in particular do when they think a large transnational corporation is deciding to jump the gun, not wait to see if their project actually gets approved? We know from CBC News that in 2017, the Baffinland mine already signed contracts with contractors to assist in the building of the railway, not waiting for approvals. Iron ore mining company has already influenced and unfortunately contaminated food supply from Arctic char through the food chain. There are deep concerns. As a matter of fact, that's how I first learned about this project, was a brave blockade in midwinter, land of no sun whatsoever and deep frigid temperatures. February 2021, the blockade by Inuit hunters from Pond Inlet and Arctic Bay is what made me wonder what on earth is going on that people be so brave as to sit down and block the Mary River airstrip as a protest against what they saw happening in terms of the contamination and with the increased shipping that's threatened by phase 2 of this project, what it would mean for the narwhal. When you look at, though, the more I ask about this, the more I'm concerned, deeply concerned, that the Inuit leadership is...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my honourable colleague from Sandwich Gulf Islands for raising the issue. And I want to say from the onset, I understand her question completely, but I also know that she understands there is a process. And during that process, that the government is taking with Baffinland, she knows that we should not be interfering politically. So I want to be clear from the outset that our government supports a strong resource development sector in the North and one that is sustainable, that creates opportunities for Indigenous and all Northerners, but respects the environment and respects the interests of the people who live there. And I want to assure you, Madam Speaker, from the onset, that the review of this proposed development has been led by Northerners from day one. It has followed the environmental review process that have been outlined in the Nunavut Land Claims Agreement, and this process is guided by the Nunavut Planning and Project Assessment Act. Through this process, the Nunavut Impact Review Board, or NIRB, has been ensuring that Inuit and other Indigenous partners have been consulted. The NIRB has also worked very hard to balance public health during COVID-19 and other issues throughout the review, while also ensuring that the Inuit voices have been heard. And as part of the review process, members of potentially impacted communities in the Baffin region, some of whom I have talked to myself, have had the opportunity to make their views known. So public hearings that have been held by NIRB began in November of 2019. The process has been ongoing since that time. And while the pandemic delayed the process and some meetings had to be rescheduled, the NIRB completed their hearings in January of this year. And the board is now preparing its final recommendations, which will be presented to the minister and the department very shortly. Throughout that whole process, however, residents have been able to both learn about the proposed project, give their feedback and input into the project, and NIRB has gone to great lengths to ensure that Nunavut have had the chance to participate in or watch the proceedings. In addition to that, many federal officials have participated in every step of the review, including the final public hearings and the community roundtable, which was completed last fall. So I want to say to the members that once the NERB report is presented to government and the final report's recommendations, the responsible ministers will then take the decisions that they are requested to take using due diligence and a very comprehensive decision framework. The member knows that the process is very clear, it is very defined, and it is very transparent. We will not prejudge the outcome or the process, and we look forward to receiving the board's report. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Saanich Gulf Highlands.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And to my honorable friend, the Parliamentary Secretary, I'm not asking about prejudging the process. I'm asking, is anyone going to hold this foreign multinational to account for proceeding to begin building a project before it has a permit? That's illegal. Someone should step up. And the double standard here is one that really worries me and bothers me. Do you think an Indigenous person, an Inuit person, under court orders in a criminal justice proceeding could avoid the restrictions in the way that a foreign corporation can avoid restrictions on their activities until they have a permit? This is a double standard, and it should bother the Parliamentary Secretary as much as it bothers me. What is available to hold Baffinland to account for building and contracting for a second phase and even thinking about a third phase when it doesn't have a permit?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the member knows that this is an active mine. It is an ongoing mine. If she has particular information that should be provided to the minister, to the government, if Inuit in that area have particular concerns and documentation of something that is being done outside of the process, then they should make us aware of that. What I do know at this stage is that it is ongoing process with NERB. They have made an application. They are following the regulations. Government is being responsible in the work that we do in allowing a fair, open, and transparent process for that application. And until the recommendations are presented to the ministers, the appropriate ministers, no decision will be made with regard to the future expansion of the mine. Thank you.
The honourable member for Brantford-Brant.
Madam Speaker, earlier this year, I asked the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship about the unprecedented backlog of immigration applications. The system struggles to recover from 2 years of the pandemic due to a lack of planning, crisis management, and poor leadership. If the approach is not changed, it will take years to catch up on the millions of applications in the queue. Shockingly, according to data from the IRCC, the backlogs have increased to more than 2 million applications across all categories. For over 2 years, the department has closed almost all in-person interviews, tests, citizenship ceremonies, and other appointments have been canceled. Offices shifted to working on a rotating basis, and while most Canadians transitioned to online work with minimal trouble, it's not the case with the IRCC and this government. Instead of identifying the problem that we as Conservatives have been flagging along the way and fixing it at the very beginning, the government ignored it. They had more than a year to do so, but then the first crisis hit. In September 2021, the Afghan government collapsed. Canada introduced special programs to resettle the refugees. With the government's broken immigration system, during the most pressuring 6 months, the government was only able to help 4,000 Afghans, or 10% of its campaign commitment. Then the second crisis hit. On February of this year, the Russian Federation launched an unprovoked attack and genocide against the Ukrainian people.
Instead of implementing visa-free travel from Ukraine to Canada that Conservatives called for from day one, the government introduced the authorization for emergency travel, allowing Ukrainians to arrive in Canada on temporary resident visas. Ukrainian passport holders can travel visa-free to the European Union, the UK, Switzerland, Israel, and many other countries. None of them have any concerns about the made-up excuses by the Liberal minister. The Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration voted in favor of visa-free travel for Ukrainians. The Liberals voted against it. The members of this House also voted and passed a similar motion, but again, the members voted against it. To give you a perspective on why this is important, the Minister of Immigration claimed that that sort of change would require 12 to 14 weeks of work to implement because the department's IT systems would need certain renovations. Here we are, almost 11 weeks later since the beginning of the war. The system could have been already working, but the government failed to listen and act accordingly. To date, we've heard that more than 140,000 applications were submitted by Ukrainians. That's how much fewer applications in the queue it might have been if the Liberals had followed our advice and eliminated all visa requirements. And if this wasn't enough, we now have the third crisis across this country. Canadians are desperately trying to renew their passports, and while improvements were supposed to have come in to alleviate the backlog, little change has occurred. Nearly 500,000 applications have been received in March and April of this year. Streams of constituents are calling, writing to me, coming into my office about the issue. The government, Madam Speaker, had years to plan ahead to tackle the passport issue before it began. They should have just kept that in mind that until the pandemic hit, that the 10th anniversary of the 10-year passport was coming. Madam Speaker, we literally have a trifecta of burning issues in our immigration and citizenship systems, all of which were avoidable, all of which were preventable. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion.
Madam Speaker, the member opposite presents a picture that is entirely out of step with reality. As the honourable member is fully aware, the world has been in a global pandemic for 2 years. Borders were forced to close worldwide, and for obvious reasons, this resulted in some processing delays in our immigration system. In spite of the pandemic's many challenges, Madam Speaker, Canada admitted a record 405,000 permanent residents last year. This surpasses the previous record from 1913, making it the most newcomers admitted to Canada in a single year in our entire history. Since the start of the pandemic, IRCC has worked to improve processing for all permanent residence applications, and our work to date has produced results. As part of the 2021 economic and fiscal update, our government announced an investment of $85 million to further build on our progress to date. This will enable us to further reduce processing times and process more permanent and temporary resident applications. Most importantly, we'll get back to our processing service standards in various programs by the end of this year, including study permits, work permits, and permanent resident card renewals. We're also working to reduce processing times for visitor visas and proof of citizenship. As the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship announced on January 31st, the government has implemented a number of additional measures to further improve the client experience and modernize the immigration system. These measures are part of a broader process to address key challenges faced by our clients and to achieve the more predictable processing times that our clients expect and that our clients deserve. Madam Speaker, Canadian businesses are in need of support, and our government knows we have a role to play in increasing the available workforce. On April 22nd, the Minister addressed the decision made last fall to temporarily pause invitations to apply under the federal high-skilled stream, including the Canadian Experience class, Federal Skilled Workers class, and Federal Skilled Trades class. He announced that in July of this year, we will end this temporary pause and resume inviting qualified candidates to apply for permanent residence. We anticipate that the vast majority of new applicants will be processed within the 6-month service standard. At the same time, he announced that beginning in mid-June, Canada will extend post-graduation work permits for recent international graduates. Those whose permits have already expired or will expire this year will be eligible for an additional open work permit of 18 months. In addition, as of April 25th, nearly 35,000 agricultural workers have already arrived in Canada for the 2022 season. And this represents a 10% increase over the number of agricultural workers that had arrived by this time last year. As you can see, Madam Speaker, we are doing our utmost to ensure that employers have the workers that they need. Moving forward, we are going to continue to support those who wish to live in Canada. And I was pleased to learn that IRCC has surpassed its goal to make 147,000 permanent residents' final decisions in the first quarter of 2022. From January 1st to March 31st, 2022, there have been over 156,000 final decisions on permanent resident applications. This is a doubling of the number of final decisions in the same time period in 2021. This is an encouraging example of progress, Madam Speaker. But our work is not yet finished. We're moving forward to ensure Canada's proud history of immigration is matched by a modern immigration system that supports our economic recovery, improves client experience, and strengthens our communities. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Member for Brantford Brant.
Madam Speaker, we've just listened to a great collection of talking points that Canadians and parliamentarians are hearing over and over and over again. Will the Parliamentary Secretary acknowledge this failure and all the problems that his government caused to Canadians and other nationals who will become future Canadians? Is the government willing to consider any compensation for the delays, the canceled trips, the personal traumas and lost opportunities for those nationals? When will this immigration system be reformed, transformed, upgraded, and start working efficiently? These are the questions that must be answered by the Parliamentary Secretary on behalf of his Liberal government. Enough of the talking points.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his questions and his comments. But, Madam Speaker, as the honourable member is fully aware, the world has been in a global pandemic for 2 years. And in spite of this, we landed over 405,000 immigrants last year, which is an all-time record to help with our economic recovery. And as the Minister of Immigration announced on January 31st, the government has implemented a number of measures to further improve client experience and modernize the immigration system. We have also committed an investment of $85 million to further reduce processing times and build on our progress to date. Most importantly, we'll get back to our processing service standards in various programs by the end of this year. We are taking a whole-of-government approach to address labor shortages across our country. We have taken major steps towards this by processing more than 100,000 work permit applications in the first quarter of 2022, nearly doubling the number processed over the same period in 2021. Madam Speaker, as I mentioned.
That is it. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.